Good morning all. Welcome to the second day of the event of ODTP. Today we are going to have session 2 continuation. Like moderator is Dennis Chang Singh. So he is a program specialist with the UNESCO Intergovernmental Organizing Commission, IOC, focusing on tsunami resilience and coastal hazard preparedness. With over 2 decades of experience, he has been instrumental in developing and implementing the Tsunami Ready program across Indian Ocean and other regions. His work emphasizes capacity building, early warning system, and community-based approaches to enhance coastal resilience and disaster risk reduction. I welcome Mr. Dennis Chang to the podium to moderate this session.
Okay, good morning everyone. Hope you had a nice evening. So thank you again, welcome back for the continuation of session 2 on high level objective 2. So we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 presentations today in the morning. So I would like to we'll focus on Tsunami Ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, everybody. So it's me again. And I'm presenting this on behalf of Krista and Alison that were not able to come. As you all know, Pacific has the highest frequency of tsunami. That doesn't mean anywhere else. In the Caribbean, statistically speaking, we have had 9% of tsunamis, and you can see in this map created by ITIC that these tsunamis have had significant run-ups in some of the islands and also in some of the continent places all around Central and South America, and as well some points in North America. And something we all have learned is that it is not enough to have all the technology to detect tsunamis and all the procedures to forecast and to the models and the technology to forecast and the procedures to analyze and decide to issue a warning if the population doesn't know what to do. Once we issue a warning, the time is very limited and people needs to know what to do in advance. So coastal preparedness is really, really important, as well as everything else. In the Caribbean, we have 20 years history of Tsunami Ready, and it started in the US, in the state of Washington, as Tsunami Ready, one word together. There is a trade brand. The first Tsunami Ready community was recognized in 2001, and this program was developed after the hurricane, or the Storm Ready program that already had NOAA in place. And then in Puerto Rico, the first Tsunami Ready community was recognized in 2006, recognition program, and you can see there a very young Krista, of course, leading these efforts that she has led in Puerto Rico and also in the entire Caribbean. And then the Tsunami Ready communities in the US had their first Tsunami Ready Summit in 2010. This was held in Puerto Rico to promote the program. And this program was also imitated, or some countries in the Caribbean wanted to be also tsunami ready. They wanted to follow the steps to be also prepared for tsunamis and ready for tsunamis. And then they asked the US if they can be recognized as well, even if they were not part of the US. And this is how Tsunami Ready started in the entire Caribbean. And the first community to be recognized was Anguilla, that is a UK territory, in 2011. And this led to the IOC UNESCO to have a pilot Tsunami Ready program established in 2015. And I remember the discussion on how to call this recognition program in the Caribbean, because it cannot be the same name as in the US, because Tsunami Ready as one word was a trade brand, or is a trade brand. So it was the discussion in the Caribbean on how to call it, because it cannot be the same. And at the end, the decision was to have Tsunami Ready in two separated words, because it has been the name very popular within the region, and they didn't want to change it. So they decided to keep it by the separate words. So this eventually led us to the Tsunami Ready Recognition Program that we have today, that is based on 12 indicators, as you can see here, based on assessment, preparedness, and response. And then we have the three guidelines on assessment are hazard map, people at risk, community resources, preparedness, evacuation map, tsunami information, outreach and education resources, activities, exercise, and then on response we have emergency plan, response capacity, and receive alert warning and disseminate as well. So the strategy is be aware and be prepared, and the framework currently is harmonized global guidelines, UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready worldwide, which is great, because when we bring this to the communities to encourage them to become Tsunami Ready, we tell them that next season, when they receive the German, the Norwegian tourists that come seeking warmth and sun in our beaches, and they see this Tsunami Ready sign, these same tourists that last summer or last winter were in Thailand, and they saw the signs in Thailand or in Indonesia or in any other place that were Tsunami Ready, they know it's going to be the same. And then the next Eastern, when they go to Chipriona in Spain and they see the Tsunami Ready sign, they will know what it is. And they know there are the same guidelines for all these places, and they know what it means. And this is a community-based recognition, which is great, because it is one of the key of the success is that the communities are they feel it like it is theirs effort. They do the effort, they earn it themselves. It's not something that national authorities come to impose to them. They are part of this, and this is what they take care of, and they make it happen. So we currently have a program that needs to be renewed every 4 years, and this is one of the strengths of this program, because tsunamis are not frequent. So if we do this and then don't do it the next year, they probably forget about it. So these 4 years renewal require them to continue updating the program, to continue exercising, to continue be prepared all the time. So currently in the Caribbean, we have 23 communities in 14 member states. You can see the list over here that are already recognized as Tsunami Ready, additionally to the 50 Tsunami Ready communities in Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands. Unfortunately, of these 23 UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready communities, 10 have renewal delayed, and 2 will be due this year, for a total of 12 renewal that are needed, of which only 2 are in process. So regarding assessment, these are some of the information we have done. We did this model in Costa Rica. We act as contractors to perform the inundation modeling for Old Harbor Bay, Jamaica, and for Dominica and this assessment. And this helped to assess how many people are at risk in different neighborhoods and villages, and to assess the resources. For example, they have police station, they have fire services, hospital, etc. On preparedness, here are some samples of the materials that have been prepared. This is the evacuation map billboard deployed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These are some tsunami signs in Grenada, Haiti, also St. Vincent, exercise in the British Virgin Islands, In Honduras, videos performed by Saint Kitts and Nevis, and educational activity in Trinidad and Tobago. And here, the integration of the blind with the recorded presentation that we heard yesterday from Glorimar. And Caribe Way is one of the key components of the Tsunami Ready program in the Caribbean. This exercise has been performed annually since 2011. Member states and territory from several scenarios. Between 2 or 3 scenarios are proposed every year. And they decide if additional activities are carried out, which is almost always the same. We have had an incredible participation in the Caribbean, outstanding. And in this year, 45 of 48 member states participated. This is great for for more than 500,000 people. So we are getting back to the pre-pandemic numbers when participating in Caribe Wave. And we think one of the key of the success is that this is done annually. So we get it the third Thursday of March every year. So we know every year we have to plan for the third Thursday of March. And this keeps the tsunamis on the pace, and it keeps us on mind all year long that we are for this Caribe Wave every year. Regarding on response, here are some of the materials for Old Harbor Bay, their response plan and SOPs. The SOPs from St. Lucia, Barbados, the communications backup for Anguilla, and some. And here are some of the pictures of the recognition ceremony. That is the very happy moment of this process. This is a lengthy process that requires a lot of resources and a lot of energies, and when the time comes to receive the recognition, it's time to celebrate. So you see a lot of happy faces all over these pictures, including the only one we have in Costa Rica in the Caribbean recognized that we had in June 2024. So in summary, in the Caribbean, Tsunami Ready has been community preparedness and response, but additional support is still needed to address gaps, particularly in data collection, communication, funding, and resource mobilization issues. We have been, I mentioned before, we on bathymetric and topography, and also the data on tsunami scenarios and sources is also scarce. But we need the challenge to ensure that Tsunami Ready remains efficient and effective in its requirements through efforts like the pilot survey that we are implementing to learn from already recognized communities what was their experience and what are suggestions to improve the program in the region. The implementation of this program in the Caribbean has been possible to several funding sources, like the Australian aid, European Commission humanitarian aid, the US, and also national or territory in Iceland and Costa Rica, early on national funded in my country. And of course, facilitations and oversight by the UNESCO IOC Tsunami Resilience Section, the Caribbean Tsunami Information Center, and the International Tsunami Information Center budgets. So to conclude, despite significant advances and noting benefits and strengths of the Tsunami Ready, the implementation is only at 7%. It might look like a lot. The renewals of the 43 of these 23 communities, 43% of these 23 communities is delayed, which is also not good news. Scaling up and sustainability will benefit from a Caribbean strategy for Tsunami Ready, science and technology, of course, local, national, and international financial commitment. So if you have some spare $1,000,000, we can give that a good use of that. And leveraging of regional as Caribe Wave and World Tsunami Day, as well as global initiatives like Platform and Early Warning for All. As a side note, most of the national tsunami warning centers in the Caribbean are meteorological offices, and then we work very close with the WMO, and initiatives like Early Warning for All are very important in our region. And the UNESCO IOC Global Tsunami Ready Coalition is also important for us to mobilize awareness and stakeholders. So thank you very much. And if you need more information, you can contact Alison and Krista.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Dead on time, 12 minutes. So I will open the floor to, any questions from the floor? Yes.
Very much. My name is Winnie. This is a very interesting presentation. As a will be a very active approach to the tourism area. My question is, how do you make a sustain to be close to the tourism area to make them tsunami ready? So, and the second one is, how many community target to be tsunami ready in the Caribbean? Thank you.
I know that Krista and Caribbean Touristic Board. Some conference depends on each community and each town. It is different. And how committed they don't beyond their hotel are very well organized, and this organization within their hotels in that location, it helps. But still, it requires a lot. And for the question, I don't have a number of the target communities, but one of the presentations that I will be delivering during the symposium has some estimation of population at risk with you. And I don't remember the date, but please be tuned.
Thank you very much.
Moderator, Sylvia, that you share with us from his there is one thing that has always become our discussion of disaster management, because there's the initiative of Tsunami Ready coming from community, from in because of the funding. And then my question here, because we still have the obligation of achieving 100% community at risk, right? Then do we need to calculate or to include this program, the program of recognition, into the what we call here equivalency of the tsunami ready? Because this is important. They did before, but they stopped because of the funding issue, and then this has become homework for the whole committee. Everybody can get idea, especially from your experience, how we can include them also as part, because otherwise achieve 100% people at risk. Thank you, Sylvia.
Yes, it is important to include the equivalence, because I mentioned 23 communities plus the 50 or something from the US that are not accounted in this 7% I mentioned here. But I don't have an answer for you. I really don't know. I think it's something we will have to discuss within TOS, probably or the Tsunami Ready Coalition as well, because I really don't have an answer. The funding for tsunami efforts is very worrying, and it affects us in many levels. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions? We should keep in mind already about number of tsunami-ready communities we need to think about in each region, and we done by Sylvia in terms of how many, because we have this 100% target. And then the second question is actually the projection that we need to work with in terms of policy, So keep this in mind, and we'll come back to it. Thank you very much, Sylvia. So I would like to invite on the floor to present Tsunami Ready in the Pacific region. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just a moment to set my timer. Righto. Firstly, I'd like to thank Sylvia for providing that very, introduction to Tsunami Ready, so that I don't have to do it again. Yeah. So I'll just proceed and taking you into Tsunami Pacific Ocean. Right. So there we are. So you can see on this slide some difference in numbers from what Sylvia presented to what's up here on the screen. So from Sylvia's presentation slide, you had 23 for the Pacific Ocean. But now we've raised it to 26. Right, if we drill down into the 26 communities officially recognized, you'll see that for us in the Pacific, in the 26 there's about, we have about 22 Pacific seats, but from communities or 5 countries, 5 Pacific seats countries have been targeted for Tsunami Radio already. So just give you a bit of a focus on the progress around small island development states in the work around Tsunami Ready. So from that 26, there's 5 countries, have been targeted for Tsunami Ready. Right. But in the Pacific Ocean, if I give you the numbers around the whole Pacific tsunami warning and mitigation system, there's about 46 countries. But in that 46 countries, we've only been able to target 10. So you can see the pace of our implementation with the target that we set for ourselves for 100%. So it's like a snail trying to reach its destination. Right. So here on this slide, I've tried to highlight some of the work and the progress been done. You can see the countries that we have targeted over the years from 2017 to this year. So recently, this week, we've got applications submitted from. So, but now when we go back home, it's something that we work on so that we can issue the Tsunami Ready certificate for 2 communities in Ecuador. So it's very timely for us to announce that to you this morning. Right. So here's just some of the visuals and some pictures to show evidence of the work being done. So this is in FSM in Federal State Micronesia, but this is a state-focused approach. So how this is, so in what Dennis shared yesterday and how we define the communities is entirely up in how big they are. But if you look at FSM, so this is a classic example where they've looked at a state approach rather than a single community approach. They've looked at the state approach, which is state of Chuk. And then here from Fiji, looked at down to the community approach. Yeah? So this also speaks to the fact that the way our communities are defined and governed. So in terms of how they define the administration level within, and we try to follow that so that we don't reinvent anything. We just strengthen the existing structure that they have in terms of the preparedness. So in Fiji, what they've identified is that it has administration administrative level approach from government at the local level, connectivity at subnational level, and at to national level. Yeah, hazard map and the evacuation map there. Okay, so in the conversation that's been happening in the Pacific, one of the things that was identified that we need to strengthen is, and because the fact that we have very low progress to other ocean, was to have a survey, a regular survey. You can see from Sylvia's presentation that they did a survey in 2023, but in the Pacific system, we haven't been able to assess ourselves in that regard. So we've kind of pitched from the task on preparedness, and also my team have proposed initiative to the a monitoring mechanism to be able to generate conversations on where we are with our tsunami rate implementation across the Pacific Basin. In terms of one of the things that we found that was really disabling our program of hazard layers. This was a big component around the, our implementation is developed like LiDAR. So these are some of the also said yesterday with JEP to the Global Tsunami Association. We've also found that the application process that we are looking at some of these teething problems with applications. The definition of the communities. We've talked to these. We've looked at expertise in country, also funding. I mean, this is a new work program we're trying to introduce within our Tsunami Ready in there. Yeah? They're doing everything else. They tsunami, and they look at ready. So these are some options that we have in country that we particularly seeds that's in progress. Right, so moving on, one of the things that we've in the of new guidance or technical modeling, where they can, in terms of areas or countries where there is a lack of baseline data. One of the new things that we found in the Pacific is on to follow the Tsunami Ready equivalent, the Tsunami Ready program to the letter. So what they've come up with is this Tsunami Ready equivalency in the Pacific. So you can see the membership there and when it was established. So within the Tsunami Ready equivalency, it seeks reporting on tsunami preparedness in a way that's compatible to the Tsunami Ready recognition program. So the recommendation that came out of that group is for the task to develop a formal guidance on this application approach. So to look at, because if we look at the text of the Tsunami Ready or the you see that on other initiatives. So this Tsunami Ready equivalency is looking at Tsunami Ready initiatives. Lastly, I just want to leave you with this slide to see the prints of ready, particularly for Pacific seats. So one of the things that it has allowed us to do, it informs the review and the update of National Tsunami Response Plan, the discussions we've been having, national consultation on early warning for all. So the outcomes of Tsunami Ready have been taken into this conversation in identifying national multi-hazard roadmaps and also DRR strategies. Conversation is going. In terms of the national DRM strategy, for Fiji, last week we were reviewing the National Tsunami Response Plan. So with the national DRM, where the within that national arrangements, it becomes a formal body, like I said, in our countries. But we're trying to introduce it into what we do every day so that it becomes a sustainable within the national agencies. So within Ready Portfolio, Fiji will sit under our National DRR Committee that will advise our National Council. So that's how we have tried to align the governance mechanism of our UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready program into a national disaster management arrangements. But lastly, the other part of the work that is conversation around critical infrastructure, where our, in terms of conversation with ports, hospitals, and our. And lastly, one of the takeaways that we found so far, the resources we have on Tsunami Ready, but what it has done, it has allowed us to bring people together, like national warning centers, DRR agencies, development partners, to come and co-plan. They share pool resources. They design together to be able to deliver on Tsunami Ready. This has created a kind of a healthy relationship that's grown organically through the implementation of Tsunami Ready. So if there's nothing at all that is going on, but it's just a new movement that's bringing out positive outcomes and meaningful relationship between development partners and also national agencies. With that,
thank you, Juta. First of all, congratulations for in the Pacific. A lot of points you have raised actually. Just to mention equivalency, of course, we will need to continue to work on this in terms of different ICG, some issues in different regions and member states, and of course the engagement and state approach. So this is some of the key issues I pick up from your presentation. So I open the floor for questions, comment. Okay, first from Irina.
Irina, should you have the mic? Should you give up the mic?
I am so sorry, Tetsuchi. I took over your power. Thank you so much, Jita, for the accomplishment of the Tsunami in the Pacific. I wonder, how do you take into account initiatives from the local communities up to the national or the member states that does not necessarily announce themselves as Tsunami Ready, but still doing work related with community-based disaster risk reduction that probably accounted as 1%, contribute to the 1% of, or 100% of Tsunami Ready globally, but particularly in the Pacific?
Thank you for that question. So that's the conversation around the Tsunami Ready equivalency. So the approach is, it doesn't follow what's in the guideline 74 of UNESCO IOC, but the outcomes of that program is equally is addressing the outcomes of Tsunami Ready program. But the approach, the methodology that they use is a bit different from ours, but it's attaining the same outcome. So this is a mapping that the group that will undertake to look at the alignments between the other initiatives that's attaining the same outcomes of tsunami ready, so that we can contribute to that 100% to be resilience to tsunami.
So just a quick question to follow up that. The alignment assessment is done by the ITIC?
Yes, because in Tsunami Ready, the application process for you to attain the, I mean, that's for the Tsunami Ready process. But to be part of the 100, because we're counting the 100% from the certification of Tsunami Ready. As to your point, we want to include other initiatives as well. So we want to create this mechanism to allow other initiatives to be counted as well. So they can include to the count and build up that number towards 100%.
Okay, thank you, Jita.
So it becomes a formal mechanism of reporting. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question to Sushi.
Thank you. This is not a question. I just want to emphasize that you mentioned about the application process take a long time. So I think it is also good for us to discuss this application process. Of course, we thank to IoT and Secretariat of the ICJ-TWMS and also the UNESCO for processing the of Tsunami Ready Village, Tsunami Ready Community. Maybe the process could take long time because of the National Tsunami Ready Board not really review the document that should be submitted to the IoT and UNESCO. But I think we should still we have to discuss that we should have like a fixed time framework on how to process this application, because we don't want to make community being not patient, because of this process, and we don't want to lose the moment when they still have the spirit to improve their capacity on preparedness and response and so on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Susie. That's why we're trying to implement that regular survey mechanism so we can better understand some of these teething issues. One of the approach that we've taken that Adito will share with you later on today is looking at some of those tools to enable us to have a much more seamless approach in our application process. But that will take some time, but we need to continue to better, because the issues, they're not the same. So we're trying to better understand how they react to these experiences so that we can respond more appropriately to their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question, but then we need to move on. Thank you.
Slava Gusikov. I'm from Russia, and I'm one of former past chairs of IGG Tsunami Commission. My question concerns the last case of transoceanic tsunami and Kamchatka earthquake. Do you have any idea how many states or countries were put into warnings through all the Pacific? How many people affected? And what is more important, how it influenced the people relation to effectiveness of warning? Because understand that for most of territory, from the general point of view, it could be considered as a thanks.
Thank you for that question. I see Bernardo's hand raised as well. If I can take Bernardo's point as well and address both of your, and if Bernardo can assist with responding to Slava as well, will be great.
Yeah, we just received on Friday the draft report of the post-event assessment for the Kamchatka event, and we'll be releasing that for member state to reviewed the results, but is post-event is a survey, was endorsed by the TOS working group and by the IOC governing bodies, and it contains a series of questions, including one on the warnings issues, evacuations ordered, etc., etc. So the report is nearly ready. Share the draft if you wish.
Thank you. So we'll have to move on. But just to highlight regarding one point you raised about time consuming and the process in terms of tsunami ready action. So in section 3, about the toolkit. So we'll get next. I would like to invite Suchi to make her presentation for Tsunami Ready in the Indian Ocean region. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I turn to share about the situation of the Indian Ocean. So, the UNESCO IOC, and 48 comings from the Indian Ocean. So, meaning almost 50% had been recognized by UNESCO, contributing by Indian Ocean. So in terms of number, maybe Indian Ocean is greater than other basins, but in terms of distribution, we still have to work hard. Yeah, and in Asia, there are 26 villages has been recognized through this Tsunami Ready program from one province, while Indonesia has 22 villages has been recognized, has greater number in terms of tsunami ready villages, but then in terms of distribution, implementation also being implemented in other, not only in one province. The other thing that I would like to share here is we also have 2 tsunami ready villages. Sorry, is there any pointer? Sorry. Yes. Those are the Galala and Hatifa tsunami ready villages. They are actually not located in the Indian Ocean. They are located in the inner part of the seawater of Indonesia. And then I would like to inform here that India actually the first villages in the first country in the Indian Ocean who has tsunami ready for Venkat Raipur and Nolia Sahi in 2020, and most of the ready villages recognized in 2024. So, but we have to implement the tsunami ready recognition. India plan to implement the tsunami ready recognition to process the application process of recognition, not only in one province but all of the provinces which is prone to tsunami, while Indonesia at least there are 9 will be submitted to be processing to be processed as a tsunami ready community. And then we also Indonesia also has a community for in the industrial zone in Banten, which is the Krakatau Sarana property, who actually also implement the approach of tsunami ready. And we are also happy that Iran actually has started to implement the Chabahar and Jas villages to be also recognized as a tsunami ready community. And most countries still identifies the pilot site. And this is the last inauguration of the tsunami ready villages in Indian Ocean. It was during the Global Tsunami Symposium in 2024. There are 36 communities, 12 from Indonesia and 24 from India, were recognized as a community. At the time, the outcome Banda Aceh statement mentioned about global tsunami warning mitigation system, building sustainability for the next decade through transformation and innovation, and then followed by UNESCO and its partners call on states and civil society to drastically step up their tsunami-ready communities worldwide by 2030. So it is almost 1 year after the Global Tsunami Symposium, but Indian Ocean still has no additional villages being recognized by UNESCO IOC. And then we also had many capacity development to improve our implementation of Tsunami Ready, thanks to the IoT BMKG, also to the INCOIS and UNSCAP and other partners who collaboration with the Working Group 3 of the ICG IoT WMS to conduct many capacity development activities, including the TAM, training of TAM was here in Hyderabad this year, 2025. And with IoT, BMKG also conducted at least 3 national tsunami ready trainings in Seychelles, 2023, and then Timor-Leste, 2023, and also Maldives, 2024. So I would like also to share some activities that could leverage the implementation of the tsunami ready in the Indian Ocean. So Indonesia tried to expand the approach of the tsunami ready principle for the critical infrastructure. In this case we are trying to implement the tsunami ready principle to the airport of Yogyakarta International Airport, Ngurah Rai International Airport, Benoa Port, and also the Krakatau Industrial Zone. And how Indonesia tried to implement this tsunami-ready principle for the critical infrastructure is Indonesia tried to develop tsunami hazard map for this critical infrastructure, and then having many discussions to revise their SOP to involve the tsunami warning into their SOP, and then to examine their SOP by doing a simulation of tsunami, also involving the dummy of tsunami warning into their command center, and also deploy the warning receiver system to make sure that this critical infrastructure has a private channel to get access to the tsunami warning from the National Tsunami Warning Center. So now the Indian Ocean, especially the Working Group 3, started to develop the tsunami ready guideline for the critical infrastructure. Of course, we are facing many questions whether this critical infrastructure could be community. But at least for me, I think when we come to the definition of community, community is an ecosystem of many society. It could be school society, hospital society, and then critical infrastructure living in one ecosystem. So when we want to make sure, when we want to implement the tsunami ready in a village, then maybe in this village also there are many society. Then the society also implement the tsunami ready. So implementing tsunami ready for the critical infrastructure, meaning that we want to make sure to enhance the capacity preparedness for the people who use or utilize of the critical infrastructure. I think implementing the tsunami ready for the critical infrastructure in the Indian Ocean, also quite promising, because we already identify some airports located in the coastal area of the Indian Ocean. There are many airports that maybe could be approached to also implement the tsunami ready. And how we try to develop the guideline for the tsunami, for the critical infrastructure. Actually, we try to adopt the guideline of Manual 74 from the Tsunami Ready Community Guideline, but then we break down all the indicators that is matched with the needs of the critical infrastructure. For example, when we request Tsunami Ready community to identify how many people are living in their village, for the critical infrastructure, maybe we could ask them to identify how many passengers will come to this critical infrastructure and so on. And then I would like also related to the collaboration that could also leverage our tsunami ready implementation in the Indian Ocean. One of them is, it has already mentioned, the PC Twin. The working group 3 is part of this collaboration and focusing on the tsunami, improve community preparedness and response and so on. And then we will also have another project collaboration with UNSCAP. UNSCAP has already in the coming year, they will have the phase 3 of the UNSCAP collaboration, focusing with the Makran sub-zone, and will be implemented. Hopefully, it will implement the security in the Northwest Indian Ocean, and also the fast tsunami ready in the Indian Ocean that will implement the tsunami ready in the small island in the Ocean, especially in the Madagascar and Seychelles. I would like also to share that the tsunami ready in the Indian Ocean is also influenced by the strong support from the National Tsunami Ready Board. So far, there are 3 countries who already implemented this National Tsunami Ready Board. It is Indonesia, India, and Seychelles. And hopefully, there are many National Tsunami Ready Boards coming from other member states. And we also identify the Tsunami Ready focal point. It could be coming from the National Tsunami Ready Boards or other institution, but this Tsunami Ready focal point has a role to communicate any updated information related to the Tsunami Ready in the Indian Ocean. So this is the last meeting of the Tsunami Ready focal point in the Indian Ocean. Currently, we already have 19 National Tsunami Ready focal point from 27 member states. And the last slide of my presentation is the challenges of the implementation of the tsunami-ready in the Indian Ocean. Again, less participant of the implementation of tsunami-ready. I already mentioned that only two countries who already implement the tsunami-ready in the Indian Ocean, and limited resources related to human resources. We still need many facilitators and verify the tsunami-ready process. And the other things is always less awareness, because many of the country in the Indian Ocean not really aware with the tsunami issue. Then they didn't put this issue in as a priority policy. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sushi. So, interesting presentation. Again, it seems good progress, even if there are challenges. 50% total tsunami ready, and also the distribution is a key issue, challenge. But then we can see the progress moving towards small island developing states, Seychelles, and Maldives. So with that, I will open the floor to questions. Okay.
Very much. And this is actually not my question. I have a colleague from who is standing streaming and asked the question, so I'm just asking for his question. So the question is, and this is from Dr. Mohtari, to let you know, what is the role of schools during the Tsunami Ready program, and which is how actually to bring into the actions in terms of the role that the schools can play during this Tsunami Ready program. So that's a question from Dr. Mohtari. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think when we try to implement the Tsunami Ready in a community, so all the society living in this community should also be implemented, also implementing this Tsunami Ready program. So for school, we, at least for Indonesia, when we implement this Tsunami Ready for a village, we also come to the school to what is it? To develop their capacity, the school capacity. Student also here has to understand how to prepare with the tsunami, and then we are hoping that this student could also be agent of the Tsunami Ready. They can also inform to our family and their friends to also have ability to how to evacuate, how to do the self-evacuation. I think maybe that's a short answer from me.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Bu Suci. It's very expansive from the Indian Ocean experience, especially when you not only covering the Tsunami Ready community, but also you upscale with the collaboration through Tsunami National Focal Point, right? So maybe I would like to have a question, Tsunami Ready Focal Point, to discuss about how we can 100% risk, target is part of through this Tsunami Ready. I know we have equivalency, we have a lot of things, but at least the power that developed through this National Tsunami Ready Focal Point will be great. Compared to National Tsunami Ready is still small, but the focal point exists. That was one thing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Hargunti, for your suggestion. Indeed, we have every working group 3 meeting, we always invite the Tsunami Ready Focal Point and asking for the progress and plan of Tsunami Ready. So we always ask the plan to be implemented this program.
Thank you very much. I would like to stop here. Before I move on, because you mentioned about critical infrastructures, guidelines. Yesterday we spoke about biosphere World Heritage Site, resilience value to tsunami ready. So critical infrastructure will be additional component. Again, this is to continue to discuss. But one thing you mentioned, the Bender Aceh statement, probably partners are thinking about it. Impact is not obvious, but we need to continue. We have partners joining us, the seed session this afternoon to explore this regarding. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the next presentation will be done for Niam region. It will be a bit focused in Turkey. So it's tsunami ready in and Izmir, Turkey. It will be a pre-recorded presentation prepared by Didam Kambaz and Professor Ahmed Sine. This is part of the Postwave project. Thank you.
Welcome to the first conference of the Ocean Education Network. This presentation is prepared today from Middle East and observatory earthquake. We will be presenting tsunami studies conducted in Istanbul and Hello, welcome to the conference of the Ocean Decay Tsunami Program. This presentation is together with Professor Ahmet Cevdet from Middle East Technical University, Metro, and me, Musavver Kambaz, from Kandilli Observatory and Earthquake Institute, Korea. We will be studies conducted in Büyükçekmece, Istanbul, and Seferihisar, Izmir, Turkey, within the Northeast Atlantic Mediterranean connected seas region. After the establishment of the tsunami early warning and mitigation system in the Northeast Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and connected seas, ICG, Query became operational as a National Warning Center and TWC for Turkey 2000. Since that time, Query has disseminated 51 tsunami messages within its monitoring area, including information, 11 advisory, 6 messages. The tsunami risk in Turkey is not only limited to Aegean Mediterranean, but goes to Marmara and Black Seas. Since that time, several risk mitigation projects, such as last Postwave, have been carried out collaboratively in Turkey by Query and Metro, under the coordination of UNESCO IOC and with the funding from the European Commission. On the 1st of July 2018, an earthquake with magnitude 6.6 struck coast Greece and Bodrum, Turkey, generating a tsunami. This event and the trigger tsunami was an alert to improve the efficiency of tsunami early warning system in Niam region. Following this event, DGA decided to fund Tsunami Last Mile project, which aimed to establish pilot cities equipped with harmonized technological tools to provide early warning to the population. The Last Mile project was initiated in through the collaboration of query and a significant milestone in Turkey's tsunami risk mitigation was the launch of the Causeway project designed to implement the UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready Recognition Program. Under the coordination of IOC Tsunami Resilience Section, 7 countries began working towards tsunami ready recognition in their pilot districts. In Turkey, Korea and METÜ selected Büyükçekmece, Istanbul as the pilot district for the Causeway project. The project was implemented with the participation of multiple stakeholders at local, provincial, and national levels. Even after the devastating February 6, 2012 earthquake sequences in eastern Turkey from the National Security, but Koyeri, METÜ, Metropolitan Municipality, and Büyükçekmece Municipality, and else continue to work to achieve the project objectives. Within the project framework, 12 indicators covering assessment, preparedness, and response components of the Tsunami Ready program were applied in Büyükçekmece. For the assessment stage, has been designed through close collaboration between METÜ and Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. The population at risk within the tsunami hazard zone and the economic, infrastructural, and social resources were identified. Institutions tsunami ready implementation in Büyükçekmece include Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality and Istanbul AFAD at the provincial level and Büyükçekmece Municipality at the local level. In the preparedness phase, tsunami evacuation maps were prepared by METÜ and approved by INCOIS. Tsunami signature and evacuation boards were designed jointly by IMM, Query, and METÜ in accordance with ISO standards and installed throughout Büyükçekmece coast, including 59 evacuation road signs, 27 safe zone signs, and 31 information boards, 117 in total, with precious efforts of IMM. Many problems solved with collaboration of IMM, AME, Directorate General of Transportation and Coordination, during the installation of tsunami signature and boards. Tsunami risk analysis and action plan documents were shared publicly at the official website of the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. The direct these documents were provided by the municipality. Several flyers and brochures were disseminated to the public, including these maps, tsunami signatures, and QR codes. Numerous tsunami awareness meetings were organized with stakeholders at various levels. Outreach and educational materials were distributed to the public during the 5th of November, World Tsunami Awareness Day. It was performed for primary, middle, and high school. Tsunami awareness and preparedness has also been incorporated into the school education programs organized by ISTAFAT and the Büyükçekmece Municipality. Outreach and educational materials were tailored for different target groups in different levels of schools, primary to high. A community tsunami drill exercise was conducted in This first tsunami drill in Turkey was organized with the participation of 20 institutions in local and national level. Community tsunami drill exercise was coordinated by Query with collaboration of several institutions. Earthquake Center was prepared with the efforts of METÜ and University. Tsunami was prepared with the Municipality and Istanbul. IOC and European Commission GRC officers were invited as the observers of the and tsunami performed with a number of participants from various stakeholders. After the drill, all participating stakeholders, this provides invaluable opportunity to evaluate and discuss the outcome of the exercise. In addition, a table of exercise and workshops were organized with institutions from various levels. These activities final response to tsunami ready indicators aiming at coordination process from the public. Of these efforts, 12 systems of municipality along the Büyükçekmece coastline were tested on several occasions to their functionality and effectiveness in the tsunami alert situations. During the implementation of the project, National Tsunami Report and the Tsunami Committee for Büyükçekmece was established according to directions in the standard guidelines for the Tsunami Ready Recovery Program, MG74. National Tsunami Report consists of members from disaster management authorities, early warning and research institutions, and Tsunami Ready local committees, the local officers of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, Büyükçekmece Municipality, and as a result, it became the first tsunami ready Turkey and the second following France. The community was officially recognized by UNESCO and they received its tsunami ready certificate on the 15th of 2024. Earthquake in the Aegean Sea with magnitude 7, the turning for tsunami hazard awareness in Turkey. The earthquake caused 16 fatalities and left 1,632 injured in Turkey and Samos. One person got drowned in the advancing tsunami in the district of Seferihisar. A analysis of the cause, highest impact with one causality and several injured people, significant damage and extensive property loss in Teos Marina and Kaleiçi region. Maximum tsunami height was 2.3 meters. Maximum inundation was 415 meters. Building on the experience gained in Büyükçekmece, we propose Seferihisar as the pilot district for Causeway Phase 2 project to prepare it as next tsunami-ready community in Turkey. The 2020 event generated a tsunami that caused major effects in Sacit and Akarca areas of Seferihisar district, Izmir. Critical tsunami scenarios for Seferihisar have been identified through fault zone analysis, supported by high-resolution modeling and database and preliminary simulations. Collaboration with Izmir Metropolitan Municipality, Izmir AFAD and Seferihisar Municipality is ongoing to fulfill the tsunami-ready requirements. We hope that all of these experiences and achievements will guide future tsunami preparedness. I would like to thank the Professor Ahmet Cevdet Yalçıner for his valuable comments during the preparation of this presentation. And I would like to thank you for your time and attention.
So, thank you very much to Didam and Professor Yalçıner. I hope we are following this online. Of course, we cannot ask questions to them, but if you have one, you can answer. If not, I have also my colleague, Marius, will try to answer the question if there are deep, burning questions. But as you saw, there was significant tsunami in 2020, impacted this place called Izmir. I would like to highlight the case of Turkey. There's very good collaboration, or we are trying to compared to what before. So, presentation.
To all of you from, my name is Harald, and I'm sure many of you might be. I cannot join you in person, but prepared by 2030. In the my experience, more than 20 years around community preparedness, I have published a discussion paper earlier this year, making the support mechanism as an addition to Ready recognition program. To introduce it into key. First, challenge goal is you. It requires by a really. This needs motivation and ownership in each of them. Secondly, my experience shows that community always will need, be it technical, often also access to funds. And third, the local tsunami risk is a key requirement, not activities, but also to raise the motivation to. Message 4 makes the tsunami support program communities accompany them on their way to tsunami. Such support must be while keeping it affordable, which in my eyes would be best achieved by a well-designed, coordinated effort between national and international actors. If you are interested in the full paper, it's available on the web. Thanks for your attention and wish you all a productive meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's an important course. This will be important for the announcement. We have partners to discuss about this. So, time we continue from Professor, and this one on tsunami resilient critical infrastructure.
Again, thank you very much. I would like to update what has been done with everywhere. Tsunami resilient critical infrastructure. Partner like to play with, so actually about. So actually the rationale of the project itself that we need to strengthen retrofitting and monitoring of critical infrastructure risk. Talking this, so that Ibu mentioned about how she developed on the critical tsunami ready tsunami infrastructure. So tsunami ready critical infrastructure actually from this case, and then consider challenges of different infrastructure and national control and constructing scenario to model independent and co-design the most stakeholder, the end user, and then case of India, Seychelles, Sri Lanka, and Timor-Leste. But here is the goal that I'd like to share, that develop and promote, like I mentioned before, the state-of-the-art risk assessment guideline for existing new critical infrastructure and warning and mitigation system. So basically, this is a plan of 3 until then we try. So at the beginning, now we still don't have like real funding, but we have our previous work, and also we have small funding. Here we have, I put on the right one, identify preliminary, and up the draft that Suchi just shared on the guideline of the tsunami ready for critical infrastructure of the level 1 and level 2 mitigation principle, because like I mentioned in the opening yesterday, that the important here to protect for the resilient village or resilient for structure sustain system. So this is like basically, and then on the year 2 until year 4, we try to go from the country to country for the next year, and then we co-design of the program itself based on this specific country. So the enhanced risk assessment guidance, capacity, and then intersectoral coordination and partnership, and then strengthen the program of tsunami ready program. So what I would here talking about the adapt and modified existing standard to start that, I will take a look. Engineering Tsunami Ready that Suchi just presented. From the engineering side, from the perspective of the building aspect, how we can have the building should be aerodynamic, and then how high is the building side. The first floor should be open, so this can be implemented. This is most important. The second part here is the structural design. Sometimes people forget about the importance of the strength of the building. We need to categorize, usually for the earthquake-prone zone, we just categorize looking at the into only gravitation load, seismic load, and wind load. But for the critical infrastructure, it is tsunami load. What is it? Civil engineering background would love this one. Tsunami load actually into 8 forces, starting from hydrodynamic, and then hydrostatic, buoyancy, wave, uplift, gravitational load, additional gravitational load due to the water retained, and then impact force. It's quite a lot. That's why if you're talking critical infrastructure, number one, that the building should be sustained. So this is kind of thing that we need to categorize. This is not discouraging, but we don't want to put people into more risk, put people to go to this area and forget that this building has not been looking at this position. And then the second one is the ductility aspect, because this is very important. Just if you are interested, we still have in the Bahasa, the guideline, but hopefully I was asking Pardito many times that we can translate into English. Anyway, the second issue here that we need also, if we need to design everything looking at this standard, is very costly. So we have to be wise. For example, in Yogyakarta International Airport, I was asked actually, we come to them and then give advice on the design. So approach of level 2 mitigation. So level 1 is there is no way that the part of the building, terminal building, should be sustained. Sustained meaning that they have to accommodate with this magnitude maximum, and then categorize everything. So the power of the, the of the airport can still function. We are learning. So this is important that they can have swift recovery in hours. So the function of the airport can be back. And then level 2, this is the second one, is saving the people is the more important. So that's why we can have this and can minimize the budget. I remember during the during the construction, because we are using fast track program for Yogyakarta Airport, the investor is the government itself, is complaining, why should we budget? Remember that the and the Minister of the Transportation, Yogyakarta is a initiative that we can sustain and resilient to what any disaster. Then coming, Ibu Suci come from the other side. So this is very important that we are talking from both sides, from the hard side, also from the soft side. The second one is like Suci already mentioned, so I just give the highlight. We need also to adapt this, like the hard and so thank you, Ibu Suci. I just give this mention. And then propose into the action recommendation. So the first is experience on the real estate. So it's very tough. The estate of the high content chemical industry, and then hard electric. And then you can see we have multi-hazard risk scenario, because the cascading risk in the area is very hard. Tsunami can induce the technological failure and what you call this industrial failure in the radioactive. You know why? Always calculate the number of radioactive that can be exposed. Tsunami occurs. And then during that time, you remember this is 2007. And then most of us, during 2011 tsunami, what gonna happen? So this dreaming, and then actually occurred in Japan. Then you can see the location here. The area is near the Sunda Strait, and there is Krakatau also, but we didn't consider the Krakatau eruption. We just consider Sunda Strait megatrust. And then this is situation to develop how we can can have SOP on the and SOP on the industry zone-wide. And here, like, we need to test. So this is the, could you imagine this tsunami 2007 book? But if this has happened, Lito was there, and then we have, then actually will join us, and during that, and then all of these industrial people, because it's huge industrial estate. I'm glad that Suchi in depth on the tsunami perspective. And you can see here how we decontamination, we nuclear, biological, and chemical journey from the earth. And then the third one here is we have tsunami ready hotel from Bali. And this is important because exactly than 4 days. They are happy to participate in any tsunami drill. So this has been conducted. Then here, and then if they stay in the tsunami ready hotel with the brand, they're happy to come back. If not, they just think twice because they know body is exposed to tsunami. So learning from that, we identify my colleagues from ITB that we identify how we can contribute risk assessment, especially for critical infrastructure from the nuclear. So this is speed hexapon. And then actually we look at the experiment nuclear power record, which is planning to have 3 mega. And then we know this the scenario that they look at the, for example, source chemical refinery because from Cilegon, excavation, try to environment, and then here like sources, they have a lot of sources. So also assist screening area, the existence nuclear. So there are a lot of sources. Like Indonesia now try to come of one of the movement that. Thank you very much.
Interesting topic. Any questions? Doreen from Seychelles.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's a very nice presentation. Yeah. So I have like 2 questions. The first one is about the critical infrastructures we're talking about. From what I know is that in most of small islands, developing states, most of the critical infrastructures are just a few meters from the coastline. So what I think it's a matter of having also available funds to have such structures in place. So in a situation where you don't have funds, what other solutions are in place for that? Okay. And then my second question is that this is a presentation with a lot of information that can be very useful from right now as we're speaking, because there are several projects ongoing in different countries, activities. How do we use information to make sure it can be utilized and forward? Yeah, thank
you. Okay, thank you. So I was like, the initiative that we need to gather more fund. That's why the design of our sustain project from those 5 countries, that we need to work together with the, we need to have the co-design, because the priority of the infrastructure, critical infrastructure, will be different from country to country. Maybe like if you could priority and then work together, we can make risk assessment, we make a guide, and how we implement. I know people will be away because, but we need to collaborate with the partner. Partner only the government, but we have pentahelix. Who is pentahelix? The government, the industry, or the business entity, and then the community, as well the academia and the NGO. So we can work together for every state or every member. A component of pentahelix, and we meet creation. And then we have and the guide there how we can on the priority country. This is the most important point. We cannot make a standard. We have to give guest example, put the priority, and we try to work on the how to find the funding sources for each country. Yeah. And then promoting, I'm happy to share whatever I have. And then we have a link and we have with this communication. Then hopefully that we can work more on hands starting next year. So this year is just preliminary work, identify what we have, and then how we can look forward.
Thank you very much. One last question.
From Tammy? Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kunti. It's an exciting presentation. I quite like how you have brought in level 1, level 2 engineering design criteria. You know, we often consider critical sector obviously as critical, but when you frame it in this way, you do have multiple purpose. One is to, you know, stay resilient, continue to use to help fuel recovery, and then 2, save lives. And I think we need to put more emphasis on what role critical infrastructure can play in saving lives in our communities as one of those resources. But my question is, how did you go about engaging with these private sector, these big industrial partners to even talk to you about tsunami readiness? I can imagine that would have been challenging.
Industry actually, I get experience back 2007. The first resistance come from the big chemical industry, because they try to hide what they have. But we have partner from the nuclear monitoring, monitoring agency, that we work together, what we call BAPETEN. We identify a lot of, most of the chemical industry, they're using radioactive to measure. And if we accumulate from those regions in zone 1 of Cilegon, actually this can be the same power of, we have nuclear power plant. That's why we encourage them to talk with them. So we have to talk through many small focus group discussion. There are 4 zones in Cilegon, if I can. So we can make it one big meeting with different type of the industry. We talk together. Before you know, they're proud. We already have the emergency response plan. Why should we bother with tsunami? And we kept asking whether they are ready. If there's earthquake, there is tsunami. And Sunda Street just in front of their backyard. And then this is a lot of issue that we need to discuss. So actually, working closely, discuss one of the solutions. Then trusting is important, yeah. That's why the president would like to come, because we can build this togetherness with the most important industrial estate zone, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I think the main message is building relationships. It's about trust. Last question, Usama.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. Just out of curiosity, tsunami comes with lots of energy, right? So are you aware of any structure that actually makes use of some? For example, I can think of a very simple structure that could hydraulically move up, which could help also people like, but they don't need to climb. Are you aware of any such infrastructures?
Okay, thank you, Usama. Based on my experience so far in Indonesia, because we are very close to the sources, so it's impossible, because if you have hydraulic, you need the electricity. Based on the, and then sometimes the earthquake come and destroy all the power plant.
Hydraulics, what I meant is from the tsunami itself, so make use of the energy from the tsunami itself, so you don't need
that's great idea.
Actually, because of the lack of resources, you can make use of that energy.
Yeah, it's good input. We have to think, we can collaborate to have in-depth research for that, because you know, I've been doing also for the Indonesian energy transition. We're just talking from the wave energy, but still very costly, and then, but Indonesia a lot of water, so we can accommodate also, not only the wave, but also for tsunami. But I don't know how to, beforehand we have to have the structure very, very strong, because otherwise it will be destroyed by tsunami. So yeah, thank you. Maybe
thank you, Professor Kunti. Thank you very much. So actually I just would like to say that we formally close session 2. And then we'll move to session 3. Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite Tiziano Boniface to facilitate our moderator, Denise. tools and instruments to support ODTP implementation. For this session, Sunanda Manila will be the moderator. She is a scientist at INCOIS. She has involved in tsunami early warning services about 18 years. She was expertise in GNSS station establishment and utilization of the data for tsunami early warning. I would like to invite her to the stage.
Thank you. So we are going to discuss instruments to support ODTP implementation, and these are required for like how into actionable items. And I now invite Auditorium for Tsunami Ready Toolkit presentation.
Thank you very much, Sunanda. Good morning, everyone. So, sharing about the update and progress of the Tsunami Ready Toolkit. So, in the Taos Working Group 17th, the Tsunami Information Centers was trying to lead the development to help member states in terms of implementing the tsunami. This is something that, Dr. Laura Kong from ITIC, from ITIC, Dennis also, and Daria and myself working in terms of identifying that can help the member state. So let me see if it works. Okay. So category. So this is the definitions manual, and there are a number of guides that have been developed by UC that can actually help member states or community to actually work in implementing the Tsunami Ready. So we have the Manual and Guide 74, which is specifically about the 12 indicators of the Tsunami Ready, and there are a number of other manual, for example, to the so the SOPs as well as the planned. These are manual and guides which is available and can be downloaded from the UNESCO website. And then based on that, based on the several experience that has been mentioned in the previous presentations, there are other manual tools that we can use. So one which is have been asked many times is about the definition of community in terms of Tsunami Ready. So, and in the manual and guide, basically, member states can decide on what levels of communities that they would like to implement the Tsunami Ready, either the whole state, like many in small islands, developing states, that the whole nations becomes Tsunami Ready, or there are on the different levels until a village level. So there are a kind of guidelines that was developed, and I think this is something that we can discuss further in consideration of time and all of this is an annex to the Manual and Guide 74. Updating the Tsunami Ready application forms. There are not too much difference than the one which is already in the Manual and Guide, but some more well structured of the application form. Submission procedures. Dr. Suchi, the submission procedures. We are now developing an automated submission procedures where communities or the NTRBs can actually upload their documents directly automated, and this will actually help in terms of reducing the time, making sure that the naming is correct. So we already have developed the file name types, which is data it's always going back and forth in terms of, because the naming of the file is not correct, so it's difficult for us. With these automated tools, hopefully these hurdles will be handled. And also we discussed the renewal procedure, which is basically will be the same applying for a new procedure. So in number 2, we inform also will be updating the renewal form. Oops, what's happened? In terms of samples of letter dates, so asking about implement, or they going to report Tsunami Ready national board has been established, how actually UNESCO IOC acknowledgement, recognition, certificate names, and so forth. So this is also, we could be of this manual 74. We also updated the recognition site, as well as recognition ceremony, so this will know a well standard of the ICs. So you can see there is a different type of Tsunami Ready recognition, because looking at the variables, there are more than 6 variables that communities have in terms of types of the guidance. So we make it more generic, which is applied to the difference only that some countries have a regulation that the sign needs to be, or the sign needs to be square, or the sign needs to be horizontal, and so forth. So that is, and also in terms of the recognition for the appreciation, now standard throughout all the region. Of course, will be who will be signing the self-paced training program of the Ocean Teacher Academy. There are 2 training tools that can be used. One is the tsunami awareness. It is about 6 hours training, consisting of the basic of tsunami warning system, tsunami ready preparedness, pre-test and post-test, and so forth. So this is a tool that has been developed, and it's readily online. And this is basically, if you would like to take the second course, also already available online, which is the self-paced for the Tsunami Ready recognition program, about 2 or 3. And there are 3 about Tsunami Ready background, implementation process, and indicator. So there are can be used by the communities to understand as well as to Tsunami Ready. Training courses are now also becomes prerequisites if you are to attend trainings that is temp, for example, by SOPs, and so by attending this, you can actually apply to attend these other trainings that we do for, which is mostly activity. The next tools that we do, tools, which is there is a series of Tsunami posters available in or electronic format. There is information ready in the different regions in Pacific, India, as well as the that can be used. And this is also help of communicating with people, as well as promoting to implement tsunami readies in the countries. Another awareness education tools that is in terms of videos and animated videos telling the story of a village in getting tsunami ready indicators. There is about 14 of the 12 indicators. Of series of very short videos developed for the World Tsunami Awareness Days that also will be helps creating awareness of actually tsunami ready implementation is. Last, related to the tools, we also have board games. One way in terms about the indicators, the 12 has the processes of the capacity of these 12 indicators that you will need resource, need a strategy, and so on. Two, one is the tsunami, which focuses on ready. The other is the Runami, which is and real. There are also a number of assessment tools. I think Jutta mentioned the capacity to implement tsunami ready indicators. This is something that has been implemented assessment in Indian Ocean as well as in Caribbean. Developed implementation feedback of the tsunami ready has been. There is a part of this assessment. Indian Ocean are developing an assessment tools on the impact of the already recognition the milestone, but then we need to also actually the impact they receive this and also poster presentations in the ITS. So if you are still in the ITS, if you know more about these assessment tools on the impact of the tsunami recognition, nice communities, please poster session. So that's I think my for assessment a number of tools. It's the tsunami and then they will provide you with how to actually use this. Thank you. I hope I'm.
Yes. So, no questions on this?
Thank you. I know that you're gonna share in ITS. My question here is still like community if of the impact assessment is not good, for example, for the recognized of community. So what you gonna do if you still have time? For example, you said some maybe we renew next year or not. This you're gonna do with the of the how you gonna the impact
the impact assessment tools we are to good or bad actually continuing challenges that they have after. This will actually help in be addressed developing the indicators, or this is something that have to as well as looking or this in terms of but try to identify challenges, what are and what is of course the how actually the tsunami ready can help help. For example, there are assessment in looking into whether there is an increase of budget after getting recognition, what actually they are using, or if there is an change of policy at the village level, or for the structure disaster management is a challenge. So and this we ask the questions to the head of the village. We ask the question, and also we ask the community itself. So we also identify health indicators into who fails, continuing challenges, and also hopefully success that will actually help to defeat success.
congratulate all of your hard work in the past, I would say. Very, Ibu Harkun mentioned, if there is to be a tsunami in the future, how would the assessment tool national tsunami will the resources for clients, for example, to and use the assessment tool to see failure in or exercise?
Yes. Our tsunami ready, we have a disclaimer that being tsunami ready doesn't actually mean that the community or being tsunami ready is just mentioning that they maintain a that can help in terms of respond to this event. Of course, when they implemented the tsunami ready, they have already a kind of data or when there is an affected community, look into. I think the post-tsunami surveys, I don't think they integrated tsunami ready. We can also work in terms of making if there is it can also be added. This impact can also be taken in tsunami, and also can also become the basis of years or after 3 years being recognized, what actually happened. The recognition program. So questions aligned with this. My work, it is a teamwork. So with Dennis, with Laura Kong, of course. So this is input in this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adito.
Yeah.
I had one question, but keeping the timeline to be careful, but just congratulating you for all this hard documentation. You and I know how much it is so to put together documents, the pain we had gone through. So I'm very happy with the automated tool. I think ODTP 2030 and we also this toolkit should be not only ready, how Zuta was mentioning that programs, maybe we also have to for future implementations.
Yes, remind me. I think the next all these the tools in English and in several, but one of our escape I am looking for manual and guides to national language, to see as well as to, and actually that the increase the interest because they understand more about what is so I think we have this in some languages. It's important to actually translate to extent, and that can actually also motivate. And this is something that we did with the and from really mentions that it interest into local language or national to actually push these tools.
So we'll can presentation training capacity development.
Thank you. So again, this is the work of Kong and Laura and I compiled this is all of the work Tsunami Information to update the process of the capacity in support of ODTP. So I'm just going to list several different of support ODTP. I will be focusing more on which is the category 2 center, specialized training center, which is ethic as well as under PG. Go through that. I think in terms of capacity buildings, most the Tsunami Information have been implementing things in terms of the member states. Most of this the Tsunami Ready. So we have training for tsunami early and emergency response, which is more of regional activities in the different regions to support the member states in developing the SOPs. The NTWCs as well as some and so forth. Second, tsunami evacuation procedures, which takes this. We just also received place here where actually provide the attempt to also include for MOs, several participants as well, and then ready recognition programs, trainings that is organized by the TICs have actually been working in terms of building capacities to implement. Second, project activities, and the project activities actually also the implementation of the tsunami. There are many different in the different regions that have in UNESCAP. This is in Indian Ocean. We actually this project in until they're actually going to be able to. That's something implementing in phase 3. Coast wave that then is also working on each of the indicators that actually the recognition of several under the region. We are going to implement first focusing on actually programs, and I think part of disaster response is also working. Tsunami Ready implementation is being developed in Caribbean as countries in Pacific, so it is national activity, but again focusing on the in the Costa Rica, which is focused, which is basically also on the Tsunami Ready, and also the ITIC BMK national tsunami ready programs in several of the SITs in Indian Ocean. So there are these activities. Is again to briefly mention about ocean global economy. This is a self two programs on tsunami ready, and this is also capacity buildings that running to the community. And this is again free. You can take, but also taking as a it's before attending workshops, also before attending more in trainings activities. In consideration to develop the tsunami ready. On the capacity building, we are here in INCOIS, where this ocean, the international geography. It a more wide support in terms of the building for really with end decade. So they are specifically ODTP, but also wider ocean activity. But also focusing so just which is the tsunami that I've mentioned. This year, Hyderabad is a two choice and ITCO the training, and we have participants from various, and also this is we work with under project UNSCAP together, and there are other trainings. There are more than 3 trainings that are implemented from supporting the TDP. So the second one is it's going to be a training called operators on early warning system of tsunamis. This is more on the job that participants will be attending in ITCO. So again, Category 2 centers is providing capacity development for the member states actually. And for the, I think for these on-the-job trainings activities, it is something that member states can actually approach this or INCOIS on actually helping to actually do trainings in the tsunami system. The second is the STC, of ODGA is basically one of the and implementing the international tsunami training. Basically also activities end-to-end from the understanding the tsunami modeling, understanding how the tsunami modeling related to the waters, as well as developing the emergency response, also include actually conducted exercise. It was interesting trainings in 2023, and it's from to Chile, hosted by OA, and 24 it's in Shoa in Chile, also another 2-week training, international from Pacific, also open from other. And 5, it is actually recently on trainings and engage with participants from Caribbean as well as from the Pacific. It was very interesting things. I was attending these trainings 2023 and 2024, and you can see actually how actually it evolves in terms of programs, in terms of activities and so on. I believe next year is the Showa. So that's basically the activities under the STC, the training centers of ITIC in Hawaii. And then also I think PTWS is developing this NTW training under pilot, but also some in terms of to have a standard minimum for their operation officers. It will be still under development. It will be piloted in hopefully in 2026, and it will be a combination online trainings, self-paced, and comes into hybrid and to in-person activities. So again, this is something that keep an eye on when it starts to be implemented. Hopefully, it can also then spread out to the other region. Special training center within the under the actually helping ODTP is special in BMKG in Indonesia, and they are already support It is an international training supporting the tsunami preparedness that leads ready. So they have training since 2000 and most is in July 2025. It's basically in person as well as in online mechanics. The BMKG also provide and mostly participants participating on this on-the-job trainings, and it has been since 2020. The most recent one is in November. Again, this is something that you can actually contact INCOIS to have this on trainings to help them in terms of trainings that are for the tsunami early warning. So there are the few of the capacity developments, programs, activities that can help in achieving. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Paddy. Just keep on crossing the tea time. So I would two questions, and then I see so only one more question.
I wanted a little slow today, so I wanted to react to the question of about the how to evaluate the event. That's the question. That are related to this is the ITTS, the International Tsunami Team. ITS. So that's is one tool that is in the last part. There's a list of factors that could be used to evaluate the part of tsunami in a given community or area. No details, but just recommendations on ethics of performing that kind of search after dramatic event. And the other tool that we have is the event assessment, that is immediately after an event reaches more than in at least 2 countries. That's the criteria to launch the event assessment. It's a formal thing that's sent to members, and I just checked Professor Gusiakov a report that contains one element that is the level of community awareness and the level of community preparedness from 0. Maybe we could. Tsunami Ready is a programmatic thing. ST is a thing. I suggest the post-event assessment that is more programmatic. And we, the level of community awareness, we put level 4. The community was recognized Tsunami Ready. And in that case, and how the indicators to you the elements. That could be a tool. Could perhaps target within the task team on tsunami disaster and preparedness, adapting the next. That version is from 2014. So it's time to including on specifically preparedness. Yeah.
Much, Ardito, for sharing this wonderful work that the team has been doing to from the early community. I have a question. Teacher Global Academy. Like who are target or who's the audience, and then whether which languages and expected outcome after completing this academy. The reason why questions is because from UNDP, most communities, and we have I believe that like that you have done, the team has done, could also complement. For instance, like would often receive questions from agencies that materials, online materials that they can use that is self-paced. So I would love to hear more. Thank you.
So we have two of these online trainings, which is we are talking about tsunamis and so forth, and the second tsunami warning system and tsunami preparedness. But it's not specific for example, for the warning center. So can but materials. This is if you are to take this to this is also maybe in frameworks we can also talk a good online. And then the Tsunami Ready is basically also a more about tsunami to implement Tsunami Ready, to disaster worker who what is how to implement Ready and so forth. So it is only available. The language is in English. It takes 6 hours, about 3 hours, self-paced, so you can continue and so forth. So that's also possible. Yeah, and then we actually take these 2 courses becomes our when they like the temp. They have already a good background of tsunami awareness. Yeah.
And as in for all the work that my question is on the tsunami ready communities and your experience or experience of other practitioners on having examples of community becoming more complacent. They have received the tsunami certificate. If you have such experience, any good practices that incentivize the community to maintain that commitment of years when maybe we know
like complacent.
So you know, complacent in terms of maybe conduct drills or taking the whole exercise seriously, maintaining that readiness and not letting it recede distant memories once it has, or once the readiness has been determined. Thank you.
Yeah, other ready recognition is only giving for years, and there are a requirement for them to do activities annually. So, for example, they are to do exercise at least twice every 2 years. But then they mostly tsunami ready that we are doing, they do exercise almost yearly. They are required to do outreach activities per year, and that's the requirement for them. And in Indian Ocean, we actually requested them to provide annual report of their activities, and So this basically monitor. So like in Indian Oceans, there are requests, and it's just a simple report of what is their activities related to each of the indicators. And if they actually provide this report annually, then it is continuing the activities. There is a effort in terms of maintaining this level of preparedness. And then that will be a consideration when they are requested for a renewal of the recognition. In terms of lesson learned, and maybe Caribbean, Sylvia helps, and Pacific, maybe Jutta can help. But from Indian Ocean, I think there are a lot of interest. For example, they have being recognized, they are able to leverage these recognitions to actually collaborate with different organizations. For example, with the hotels in Tanjung Benoa, they become interested to work with the communities. They have in Padang areas, they work with private sectors to help to develop new evacuation systems. So a lot of things that this community were able to actually leverage these recognitions that they have. In Panggarang, there is a number of universities that actually interested to work with them. So that's sort of things also helps in terms of maintenance. Of course, the success stories, but there are also stories where they face challenges because maybe the location is too remote, access and so forth. But yeah, that's basically how. And hopefully this annual reporting, hopefully this annual activities that they are required to do after being recognized can help in terms of maintaining this level of preparedness. I don't know, maybe Pacifics or Caribbeans, you have other examples that you would like to share, or maybe the time is I'm not the moderator, you are the moderator.
Thank you, Pushpa. And thank you so much for this active participation. So the tea time has crossed, but the delay is on you because you are so active here. So
you don't want to be blamed.
Yes. And thank you so much for that active participation to see that. Now we'll break for tea and we'll be back by 11:45. So 15 minutes from now.
Check.
So we are going to start the session now. So this is a pre-recorded video from Shunichi Koshimura-san.
Professor at Tohoku University, Japan, and working as a CTO of Tohoku University-based startup RTI-CAST. We are the unique private-based tsunami provider. Is based on the experiences and the lessons we had in the catastrophe in 2011 that caused more than 18,000 fatalities, up to about 3% of the population in the tsunami inundation zone. Based on the lessons, what we are really concerned about is the tsunami information for resilience. First, let me go with the standard tsunami warning messages provided by tsunami warning organizations. I think this is a general kind of information. Major tsunami warning, and tsunami based on the of with pre-computed model database. Again, these messages are based on rapid estimation of coastal tsunami height. My point is there is no focused information. That is what we are doing. TsunamiCast in Japan is a fully SS-based tsunami inundation forecast by running Tohoku University's tsunami inundation code with supercomputing capability. On the right-hand side, we are using GNSS data of the coastal movement to determine the fault rupture model. Then we are using the fault rupture model inundation simulation. That is on the left to acquire the estimation of tsunami inundation. So we are doing this in real time with a supercomputer in Tohoku University. This is TsunamiCast in Japan. The inundation forecast facility is supporting disaster resilience. That means to reduce losses and recover quickly. Tsunami provides information on how extensively, how many people, how many structures and infrastructures are damaged, how extensive disaster relief activities should be deployed, and how much losses are. I think all of you will agree with this. Those are very critical information for the first responders in the aftermath of the tsunami event occurs. Now, our system is almost fully nationwide in Japan. Our main customers are the Cabinet Office of Japan, the central government, and provincial governments. TsunamiCast in 2018, they then have been expanding our testing area. Let me show you how fast this simulation is. I'm showing the performance of TsunamiCast for diverse users using the forms of the high-performance computing. The inundation model is based on the nonlinear theory with 10-meter grid resolution. These bars are showing the time to complete the forecast for next 6 hours with 10-meter grid resolution. Our supercomputer has the performance to complete the simulation within a couple of minutes. Using GPU clusters of NVIDIA show the same performance. That is finishing the computation within 4 to 6 minutes. This means that TsunamiCast capability can be expanded to GPU computing platforms in both the cloud system and on-premises server. This makes it possible to transfer TsunamiCast to the world. Show you TsunamiCast products. Tsunami arrival inland penetration. I think this is very critical for evacuation planning to show which part of will be inundated. Expect Next is inundation depth with the extent of inundation and can add their own data. This example to add critical facilities of vertical evacuation shelter. They're concerned about how each of the vertical evacuation facilities will be. Then we apply the tsunami fragility curves to quantitatively estimate the and also expose populations. Those are the standards product. Now, how we expand TsunamiCast capability towards the global real-time impact. There are three functionalities to be integrated. First is rapid determination of tsunami source model. This can be made through the collaboration with the seismic monitoring organizations in the user countries. We propose two kinds of computing platforms of cloud computing system and on-premise computing capabilities. The new partnership between Tohoku University. Also, the system can be developed as on-premises GPU servers. The last one is the web-based mapping so that the users get an easy access to the mapping products. TsunamiCast facility has a great advantage of running tsunami inundation model very quickly. This means it can be used for pre-event risk analysis. One example is generating stochastic inundation maps with thousands of rupture scenarios. This is the animation of running 3,000 of potential Cascadia rupture scenarios using TsunamiCast facilities funded by NASA Disaster Program. Through expanding TsunamiCast, we aim to contribute to achieving the global of tsunami and warnings for all, working with the partners to prepare high-resolution bathymetry. We're providing forecast products for Tsunami Ready, producing the tsunami hazard assessment, tsunami evacuation plan, emergency response plan. For the early warnings, we are going to produce the tsunami inundation products, dissemination for the warning messages, and emergency response. Those are we are trying to achieve with the partners over the world. We propose the real-time impact-based tsunami inundation focused facility. This is a cost-effective solution to promote cooperation to develop new products and services to accelerate early warnings for and introduce one Professor Carmen, the head of BMKG. She was also emphasizing the importance of private sectors to accelerate achievement of early warnings for. We that this can be contributed to the framework's actions, especially on investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience to fill the gap between the science and practices of tsunami inundation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Oh, we are very sorry that actually Shunichi Koshimura-san wanted to be here. He planned everything and he provided all the details required. Unfortunately, he had some work had come up and then he dropped his plan to come here. But thank you so much for this presentation, wonderful presentation. Now we invite Miga.
Okay, thank you very much and good morning everyone. I know we are a little bit late, but I would like to take the opportunity to thank INCOIS for such a great organization. I'm very glad to be here from Chile, far away, very distant place. And the plan is to introduce The early warning system, the decision support system that we have in Chile, it was developed in our country. And we are very proud of that. And it's great to see how all the research that was presented recently is moving towards an operational system, because I'm coming from that side, from the operational world. So firstly, we have the CIPAT, is the Sistema Integrado de Predicción y Alarma de Tsunami, Integrate Tsunami Prediction and Alarms. It is the Chilean decision support system. And what was the problem in Chile? We need to move first to 2013, when PTWC doesn't sectorize for countries. So they list countries, and the whole country will have the same warning level. And also Chile country. We have more than 4,000 kilometers of coastline, which is a lot. And we had some experience back in 2000 in the central part of Chile. I'm telling you, in this area, it was an 8.8 and 50 casualties due to the tsunami. But then we had some earthquakes north of the country, an 8.1 event in Iquique back in 2004. We released our alert to the country at the same level. We had questions, the south, Punta Arenas, in Magellan Strait, at threat level to them, and they asked us, so what do we have to do? Do we need to evacuate, since the earthquake was here? So the political level said, okay, you have to follow the instructions from the SHOA. But the day after, we had a 7.9, an aftershock, and we released almost the same threat level to the whole country again. So we were dealing with the stability of the system. Then we had here in this place, Coquimbo, another earthquake in 2015, an 8.3, and it was the same problem. Those areas in the fjords where the main cities are inland, so it's rich that is triggered in the coastal areas. So we moved from CPAT without CPAT 21, and that is a very good example of international collaboration, because in the beginning with JICA and DLR, and they gave us some guidance in order to develop our own system. And it was very important, and it wasn't a fast procedure, because now we are seeing some new tools, and probably those tools will be operational in a distant future, maybe a couple of years, 5 years, 7 years. It's not easy to put something that is given by research, by the academia, to put it, go through all the process, some protocols, and then you have to put it in the operational mode. So I think that is quite important, since you can have here a very good expectation about what we are seeing in the research, but actually it's not so easy in operational mode. So what we developed is the 21 different lots of the country, divided especially in the political manners. So we have regions in the country, and we split them out in the regions mainly, and also we cover some other territories, Chilean territories like Antarctica, Easter Island, Archipelago, and also San Felix. What's important here is that with that tool, we were able to create alarms like this one. So to the country with certain threat levels, we're using the same of the PTWC, and as you can see here, PTWC system became operational in 2016. At the same time, PTWC released so we were able to WC segments to the Chilean segments. So, because our today is only useful for near-field events. So once we have a near-field event, we are to use our system, but once we receive the information from PT, also we can match that information with our protocols as well. So in the beginning, we started with only the near field, as you can see here in this picture, around 10,000 scenarios using all the continental coast, the Easter Island area, and also the Scotia Arc. And we modeled, this is a pre-modeled tool, and in the beginning we just modeled events from 9.5 to 7.0. So every 0.5 magnitude event, around about 10,000 scenarios. But now we are moving to a new version that was back in 2016, and now we are moving to a second version of our system, and we are expanding our area of observation. We're expanding it to the north of Mexico, going through Central America, and then Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. So, 6,000 scenarios to our database. So we are going to be able to run our system not only for near-field events, so also it's going to be useful for regional events. So we believe that is quite important, since we need to have kind of independence of PTWC, since we have any backup TSP in the area. So we need to work on that. I think we will keep adding more scenarios in order to have a most robust event tool. Sorry. And this new version is going to be in service on December 1st. So we are doing we already went through all the training, changing our protocol. Actually, it's in the process of the signature of the different that are related, and to be operational in a couple of weeks. And just what we have around 1,000 forecast points in our continental territory, and each forecast point has its own amplitude, and depending the amount of scenarios that the system we will have different values in each forecast. The system itself will take the worst condition in order to put the level, and as it was mentioned earlier, TWC. The window of search, it depends on the size of it depends on the magnitude. As you can see here, this is the window 5. This is a quite bigger 7.9, and those are events that we have usually in Chile. So we are talking about something that we can expect to happen in the very near future. We're seeing during this morning some areas where regular, but unfortunately in places like Chile we have a lot of activity. So test of interesting tools. We will have the new version of our system, because today, if we have a 7. For example, a 7.3 event, for example, the system will look all the 7.5 events. So it will look all the forecast point with the 7.5 amplitude of tsunami. So in that case, it will be a little bit bigger than the actual event, because we are seeing the 7.3. We are having the 7.3 magnitude earthquake. So using the new version, we will interpolate the information in every single forecast point, and we will have the actual amplitude for the 7. So important, because this is in the original version. We are having here a model for a 7.8 event. So that is the threat level using the original decision support system, and now we are moving to this one. So as you can see here, it is still conservative because the window of searching area, but it is reducing a lot of the areas that might be by the authorities. That is very important because this year we had different events, but I would like to take your attention to the events in the Drake Passage. We, so far, starting on May 2nd, we had 3 major events in the area. Our system, it works for Drake Passage as well. And we decreased 3 last blocks, Aysén, Magallanes, Chilean Antarctic territory. But it didn't work too well because, you know, in the whole region, so as we are saying Magallanes, it is by itself. But the main cities like Punta Arenas, Puerto Natales, Porvenir are in, so people weren't able to see a tsunami amplitude. We record tsunamis in also in some stations in another city, but didn't do physical for population. So we need to be working on something to with the system by itself, but probably we need to do other restrictions to our in order to make it more realistic. So our CPAT works in the whole cycle of our protocols, activation, and then input of magnitude, and also the coordinates of the earthquake. It's able to do the evaluation, and it develops by the dissemination that is delivered to our authorities. Of course, monitoring, the monitoring is done here in Chile for 49 level stations and also 5 dart buoys. Information is useful also for cancellation final stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlos, for that wonderful presentation. So do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for your interesting progress and the presentation. I have a couple of, I think it's a question indeed. When you talk about 1,000 scenarios for the field, include the far field. The question is, you also the Drake Pass, which I don't know, is you consider King George Island as a far field or near field? Because you said that the results apparently in the southern part of the Chile, in Magallanes area, is not doing so very well. On the other hand, in Antarctica, and we have a station nearby, I use your information in case of tsunami warning. The alert, we always use the Chilean one because the closer, the more accurate one. So we thought, now I am surprised about what you're saying. You southern territories, including King George Island, where there are many stations, and well, there's no ton of people, but there are many people some time of the year. How you deal with this? And is far field or near field you consider this?
One person is important for itself. For us, the Scotia arc plate is part of our near field for the southern territories. Also, it's part of our pre-model scenarios. Initial 6,000, those include the Scotia arc as well. And well, it's great to hear that you rely in our. I think that you have to continue doing that because it's not too accurate. Big cities, which within the fjord, that is the main difference. But if we consider the threat level that we issued for Antarctic territory, I would say that is quite accurate. So. doing it.
Additive. Sorry, Andre.
Thank you, Carlos, for a very nice presentation. My question regards uncertainties. So you are now in interpolation from between 7 and 7.2 to 7.3 in order to reduce uncertainty, yeah? Which is like between scenarios. On another hand, like to understanding, your ruptures are elongated and they are very, very close to the shore. Sleep distribution is very important. So you may have in one part of the fault and less in another. In case when you interpolate to 7.3, you reduce the underestimate the tsunami at the coastal communities which are located in the region of the so like to think it's like a trade-off, maybe reduce the total uncertainty, estimate their tsunami impact in case of heterogeneous.
Andre, part of our questions when we start working on this, because we need to reduce. We still be conservative in our processes. So the amount of scenarios that each event is looking at, I think it's covering kind of situation. Extreme sleeps, so it's also considering our scenarios that. So I will think that in that case, that kind of uncertainty will be a little bit reduced. But also we have in our protocols something that that I think is quite important. It doesn't rely on modeling. There is the intensity. So in case of a big intensity in the coastal areas, so our protocols trigger immediately the evacuation of the people to higher lands. So I think that is also something to consider in order to complement the information provided by SHOA.
Yeah, Alexander.
Muchas gracias y quiero preguntar. So, actually related to your last remark, you have 5 dart buoys, but all of them are actually located in the northern part and central part. Do you plan to deploy darts maybe in the southern part? Do you plan probably to have at least one cable station? And also, can you switch on the event mode yourself, I mean SHOA, or do you need to do this through NOAA? Event mode that normally is working with 15-second resolution during the.
So regarding the dart buoys, we have 5, and you know it's to do the maintenance. It's probably you can get money for buying the buoy, then it, but then you have all this along the year. It's quite expensive, especially if you consider the second version of the dart are located 200 miles offshore, which is quite distant from our ports. So, you know, I think we need to start thinking about the location of our buoys, because in the beginning we thought that, okay, we had the 1960 event in the southern central part of the country, so probably we wouldn't to expect a huge event again in that area. But recently we had the Kamchatka event that was, we had the previous one in 1952, and probably the statistics wouldn't say that we will have another big place. So I think we need to maybe reconsider that, but actually we don't have money for maybe put another one, but we might be open to relocate them in order to identify better our sources. And in terms of we have the pool of covered by fiber optic and try to use that also the system, and as well as smart cable is always pushing to put kind of sensors in the cable that is with Chile in the near future. I think now we rely on we request especially for
you said in your talk. Actually, the price is of instruments certainly quite high, but at the same time, in comparison with the price of the files alarm, it is almost nothing. Yeah, because every files alarm is million of dollars, and instruments may be up to 100.
Yelong.
Yeah, hi, Carlos. Congratulations to major achievement in improving your scenario database, etc. Just quick question: do you get a special funding to do that, or this is coming from your regular budget?
Quick answer: no, 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 Yolong. Thank you. So we got for the system by itself, we receive funding from the government. So we apply for 3 different projects, and we received all the financial support for that. And now for the new version, we are doing it with our budget, but I think the investment is not that big as we request in the beginning.
And yeah, noting the comment you made about backup PTWC for probably SAS, which will be welcomed for South America coastlines. Do you have any plan to thinking about bidding for creating a South American TSP, possibly?
It can be a possibility. It's not written, but it may be.
Primero, muchas gracias por su presentación, muy interesante, informativa. Pero tengo una comenta, very importante. My commentary, I'm sorry, my comments, I'm sorry.
I was fine with the Spanish, don't worry.
My comments related to your basic approach. Scenarios is very good, but as far as I could see, scenario based on all this 6,500, based on magnitude. Generally, it works very well and work better with as greater magnitude. After 8, intrinsic problem of tsunami generation, even for the magnitude range from 7 to 8, where we can have from few centimeters tsunami up to 5-10 meters, Of course, your country is most favorable position from this point of view, because as far as I remember, there was no case like tsunami earthquake. Dangerously, it may be dangerous. I fully rely on scenario, especially for low magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Slava. And Carlos, congratulate you. And I see the reflection of even the Indian Tsunami Early Warning Center, the same way how we started with database of the scenarios. We had 50,000 scenarios, and then now moving towards the real-time tsunami modeling. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Now session 3 has got over. Now I will request Bernardo Aliaga to facilitate our moderator Sunanda. now session 4 is going to initiate. Like it is about strengthening tsunami resilience in small highland developing states, gaps, priorities and partnership. So for this, moderator will be Adito Kodiat. He is a former head of the Indian Ocean Tsunami Information Center under the UNESCO Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. He plays a key role in strengthening regional tsunami awareness, capacity building and community of Indian Ocean countries. Work focuses on promoting the Tsunami Ready program, knowledge sharing and regional cooperation to enhance coastal resilience and disaster readiness. I would like to invite him on stage. These are the people, sir. You already.
Thank you very much. And actually, I will be co-moderating with Jutta, and so I invite Jutta from the Pacific Tsunami Warning System, who have been also working with SIS years. So Jutta will moderate the first sessions, inviting all the SID colleagues, and I will moderate the second sessions with the inviting the relevant agencies like UNDP, ESCAP, and IORA. So Jutta, floor is yours.
Thank you, Adito. While we're still setting up the stage, so this session aims to identify some of the gaps and needs and propose some new initiatives and opportunities and partnerships that can be secured for SEEDS under the Ocean Decade Tsunami Program. With that, we would like to invite our honored participants for these particular sessions from our small island development states. So I'd like to invite Mr. Hussein Masid from Maldives, Mr. Chatura Ninarachinge from Sri Lanka, Mr. John Junior Niroa from Vanuatu, and Mr. Alex Relifia from Solomon Islands. Please, gentlemen, can you join me at the stage? Okay, now that we're set, so I'll, for this session, gentlemen, I'll pose a few questions to you, and hopefully you can share some of your insights to and responses to the questions that will highlight some of the good work, that highlight some of the gaps, some of the areas that requires consideration and strengthening within your national tsunami warning and mitigation system. So the first question that I would like to pose, I'd like to address it to Mr. Hussein Wahid from Maldives. Given your background as a National Tsunami Warning Center and also Met Services in Maldives, please can you share with us what is the status of tsunami hazard and risk assessment within Maldives? In saying that, knowing in conducting hazard and risk assessments, there's a great need in terms of the high resolution bathymetry and topography, and also in terms of your
risk assessments, understanding the risk equation, where you need your hazard information, you need your vulnerability assessment done, and capacity assessment. What are some of the work and some of the gaps that you, or challenges you also face in that space? So please, can you enlighten us on that area, please?
Thank you. My name is Hussein Wahid. I'm from Maldives. I'm working in Maldives Meteorological Service, working in tsunami warning and weather and tsunami warning division. So when 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami struck in the Maldives, I was on duty, and the whole island was flooded. So I have experienced the power of tsunami in 2004. So since then, we have started monitoring earthquakes and giving tsunami warning to the public. And then we are working very closely with our National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, and we have done quite a number of many tsunami hazard assessments across the country, nationwide, and also the island level. So from those assessments, we have identified that the tsunami risk and hazard, moderate to high risk, exist over the Maldives, and also the high impact for some of the islands, and due to geomorphology of these islands, some of the islands will be very high impact because of the low-lying islands. So the Maldives consist of about 1,200 islands, and the 200 islands are inhabited, and about nearly 200 resort hotels. All of them are very mean sea level. So it's very vulnerable country. And talking about the tsunami inundation maps, we are having challenges. One of the challenges is there have been a lack of high resolution bathymetric and topographic data. I had a very good experience during the last temp training here in INCOIS, and I tried to use JEPCO, open source JEPCO data. So the thing is, there was no, it's not suitable for a place like Maldives because just one pixel island. So it's for the islands, so it's not suitable for the. During the training, one of my friends studying in the UK university, he sent me satellite-derived ocean bathymetric data set. So it was 10-meter resolution, so quite high resolution bathymetric data, but which is satellite-derived. But somehow it was tried to use in the training, and then very high resolution topographic data, but it's also very few islands those kind of topographic data. But I have about some islands I have 2-meter high resolution topographic data. So I have prepared during the workshop one of the islands selected for inundation maps. So it's a very good map we produce for the workshop, and then we manage to make the evacuation maps. So that's the thing, since we are having very few islands topographic data, I think there are so many islands. So we need to establish a mechanism to have our own capacity building. I mean, like the Met Service can have LiDAR or a drone to collect data by ourselves. Because some of the agencies, some of the companies, they collect the data, but they don't share. So it's very difficult to get the high resolution topographic data. So I think if Met Service builds that capacity, I think we can collect the data and go forward. So because there's a lot of so many islands that we have to do those kind of inundation maps. And the other thing is the capacity building, human resource capacity building. I think I would like to request we need our staffs to be trained in inundation mapping and also disaster management, and also the a quite number of maps we have to produce. Even for the tsunami ready islands has been selected for the pilot purpose. 2 islands has been selected, and then one of the island we have already prepared some of the inundation maps. And the other island, which is called Diff, but still we haven't get the topographic data, but we have to do it ourselves, and then maybe we will try to get it. And the other thing which is happening is like Diffushi we selected as one of the pilot island, which is 27 hectare small island. But recently the government proposed to increase the land by dredging. So the reclamation started recently last week, and then that island will become double. So maybe the reclamation, after the reclamation, we can have a topographic data, and then we can work on to collecting those kind of data. So I hope very soon we will get, we are going to collect the topographic data of that island. So those are the main gaps that regarding the inundation mapping. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a very elaborate and a very detailed response to that, especially on hazard assessment and also your risk assessment in Maldives. We'll now move on to Solomon Islands. Mr. Alex Relifia is also a forecaster and is one of the main issues in Solomon Islands. 7 and 10, and it, more than 100 people within Solomon Islands. So my question to you, Mr. Relifia, is what is the status of looking at your tsunami networks, seismic and sea level stations, and what are some of the limitations and what are some of the challenges that you face in
Solomon Islands, looking at the tsunami seismic. As currently, as we see in the presentation from the Bureau of Meteorology yesterday, for Solomon Islands, we have access to 3 sea level tide gauge observation from the Bureau of Meteorology. So at the moment, there's 2 that is operational, except for 1 at the eastern parts of Solomon Islands. With regards to the seismic network, we have 6 also need maintenance. With regards to the challenge of the observation network, especially the seismic and the sea level observations, I think one are limited. Also, some of our current stations are subjected to vandalism, so it's something that we need to regulate in our national investment in early warning system. Not only that, the other challenge is lack of regular station maintenance that undermines the investment. So we need to improve work on maintenance of the stations to sustain seismic and tsunami observation and operation due to lack of funds and manpower. Thank you.
I understand because the Solomon Islands, the way it's a very spread out country along this subduction zone, and having observation and also with the limited telecommunication network, it's hard for them to access these very remote areas where most of their remote communities lies, and for them to get very good observations from those areas. So it's something that's ongoing within the government of Solomon Islands, and I'm glad you were able to raise that here, and with the continued work that you were doing, and also with, hopefully with early warning for all that's coming through Solomon Islands, and some of the initiative of WMO that's going to support that as well. All right, we'll now move to Sri Lanka. Mr. Sachura, I understand that you work for your National Disaster Management Office. So the question I'd like to ask you is, in terms of your response, your effort in terms of response and preparedness in country, and also particularly looking at your efforts around the implementation of Tsunami Ready recognition program in Sri Lanka. Can you please share with us some of the good works that you're currently undertaking, and where are some of the gaps or some of the limitations in your current effort?
Thank you very much. In fact, let me start with the Boxing Day 2004 tsunami itself. So there onwards, earlier we did not have such system in place in our country. But just after the tsunami, the Parliamentary Select Committee was appointed. Then the Kamal Kishore is one of the developing the act, and I may not wrong itself, we are the first to develop the act in the region itself for a disaster management. At the same time, there onwards, we have our eminent professors like Professor Samantha Hettiarachchi, Professor Charita Pattiarachchi, who have been involved in establishing in the region. So, in fact, the Professor Samantha Hettiarachchi is the chair of the Technical Working Committee, or rather TAC. It's called Technical Advisory Committee, like same as Tsunami Advisory Board in this tsunami country ready status or something. Then there onwards we have identified or rather what kind of a threat is there for Sri Lanka itself, because earlier we didn't know the terminology itself. Then they find out these tsunami generic zones like Java, Sumatra, Akran and Makran. There you have one of our professor in the Peradeniya University done the inundation mapping like high, low, moderate. There onwards, the establishment of disaster management center, which I represented there. So basically, the governance, like the act, policy, and also we have 25 district disaster management centers, and also all 14 coastal districts covering 14 coastal districts plus 78 DS divisions and 1,508 GNDs, Gram Nildari, small administrative level, and covering 1,326 kilometers. So all along the coastal line we have mapped. At the same time, the hazard profile developed, even the risk index developed. There onwards, we had engaged with the IOWTMS this biannual exercise, and also we are part of this exercise. Also, we have completed the 4th scenario this November 5th itself, before I participate this one. So basically, under preparedness, we have our National Disaster Management Plan, which covers the overall disaster framework of the country, and which is having 151 strategic actions. Most importantly, it is included this the public-private partnership, voluntarism, at the same time inclusion. So what Professor Harukunti mentioned about the inclusion itself. So that is included. At the same time, we are in line with the Sendai framework and the Sustainable Development Goals. So under partners, we are in the National Disaster Management Plan, National Emergency Plan, which covers during and just after a disaster, each stakeholder roles and responsibilities. So that covers, and at the same time, we have developed the standard operation procedures for each level. Even the national level, we are having the upstream, like TSP and the NTWC. Our meteorological department is act as the NTWC. We are the interface, NDMO, and there onwards, the local NGOs up to grassroots level, this system in place. Even all 14 coastal districts, we are having district tsunami operational plan updated before this exercise, like, biannual exercise. And earlier we had 77 towers located in all along the coastal line, but those are obsolete right now. We realize it's not orbit. Now we are discussing with CDRI to reinstate those towers. That might be good for nighttime, early warning disseminations and all. So then under awareness, of course, like Ardito mentioned, we have this Buddha game and all those stuff introduced, and also university and the school curricula, even the comprehensive school safety program, and also the coastal front schools. We have developed the comprehensive school safety program, plus the evacuation of school community, and rehearse it frequently. So at the same time, symposium we have conducted last year, commemorating 20 years. Likewise, that particular things are in place. But there are a lot more to do, because as far as the Indian Ocean is concerned, there will be kind of activities happening, a lot of in the ring of fire. And by considering those, the Boya location itself, we have experienced recent past, recent in 2024, 5.8 magnitude earthquake in the southern part of the Indian Ocean near to Sri Lanka. If it is exceeding 6.5, there will be local tsunamis for Sri Lanka where we couldn't warn our community. So that might be a risk, because of course IOWTMS and other countries having this kind of a buoy located, and the cable, smart cables and all those stuff, but then whole risk assessment will be, we have to, just doubt on whether it can be practiced or not. If such thing happen that area, all the countries have to reconsider on mapping those things when this type of thing happen in the southern part of the Indian Ocean. And also here we have a lot of researchers and the eminent professors and the practitioners. But let me ask a question from you: whether any of the countries conducted exercise at the night time when the fishing or the communities in a deep sleep itself, whether these early warning system capable enough to evacuate those communities at midnight? So say suppose like if you thought of like foreseeing the unforeseen event, then you are having a kind of a good preparedness. So basically Sri Lanka is marching towards collaborating with regional partners, IORA, BIMSTEC, CDRI, getting the support on basically research support, and at the same time the implementing our actions to mitigate any future tsunami risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you for giving us a very, very detailed and informative insight in terms of your preparedness arrangements within Sri Lanka. And, it kind of, you have got a tight operation going on from the national level down to the community level, and trying to make everyone understand and be prepared for future disasters. But I'd just like to ask a follow-up question in terms in light of the ODTP, the Ocean Decade Tsunami Program, particularly with Tsunami Ready, as a country that has a lot of these good work that's been going on in terms of your threat assessment, your preparedness planning, and how do you see yourself as aligned to the Tsunami Ready recognition program, or you see yourself in something that I shared aligned to the equivalency approach?
Yes, that's a good question to ask, because we had always communicating with Ardito and Sushi, even the Professor Harakunti itself, because we were initiated this, long. So we are having system, the practice in our country. Unlike these toolkits or system itself, we have this, in line with the Tsunami Advisory Board, we are having the Technical Advisory Committee. Then, this operational plan, that is, a kind of a dedicated plan for tsunami. Like it's not with the multi-hazard. and even the community level mapping there, even the school engagement of these exercises, early warning system in place, and the last mile dissemination. At the same time, these evacuation signages, as Professor Harakunti mentioned, our country also, they are changing the direction because the land value goes down if they reside in a risk area. So because of that, they remove those signages. But when there's exercise happen, we re-establish those signages. Likewise, each and every actions like preparedness, response, early warning, those actions we are performing in a different way. But it's compatible with the system introduced by the tsunami country status, because I'm the focal person for Sri Lanka. So that's what we wanted to discuss, because now the TAC, Professor Samanthi Hettiarachchi, passed away. Now we have to appoint another, the academia for this particular position. Then we can re-establish our technical advisory committee at national level. Then we are eligible to, get this tsunami country status. And we are looking forward to have it as soon as possible.
Thank you so much for that. I would say, I mean, the energy and the effort that's been undertaken within Sri Lanka, it kind of shed, it's kind of small, in a clear direction for us to follow. We congratulate you for all the hard work that you've done over the years to prepare Sri Lanka for any incoming disaster. Now we shall move on to Vanuatu. Mr. John Junior Niroa heads the Geohazard Division within the Vanuatu Meteorological and Geohazard Department. John, so if you can enlighten us in terms of how does Vanuatu ensure that the tsunami early warning and mitigation system, or your national tsunami warning and mitigation system, stay relevant within the framework of multi-hazard framework within the country, knowing that Vanuatu is one of the countries that's highly exposed to both hydrometeorology that's relevant within your multi-hazard early warning system framework?
Thanks, Shuta. Let me just start off by saying the early warning initiative for all comes into play when it comes especially to these small island states. And definitely how each respective country is set up has its say to how it goes into that initiative. For our case in Vanuatu, we are fortunate to have, the plannings until now was to put all the early warning systems in one ministry. So that already supports that initiative, and it's easy to coordinate between the hazards within the ministry, whereas, for instance, PNG, slightly different. Their earthquake is in one ministry, the volcano is in another ministry. So that's the difference we have in the Pacific region. So one of the best, or the approach that we have done to ensure that this initiative is not only implemented but is progressed is we've embedded it into our function as a department. So embedded in terms of our act, our policies, we have put that in. Then in one way it triggers government support, saying that this is our mandate as VMGD, we have to do this, we need this support. So that is one way in which we try and push this way forward. And another one would be the inclusion of relevant stakeholders, for instance, NDMO. We have the ROC Recovery Committee as well, the DESPAC. It's somewhat different to other Pacific Island countries, but we have that set up in country, and involving them in this space helps everyone to be on the same page, keeping everyone on the same track. And early warning approach, then it goes and it also includes the preparedness team, the NDMO team. And that extends nationally. So we have these efforts in place, the tsunami response plan or the earthquake response plan that are in place to help us. Then it goes up to the regional scale. For instance, we have OSNET, we have MVN, Melanesian Volcano Network, that has established. The reason it was established in the first place is that in the past we've noticed that efforts alone in a big ocean surrounding us is limited, whereas if we manage to share resources of what we have, then that can be beneficial to us in a smaller, larger scale. So I mentioned the OSNET, and that comes down to the efficiency of each country. So the motions that again feeds into that regional and everyone benefits. And we have this regional network that has benefited us for quite some time, thanks to UNESCO and the team. We have the PAC wave that has helped trigger that coordination between respective regional countries, and it has in one way been beneficial. Given the example, the recent Russia eruption, earthquake. So even though it didn't pose any threat, but we were coordinating amongst ourselves, informing us about the progress and where cancellation was needed to be done. So yeah, this in a bottle, it starts down nationally, embedding these into our policies, our act, so it becomes a function, then not keeping that effort just into one country, but making efforts to push out and not only help others, those around us, but also get the same assistance. So it's a vice versa approach. Naka.
Thank you, John. It's a very interesting way of trying to address your needs in terms of strengthening your national system, your national tsunami warning and mitigation system, not only leveraging your national effort, but also appealing or seeking the regional cooperation into strengthening your national effort to improve your tsunami early warning and mitigation system. Right, just to wrap up, so this is the last question I'd like to pose to each one of you, and please just briefly share so it'll be a last round of questions to all of you. So we'll start from Maldives again, and then Solomon Islands, and then Sri Lanka, then Vanuatu. So what is one priority that you look at for Maldives in terms of your tsunami warning and mitigation system? One priority. No, not more than one.
So I have many priorities. So let me
you can package it into one.
Yeah, okay. Pack into one. So as I talked before, having an inundation maps. So the first thing that we have to get the data, and then without inundation maps, I think we cannot do any mitigations or any preparedness. So first thing that we have to do is the inundation map. So and also capacity building, and the most important thing that for Maldives that in terms of preparedness and mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. So capacity building and inundation maps. Thank you. Solomon Islands?
Yeah, I think for Solomon Islands, one of the priority in terms of strengthening our early warning system is we want to build a national tsunami observation and early warning network that integrates the seismic and sea level data that can enable rapid detection and early warning system. So basically, we are looking in terms of the hardware and software part of it, like the new sensor cost-effective telegram approach, SESCOM, TED tool, regional ozone portals, and also upgrade of our most model. And also we're looking at the maintenance program and also capacity development, as mentioned by my colleagues. That includes the relevant training. And lastly, staffing needed as part of the human resources. Yeah.
Thank you, Salman Allen. That's quite a big package. Sri Lanka.
In fact, I am also having that type of package. Usually now 21 years almost gone from Indian Ocean tsunami, so the bill will change. So because we have to do the hazard assessment on the whole coastal line itself, and as a disaster management here, you have a lot of the sources, or rather the data itself. Linking all those data through API and have a decision support system that will be benefited for a disaster management in each and every country. So getting all those data through API and have a one central system in the disaster management organizations that will help to pass this early warning. And finally, reinstating those tsunami towers.
Thank you. So the tsunami towers and your information management system. Great. Vanuatu.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my list short. In general, one of the priorities that Vanuatu has now is to at least get some of the communities tsunami ready. We have done efforts now, yet we have fell short on some of the things, most of which have been identified by the colleagues here, and also the presentations that were this morning regarding the challenges that Pacific Island countries face, one of which is Vanuatu. And we understand that becoming tsunami ready is easier said than done. There's a lot of things. In fact, all of the lists put together come under this request, per se. So the priority Vanuatu has is we have discussions with ITIC, UNESCO, and UNESCO to get 2 communities tsunami ready, but that we are one of the most prone countries to all natural hazards, considering the Loyalty Islands, highly active. We have the trench, not to mention the back arc that we have, a unique feature. So yes, the challenge comes with scattered 83 islands, most of which communities rely on the coast priorities that we look forward to establish. And it was great listening to the lectures or the presentations yesterday, this morning, of how respective countries have pushed forward. In one way, it's motivation for us to push forward. I'm confident with the team that we have back home, and I'm sure that with the support that we have, give or take 2 or 3 years, we should tick 2 or 3 communities off in Vanuatu. And Juta, last on the shopping list.
Wrap that package up.
They put 1 in capital letters, so we can expand on that. It comes back to the point I mentioned with the regional effort that's been going on, because we have seen that this has been beneficial for us for the past until now, not just focusing on tsunamis, other hazards as well, such as earthquakes, volcanoes. We are now working on a regional framework to establish bodies that can help coordinate this, both the early warning, monitoring, operations aspect, not limited OSNet, but those interested as well. So we're working on this framework, and a kind request to also consider this effort as well. And it's a lot of gray areas, but we know if we start somewhere, we'll get where we want to be in the near future. Full stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanuatu. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists today and sharing some of the insights in the National Tsunami Warning and Investigation System. Thank you. I think we'll proceed to the next part. Now that we've unpacked some of the key areas from SEED's countries, I'll hand over to Adito and the next panel to expand on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Another applause for all the... Development partners to actually give us kind of ideas or how actually we can address these challenges and gaps. And for that, I would like to invite family from ESCAP, if you would like to join us, Suinman from the INDP, and also Chitraj Dupe from IORA. So, if you'd like to join us. And again, I was reminded that we are all stand between all the participants, between us and lunch. So I'm always on this difficult time of holding you for lunch. So we'll try to be quick. And not you on the spot. So we are not asking you to make commitments or promises or something, but we know that you have a lot of experience in addressing these challenges, with especially as development agencies and so forth. So, and I think we hear a lot of challenges that has been addressed. And I think I'm not generalizing, but most of the challenges that is being said by these different SITs are also maybe more or less applied to other SITs as well. So it's not specific to one SIT. For example, the hazard map, I think what Maldives is facing, it is also something being faced by other small island states. So we are not going to address each of these issues, but I think I try to identify several things that is the challenge. First is having an accurate, reliable data. Either it's for the hazard map, like Maldives says about the bathymetry and topography, as well as about this sea level monitoring in terms of getting the data, as I think Vanuatu or Solomon Island mentioned that's the issue. So in terms of addressing the challenge in getting the data, so this is something maybe as a development agencies, you have some experience on how to address that. And I think the second issue that maybe you can also share experience, and I think this is something which our colleague from Vanuatu and Isbe also mentioned, it is the coordination. I think there is internal coordination within the countries, as well as, more importantly, regional coordination, because as I think in the Pacific Islands mentioned that this regional coordination will actually helps also strengthening the national coordination. So that's the second issue that maybe from your experience, this is something that you can also share with us. And then the third, I think this is something Sri Lanka also mentioned, that they have already a very robust programs, activities, and so forth. But then there are some issues of maintenance, as well as reigniting this what has been done because of the time lapse that has happened. So maybe we can just discuss the three issues in terms of data having good data, coordination, as well as reigniting something which is already there, but needs to be rejuvenated for it. So you have all the experience from your development agencies, and I don't know, maybe anybody would like to volunteer to start? Okay, yes, of course you may.
Thank you, Adito. In fact, at the outset, let me congratulate IOC, UNESCO, INCOIS, and IOTWMS, and all the participants across the globe representing all the three oceans with their experience, lessons learned, and to have a more further collaborative way how to deal with such as the natural disasters. So thank you very much, Swan. In fact, I would like to give some brief about the Indian Ocean Rim Associations, the collaboration with IOC UNESCO, some of the issues related to seeds and how we are tackling those issues or trying to address those issues through our working group on disaster risk management. So, Mr. Adito, if you're aware, IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, and IOC UNESCO has a memorandum of understanding which talks about collaborations on sharing of information, data on emerging ocean science, deep marine ocean research. The other aspects that we gather today is that develop an implementation of early warning systems and joint capacity development of ocean data management, healthy oceans ecosystems. So this is, if you talk about the whole of everything, it comes up that. It comes up disaster risk management, it comes up economy, it comes up management, it comes to academic science, technology transfer, so whole gamut of activities that are under this memorandum of understanding. So how this memorandum of understanding can be worked out and how seeds can be helped out, that we'll talk about. As I say that IORA was one of the regional organizations, has a vision of late statesman Nelson Mandela, who once visited India to have a regional collaboration in the Indian Ocean Rim Association. And that translated further in 2011, we had very specific verticals, areas for cooperation, disaster risk management, maritime safety, trade investment, academic science, which regional economies. So one of the aspects of priority areas disaster risk management is led by the member countries. IORA is a member state driven, and different work programs, projects are implemented in that way. And to cater seats, we have programs like, we have special fund wherein member states voluntarily contribute, and we devise work plans as per requirement of member states. That's called our biennial work plans, wherein all the aspects related to capacity building, training, early warning systems, then disaster resilient infrastructure, those aspects are included, and projects, programs are conducted throughout the year. So one aspect, like you said that I'm not hesitant to have a commitment, but yes, looking forward to have a more further collaborative aspects in this sense that, as I said, MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding that. So further things can be framework of cooperation and actually drilling down to some of the projects, how those projects can be funded. I mentioned that we have special fund mechanism wherein member states can come forward. So that said, member states can get on board any of the technical agencies. The IOC, UNESCO also can be there, INCOIS can be there, any of the technical agencies, even if a member countries come forward with a proposal that we want to implement early warning systems or training, capacity building, this one. So we fund to that projects. We fund to that projects. This is actual programmatic implementation. Second part is to have capacity building. So even I saw that a wonderful session of teaching, training, capacity building. So those sessions, webinars can also be held through IORA member countries, and all the member states can be their line agencies who are implementing disaster risk management, early warning systems can be trained that way. The third aspect I want to say that in case of seats, we have 5 seats in our IORA, Comoros, Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Singapore. And besides LDCs also, so total 11 LDCs, I mean total seats and LDCs 11. So we have some of the programs wherein we are devising that one project annually for these seats, and 100% funding. Funds, I mean projects cost can be till up to 80,000. Presently it's 90%, but we are thinking of that way. So in this case, the collaboration with SEEDS can be by technical agencies, implementing agencies who can come forward and have one project which is part of our working group and implement that project. That can be any workshop, capacity building, table type exercises also. So this is one of the aspect programmatic considerations we can think it of this one. The fourth SIDS conference that was held, and it was talked about that we need to wrap up the financing of development or having a resilient infrastructure into SIDS countries. So many of countries have come forward and committed their financials, their capital, their technical expertise to SIDS to have a resilient infrastructures. One of the initiatives, India-led initiatives, what CDRI for disaster risk is resilient infrastructure, and it has been partnered by UK, Australia, European Union. Japan is also one of the part. So this program, CDRI has come up. We are collaborating with, we have also MOU with CDRI, and they have come up with their one of the flagship programs. It's called IRIS, Infrastructure Resilient Systems, wherein the SIDS have been get an opportunity to have some projects wherein project funding, technical expertise imparted through CDRI IRIS program. And IORA as a regional organization is one of the members of the steering committee, wherein we see that the relevant country-specific, country-driven projects are technical projects, capacity building projects are taken into consideration. Funding is provided by this IRIS program. So this is one of the also important avenues which can be worked out, and technical agencies can be part of this one. They have their own mechanisms for implementing agency comes into part, and how projects are this one. So this is another funding mechanism we can figure it out that way. And last, IOC, in context of IOC, UNESCO, we say that the MOU can be furthered through having a framework of cooperation, because there was talked about joint capacity development programs, and which will help all the IORA member countries to have their early warning systems, to have their resilient infrastructure across the different infrastructures, health infrastructure, social infrastructure, transport. So this resilience also can be built through these mechanisms, and I'm looking forward to have more further collaboration through joint capacity building and framework of cooperations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think very, very interesting. And again, I think, and as IRO is not afraid for being giving a commitment. So, and of course, because it's IRO, so it is Indian Ocean. So, but I think maybe similar platforms are also existing in other regions, like in Pacific and so forth. So, again, this is something that very important for us to know that there is actually opportunities. And of course, our questions is how do we access that opportunities? There are, of course, processes that we need to take, and that's something that we can discuss after lunch, maybe. But the point is that there are opportunities that is available in terms, even in terms of funding, in terms of technical assistance, in terms of regional cooperations, and this is something that can be facilitated with IORA. And I think the IOC also strengthens in terms of actually we will be able as a technical agencies to also support as well as tap into these opportunities. And I'm glad that you are here, so you know exactly firsthand what is the issues, what is the problems, and when you're back, hopefully you can also advocate for us internally that there is this emerging as well as critical issues that needs to be addressed, especially by SIDS as well as LDCs. So thank you very much. So next, Emily, okay?
Thanks, Audito. If I can remember correctly, one, it's, we don't need to be hesitant to offer our support as well. I've already told you we have a call for proposals for our new strategy. You already have the QR. We've already started some discussions today with how we can provide some direct project support, which I'm excited about. But maybe to answer the bigger, I guess harder question is, how do we collectively fill some of these gaps that have been brought up in the previous panel just then from our SIDS partners? And I you know, as I was listening and reflecting, and from the perspective here at SCAP, I probably have three main things that I've been considering that I could offer for advice to the colleagues. And it is, I guess, based on the recognition that we're all very good at running puzzles, and we have lots of projects coming in and coming out, but what we need is institutional change. We need transformative adaptation, if we can lend a word from our climate friends. We really do need ownership nationally and subnationally to keep Tsunami work within our DRR efforts, but also within our development planning. So I guess three of the things that I would say, you know, in addition to accessing these project support, you know, opportunities, I would say one thing that we do need to do more of, and something that we've been trying to do at SCAP, is to help translate your efforts into economic terms. Unfortunately, it's no longer enough to say, okay, well, this will save this amount of lives in this case. We have to say, well, what is the relative cost of inaction? So, you know, how much will this cost if we actually decide not to invest in some of these tsunami readiness work? Or we need to say, well, what is the longer term return on investment if you decide to, you know, put in front the investment, say, for this shared observation real-time network in Solomon Islands? What is the return on investment long term? Not only in terms of tsunami readiness, there's a great framework that we've been looking at from the World Bank called the Triple Dividend of Resilience. And it frames resilient efforts in three dividends. One is, you know, saving lives and reducing our economic losses to disasters. The second is optimizing how we use our resources. So optimizing, say, you know, where you might place an airport so it will be closed less the amount of time when there's coastal flooding events, say. So it's optimizing the resources. And the third is this, I guess, more of an intangible, you know, social cohesion benefits, but also the benefits that are attributable to communities being more trusting of the protection measures that are in place, more trusting and knowing that they are resilient to open businesses or move back to areas that weren't unsafe before. So this is a way that we can, I guess, work with economists to put a figure to say, okay, well, if you invest this amount of money in our effort, then you will return this much, not just in terms of saving lives, but what is that dollar figure? We did that study recently on the trust fund for tsunami climate preparedness, looking at 20 years of investments, and we returned, under this framework, returned $1 invested, returned up to $5.5 back in long-term benefits. And another finding that we that the cooperation really achieves the economies of scale and the economies of scope. So it's cheaper when we work together and your benefits are amplified. So my first point really is, unfortunately, we can't just talk about saving lives. We need to translate our efforts into, I guess, the economic value to encourage our policymakers to really invest in this area and allocate the budgets. So with that, I guess my second point is to galvanize political will. I think all of us here, sometimes when we come and speak here to each other, we're preaching to the choir. All of us know that tsunami readiness is important. All of us know where the exposure lies and where the vulnerabilities lie. But we really need to, like you work so hard at finding your tsunami champions at the community level, equally we need to find those tsunami champions at the political level. So identify who that is for you, who can add tsunami into their speech in this certain place. And I guess at SCAP, I'm very proud that I can continue to put tsunami in different ambassadors' speeches. And also India, you know, is a brilliant example of this. You know, there was this political leadership within India that came to SCAP and said, this is an important thing and we need to work together on it. So because of India's leadership, because of their renewed contribution to the trust fund, we're able to continue the work in places like Makran. So it does take that political leadership. And then my third point would be, I guess we can't have tsunami in a silo. We really need to integrate these efforts and take the lessons that have been learnt from our climate friends. And I do commend the Pacific especially. I know that it is a crowded space that you're working in and sometimes quite competitive. There's a lot of climate finance. You know, we looked at 2 years ago, Charita, we were having conversations about the Early Warning for All initiative. And tsunami wasn't on the agenda for Early Warning for All. And we had to really push from lots of different angles to make sure that geophysical risk is also included. So I would say continue to fight that fight, but also take the lessons from them. And I really do commend the work of the regional framework to look at geophysical together. And hope we can support you in that, because I think it's taking lessons from the Pacific climate efforts and translating them to this sort of work. So I would say, yes, integrate tsunami, not into climate areas, but like you have been doing sectors as well as development planning longer term. So I would say, yes, make the economic case, find your political champion and integrate and learn the lessons from others. There's 3 of my points. I have a big question, but I don't think we've got time. Maybe we can talk about it later on. Stop myself.
Otherwise you will stop the lunch. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Very concise, very structural. And I think this year's World Tsunami Awareness Day is also about investment. So I think it is also really aligned. And I think this is a very good input in terms of, as Stephanie said in the beginning, when we are developing a proposal, trying to get funding, either from different sources or from FIRA, I think there are certain aspects that needs to be really considered, like I think the 3 points that Emily mentioned is about transforming into economic values of this investment. So what is the return of investment when we are developing this project? Again, very interested. It's not a value anymore. No, I'm just kidding. So it's more of an economic value, because life is also a value. But I think the trend is basically shifting into understanding at actually what is the economic returns of this type of investment. Second is the political will. I'm very interested. So we have been looking into local champions, but I think we have been neglecting in looking for political champion, because political champion has more influence also in terms of making sure. So that's second. And third is also learning from others. I think that's also a good point. There is a lot of course, geophysicals and climate might not be apple to apple, but I think a lot of things that has been work in the climate, in the meteorologicals, it was something that we can actually learn. And of course, something that we have been doing for the past 20 years is also something that actually other hazards could also learn from us in terms of how we actually been able to coordinate this tsunami early warning system regionally, globally, as well as nationally. So it's also something that can be also a lesson for the other hazards. But learning from each other is the point. So thank you very much, Emily. And last but not least, Sun.
Thank you very much for, first of all, thank you very much for having UNDP do this really important event. I believe that this is one of the first times that UNDP participated from the regional level. So I'm very grateful to be part of this really great initiative. From UNDP, I just have to admit that we usually work more closely with disaster management, national disaster management authorities, rather than early warning operators or experts like yourselves. However, and then we work more closely on the preparedness and then disaster risk reduction and recovery efforts as well. But in terms of tsunamis, and as a person who is managing the regional tsunami project, I believe that some of the lessons that we have learned through our efforts in the preparedness can also be a very useful reference for everyone who is sitting here today. So from UNDP, the way that we usually support the governments is that through helping them to strengthen their policies and plans, and then also to ensure that they put enough finance mechanisms in place. And then also from government to communities and schools as well. I think one of the main questions that came up multiple times is the data. For instance, the UNDP is actually one of the agencies that help support countries to develop their national disaster management, national disaster databases, including Indonesia. And I think now Lanka, everywhere, quite a lot of countries that we are supporting globally. Even I believe that our colleagues are working closely in Seychelles as well. As a good example, maybe for a particular interest for this group here today is that Indonesia, for instance, we have supported the government BNPB to develop this geospatial data system called INCOIS. We pull in data from different government departments. So we get data from BMKG. We also then process this so that everyone who has access to this platform can also use this information as well. So now this platform is not only just a platform that is used by Disaster Management Agency, but this is also used by any departments who want to use this as part of their decision-making processes. For instance, during COVID-19 pandemic, this platform integrated some of the features and apps to identify and integrate where the hotspots are, so that the government can lay over this different kinds of information to see, okay, these people located in certain areas are vulnerable to certain, and then on top of that, there's also a COVID hotspot. So what are the measures that we need to do? And actually this has been taken up by the government of Indonesia so that this is now fully integrated in the system. The reason why I'm mentioning here is then when we are talking about data and data sharing, I believe that some of the experiences that we have working closely with different agencies could be very useful reference for your work as well. Moving on to how UNDP also supports communities and schools in terms of tsunami. Through the regional tsunami project, we have been very proud to support around 220,800 students, teachers, and community members across 24 Asia Pacific countries, and then over 800 schools. We are very, very proud of this effort, and then especially this very generous support that is provided by the government of Japan. And we've been conducting drills and education programs, and with that we had great opportunity to also meet with local champions as well. After a few years that we've been providing this support, we realized these are great, but what if one day UNDP cannot provide the support anymore? How can we ensure that these great efforts that are put by our government officials and local communities and schools can continue to carry on? Then the idea that we come up with was the institutionalization of some efforts that have put in. So we started working more closely with the National Disaster Management Agency and Ministry of Education and any other departments that are closely working on tsunami preparedness and tsunami risk reduction. As an example, perhaps that I could share a very exciting news, which is last month, it was only like less than a month ago, in Indonesia, in Bali, we had a national workshop together with the Ministry of Education and then BNPB, which is National Disaster Management Authority of Indonesia. And then we also had an opportunity to have a lot of headmasters who flew from different places, from Banda Aceh, Sumatra, everywhere. And then during this conversation, whilst we were having very open discussions, like what are the issues in terms of the education building, and then education continuity, and then education itself. During the discussion, Ministry of Education announced that based on all these collective efforts, they announced that they are gonna develop their own national safe school program roadmap that actually operates the disaster management plan from 2020 to 2044, and also that can feed into, that can also synchronize other rules and regulations from different departments. What we realize is that when it comes to tsunami, there are lots of actors who are involved, but often it is unclear who is responsible for what. So for that, the Ministry of Education took a big step forward and then saying, we are gonna develop this new roadmap that will then synchronize all the regulations so that when we are looking at these rules and regulations, and when we are trying to do tsunami preparedness for schools and communities, then they can say, look, for instance, Ministry of something. It's under your responsibility, but this has not been done. How can we best ensure that these are fully implemented? So these are some of the efforts that we are very, very excited to have. And I think perhaps I should start by mentioning why we started targeting schools and community, schools especially. It's because as many of our panelists here who talked about, it is very difficult to reach all the communities, and also given the changing donor landscapes and everything, we need to be selective. Then what can be our choices? Then we chose schools because great entry point, and I think during my discussion with Yulong, we said maybe the center of the universe, because in schools there are lots of different stakeholders who come together. It's not just students, it's also teachers, and also within schools they also receive early warning messages from their local disaster management agencies, and then with that then also they communicate to Minister of Education. So lots of different stakeholders come together in school, and it's within school it's a small society. And when school students, school children are learn what to do, where to go during tsunamis, and know their natural signs of tsunamis, then we believe that these kids then go to their home families and share these stories about what they learn, what to do, so that they can be the advocates for these. I am also, I don't want to say commitment, but it's a commitment. That is that this tsunami project has been going on since 2017, and I believe that we have learned quite a lot. But what I'm trying to say is that we had a great opportunity to meet with so many great local champions. For instance, there is a headmaster from schools for students with disabilities. 80% of them have intellectual disabilities, 20% have physical disabilities, and over 50% of them have multiple disabilities. However, this school conducts drill every month, once a month, regularly, and the kids know what to do, where to go, how to react during disasters. At the moment, they have conducted drills for earthquakes. So for instance, when an earthquake happens and there's a siren, and then the siren is also adapted for students with hearing disabilities. So it has the different colors, like I think it was in the Tsunami program, Tsunami Ready program, that you have a red flag and a green flag. Oh yes. They had their own sirens, they have their own mechanism, they have their body systems. So when there is earthquake, they feel earthquake, then they go immediately under the desk, and then they started shouting, "We're here," because they know that there's a limitation on what they can do. But in case the whole building is collapsed, then they know that these are the words they need to say, then people will come and try to rescue them. Or even they go down to the assembly point, and then they share all these, then they do the head count and move to a safe temporary evacuation center. These are all the efforts that have been done, and this is, I believe that there are many more community leaders that we can share experiences. I believe it doesn't cost anything. If we had infinite money, of course, we would love to invite some of the headmasters to come to certain schools, see how these schools are actually practicing drills. But unfortunately, that's difficult. But I believe that even at least through virtual Zoom, when these colleagues, where these schools and communities, if they can also, other communities who are interested in doing such can also take part in and learn and have direct discussion with them, and that's some of the efforts that we are very soon. Last but not least, I know I'm looking at Ardito every so often. For the tsunami early warnings, one of the things that I learned is that we need a bit more effort. We need to strengthen our efforts for education. That was the common recommendations from both the IOTWMS and the PT from the capacity assessment that were recently conducted. And to address, close that gaps, UNDP, UNESCO, and UNESCO IRC, and UNESCO, we are teaming together to develop a regional roadmap on tsunami early warnings for education, because we believe that schools can play a role. Schools are not just the agent that protected, but they can also be playing important role to strengthen the early warning systems going forward. So now that we have all these experts who are so passionate about tsunami preparedness and tsunami risk reduction, I would very much like to have your insights. I may find you during lunch break and coffee breaks. Please don't get surprised, and then I would love to have your insights so that we can really have this regional roadmap for students very meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swin. So a lot of things, and I think, so a lot of experience as well as learning that we have, UNDP have been doing. I think UNDP as a development agency also have a lot of networks and experience, and I think 4 things that we can actually tap into from the challenges and the gaps that has been identified by our SIDS colleagues is that I think the experience from UNDP in terms of policy advocacy and policy development, I think UNDP is quite strong in terms of following up activities, programs into making it into national policies as well as or policy advocacy. Second, I think which is also strong from the experience of UNDP has been doing is and looking into, for the example of this Ministry of Education, BNPB is basically stakeholder integrations. I think UNDP is also quite strong in terms of making different stakeholders sit together, discuss together, and try to integrate into trying to find a solutions as well as, and that might sometimes lead, or it leads to this policy advocacy and so forth. Another thing that Suin also mentions is the data management. I think in most of the activities of UNDP is always linked in terms of data collections, data maintenance, data management, and so forth. So this is also another strength from UNDP that we can do. And which is very important is in every activities to make sure that it's sustained, there should be an institutionalization of I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Trying to institutionalize this, activities, projects, so that there is a continuous ownership as well as sustainability. So yes, so that's basically some of the experience and even commitment from the development partners that we can do. And I've seen that, I've reminded that we are to lunch, so I'm not going to wrap up because it's quite clear what has been said. Assessment that is being done in Indian Ocean as well in Pacific also indicated a lot of challenges and gaps that needs to be addressed. So yes, we hear you, and I think the message to the SIDS as well LDCs that you are not alone. We have developing agencies, we have technical agencies that might be able to provide support, and I think the key is to continue to discuss, to continue to approach each other, and I think then we can define what is the gaps that can be supported by these development agencies or development partners as well as the technical agencies such as UNESCO and so forth. So with that, let's conclude the sessions, and let's give applause to our partners. Thank you very much for all the input, and I hope this session has been useful, and thank you very much for Juta for monitoring.
I would like to invite Arkunti Rahehu to felicitate our 2 coordinators, Adito Kodiat and Jutato Kurovula. break for lunch and we will join at 2:30. Okay, 3 o'clock we can rejoin. Food is arranged in the same place as the venue yesterday you went, like ITCO.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. We now move on to section 5. That is about towards 2030 tsunami resilience, optimizing observations and empowering at-risk communities. This is session 5, a roundtable dialogue. And I invite Suniga on stage to moderate this session. Mr. Carlos Suniga serves as head of the ocean at the Hydrographic and Oceanography Service of the Chilean Navy. He has extensive experience in tsunami early warning operations, ocean observation systems, and international cooperation under the UNESCO IOC framework. Mr. Suniga plays a key role in strengthening tsunami preparedness and response capacity across the Pacific region. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. In the program, it's only one session for both HLO, but we will split them out. We will start with the first one. Myself, with all the members that are have the lines over there. The main idea is very ambitious with our outcomes of this session, because we need to, at least for the first high-level objective, is to identify actions to enhance the tsunami observation system capable of issuing alerts within 10 minutes. So we had a very interesting presentation from Bill Fry, Dr. Fry, who is not able to join us. And I think he said very important things like the goals and what are the actual timing that we are taking for identify tsunamis triggered by earthquake, by seismic, and also by unknown sources. And that is difficult because if we think that we need to cover the 10 minutes goal for tsunamis, and tsunamis is a tsunami, we are not saying which is going to be the trigger of that tsunami. So now we are very good tools for seismic events. We are enhancing and making more robust our sea level network in order to identify another sources as well. But I think we have a lot of work to do. And something that is important is that we're doing all this because we are in the ocean decay. This is not only for 10-year period. We need to think that we need to give to the future generations something that has to be the outcome of this decade. We are in the halfway, 5 years past. I think we have improved, doing a lot of work and also SOPs, observations, also capacity development, but we still have room for more improvements. So I would like to ask to Dr. Baba, to Andrew, John to join me because we want to start doing our work and share our experiences in order to motivate to the audience to after a conversation. Thank you. So here we have a very different background professionals, and I feel moderator of this event. 10 minutes warning, 10 minutes of identification of the tsunami source as well. So for maybe for seismic events it's not so difficult, but as I said earlier, we have other sources that probably are quite more challenging. For national tsunami waters, places where I think we are doing a great effort in order to accomplish that goal. But for sure, we need to identify how to be faster and more accurate in our forecasting. And also, that will be a huge support to national tsunami warning centers. So I would like to take advantage to have Andre here with me in order to know how is his vision in order to have about a good combination of data between GNSS, sea level, and how those elements and other technologies and how all those elements will support that goal of 10 minutes of tsunami alarm.
Carlos, you said like should discuss all possible sources, not only earthquakes, but let me start low. I will start only from earthquakes and already try to show you that it's already a very challenging task even in case of the earthquakes. Like, because, yes, in tsunami early warning, we always deal with uncertainty. And this is inevitable uncertainty, and this is always a trade-off between the speed and uncertainty. And uncertainty, the more observations we have, the less uncertainty, of course, we will end. But, and the 10 minutes request is likely come from problematic of the near field tsunami early warning. I a bit different discipline than just a general tsunami early warning. It's a special case, and because like uncertainty in the near field is super largely pronounced, because here dictated by physics, by nature, by geography, also by technological limits. So there is part of uncertainty which cannot be avoided, and what I put my slide here. If you just like go, Indonesia, because we were working together with BMKG colleagues on the tsunami early warning system in Indonesia, and what I would like to show here is like to give you this feeling of uncertainty. So the shaded areas are tsunami arrival times. Have a source like in a dark shaded area, it means that like within 30 minutes the tsunami will reach any part. And then we have a very nice seismic network in Indonesia, many stations, and nevertheless like this, the contours, the blue contour is solid line is 150 seconds to the not only just to the center, but also by preliminary magnitude. So, like only events within, only sources within this contour could be quantified. Yeah, and we're talking about heads up. Yeah, like yesterday, Bill showed us this table with like there was head ups, then justification, confirmation, forecasting, but and here also like put 10 minutes only for the first column. Yeah, so my question is, we can have heads up in 10 minutes, like we can have them in Indonesia, in Japan, in Chile, with well-established, very well thought, designed local tsunami early warning systems. And the question, it's heads up, should they be like the final alerts? And the question is not yes and not no, because I would like to say that we still need to fight with uncertainty. For example, here in Indonesia, like after 3-4 minutes, we would have a preliminary magnitude and location. Is it enough or not? Like, because we don't have moment tensor at that moment, yeah? Of course, we have background information. We know if we see position of the epicenter on the plate interface, we say it will be thrust earthquake, classical subduction zone. We know the focal mechanism. We can start our modeling. But Padang 2009 earthquake, huge shaking in Padang, no tsunamis. We made warning, no tsunamis, because it was like in plain view, it was on the plate interface, but it was intra-slab earthquake. It was totally different mechanism. So knowing of moment tensor would help, but it is uncertainty. Same case like Palu earthquake, also huge uncertainty. And even if your earthquake is very large, like your classical like broadband system or like accelerometer, which is fitted to the smaller magnitudes, probably will not give you the full one. Stations will be oversaturated. Then you go to GNSS, and what we have seen today from presentation of Koshimura-san, it's just beautiful what they are trying to do. Yeah, like GNSS without seismic source. But what I want to say, it's possible, but it requires it cannot be just like copy-pasted to all another regions, yeah? You should have your local system with your local sensors, which you trust, which you like tested thousands of times. And it's also geographically specific. Japan will be different from Indonesia. Now, just saying a little bit about other sensors, still it is land-based sensors because information propagation, signal propagation respects nature. Yeah? So seismic waves, they have their velocities which are not infinite, the same for tsunami. Again, we have SNet, beautiful network, which gives us the unique possibility to see tsunamis like in the near field. But this is, again, it's huge investments. It could not. A question would be, or maybe my answer would be yes, it's possible to give a qualified, even not like upstream decision about what happens in the nature, but then we should talk about downstream. So how this information from scientists with all uncertainties should be to the alert message. And this is another story, because if you have uncertainty, you need to think, what should I put into my bulletin? Like, is uncertainty tolerable or not tolerable? Should I wait or should I now make that? It's also time. You should have a super fine SOPs, which are also proved and tested. And so it's a huge challenge, even for seismic events. Saying a word about volcanoes. So that's my and last point, sorry. I generally opposite this kind of 10 minutes or like 5 minutes. I just say, why not we look from the backwards? There is a community which would like to have some time for evacuation, and communities or some regions could say, you should give us a qualified warning within 20 minutes or 35 minutes. It depends on community, on infrastructure which they need to evacuate. And then they're kind of there on a waiting list. Yeah? If earthquake is close to Mentawai Islands, it's no need to warn Bali at all in 10 minutes, or even Java. They can wait. They can wait. So we can think of a kind of incremental tsunami early warning when communities decide which time they need to be warned. Okay, but this is just like it was philosophy.
But don't worry, Andre. You covered the 81% of the tsunamis. So they're triggered by seismic events. And you mentioned many important things, but where you were talking, I was thinking about the Drake Passage, and we are receiving seismic alert for events in those areas after 7-8 minutes. So that is something that we need to take into account, because not all the world is already covered, and as you said, regional and local solutions are the best, and considering the communities and what is exposure to the population over there. So also you said something about data and GIS and how different tools has been proven in places like in Japan. So Dr. Baba, so I would like to take the opportunity to ask you about emerging technologies and how those could be used everywhere, because we have very good experience for places where are proven those capabilities, but we need to think broader and probably how to support any other areas.
Okay, first of all, in terms of the 10 minutes warning, I pretty agree with his opinion. So we have to use the seismic data at first, GNSS data, because the tsunami propagates slower than the seismic wave. We have to use that seismic data, GNSS data, to issue warning within 10 minutes. But after that, many observations for tsunami can acquire the data. So we upgrade and downgrade based on the actual tsunami observation. But the tsunami is also caused by submarine landslide that cannot generate a seismic wave and cluster display. I would like to mention some tsunami observation technology that are shown in the slide. So this is drawn in the probably 10 years ago, the left-hand side map. Very conventional one with the tidal gauges, which for a long time. But this is also important because we can compare with the previous tsunami event, for example, the 1952 Kamchatka earthquake. So we can compare with tsunami caused by 2025 Kamchatka earthquake. So, and also we use that stations which equipped with ocean bottom gauge. Everyone knows about. Japan creating stations, and thus technology provide us important information of the tsunami propagation, I think. So we would like to introduce you the observation using high frequency radar. The high frequency radar transmit the radar to the ocean, and we use the Doppler effect that the tsunami wave in terms of the velocity field. This is important physical data, I think. Also, satellite observation is also nice to obtain that tsunami in the ocean. To Sumatra, we can get the satellite altimeter data for in terms of the tsunami caused by the 2004 earthquake. But just data is very limited, just below the orbit of the star. Recent years, we technology to obtain the SWAT satellite observation. We can obtain 2D along the with certain band of the width of the band of the sea surface displacement. We can get the 2D sea surface distribution data. So this is obtained by 2025 Kamchatka earthquake. We could see some clear waves. That's very interesting to me. And also, Japan employed the SNet, DoNet, NNet as well, so we can very dense the tsunami, so that the signal to ratio will be improved, so we can get small tsunami as well. And is a camera, so there are many cameras along the coast in Japan, and the technology of AI can take that at the station limit. We can use this as well to detect the tsunami. So these are observation technology for tsunami I'm interested in.
Thank you, Dr. Bala. So very interesting information. Some, as you said, some of the pictures are quite old. So I think it's a good evolution of what you have developed, and also from the latest event in Kamchatka. Very impressive information that coming from satellites is something that could be used everywhere, so it's important. Now moving to the small island states, the seats, I would like to ask John, and how that the networks can be a long in order to keep recording and keep supporting the national tsunami centers after the decade, because now we are receiving more importance in the end, but in the future probably it's going to be quite different.
From a small island standpoint, it all starts from the beginning, way beginning, from awareness, planning, and not just coming in and installing and leaving, which unfortunately has been the practice, and it has some backfire on us. So discussions have previous panel, they emphasized more on planning, identifying what needs to be done, what exactly in terms of not just infrastructure, but capacity inside the operation center, and whether or not there's that factor that funding comes in. The respective country has that component to the instruments for not just framework, but beyond that as well. And this also captures the fact that It's a holistic approach where evidence is research, modeling, and so forth. So that to us would be the best approach, to have proper planning, identifying again with proposals the need, exchanges with the respective countries, what they can offer, what they lack, then build on that. And once that gap is addressed at the early stages, then definitely what will be installed will be sustained. So that's from one side. The other side is back on our shoulders. We at times get excited with new development, new instruments to enhance our monitorings, but we don't make the effort in country to expand our structure as well, human resource-wise, to cater for that expansion of network. And that is something that small island country states have to consider while advocating for enhancement, but also considering what you can shoulder, you can do, can sustain what you plan to do in terms of increasing your technology wise. And last but not least, and funding. So this to well-developed countries, not that much of an issue, but to small island states, it is quite an issue for us. We can't have a maintenance plan because we don't have the budget to maintain our station. So that is not adding to the list, but yeah, those are some of the gaps that small island countries encounter with sustaining our networks, monitoring networks. Thanks.
Thank you so much, John. So talking about gaps, data gaps, I think that is a key point that you mentioned, apart all the issues that you are facing in terms of networks. But I would like to take advantage of Steve now, because he's running the CVET 2030 project. I think I'm a hydrographer, so for me also it's something very important. And well, in the beginning, the data was useful only for nautical cartography, but nowadays we see that's important for many different purposes. And one of them is tsunamis. So I would like to ask you, well, how do you see the relationship between tsunami modeling and how the project like CVET 2030 and JEP could support our tasks?
Yeah, certainly. This is a really interesting, all of us working in the marine science community, because we're living through a technological regime shift as we sit here. You know, with AI, with some of the new modeling systems coming online, and also, as well as us wanting a transparent ocean for the purpose of our seabed maps, there's a whole bunch of other actors out there who want transparent oceans for their own purposes as well. You can imagine, you know, the defense sector, people monitoring marine animals, the fisheries sector, underwater resources, you name it, people want better data, faster data, more transparent data immediately. And are going to feed through to this community as well in time. And a good example, for example, autonomous systems, marine autonomous systems, the small drones, especially the surface drones, the ones that aren't constrained by their battery life. It's the problem with water robots, you leave them at sea for a week and they've run out of power. With the ones that sit on the surface, they can be solar powered, they can be diesel, some of them are even sail-based systems. They can stay out there for weeks. And one of the things those drones can do, as well as mapping and helping us for CBET 2030, is they can be fitted with all kinds of other sensors as well. And you could use a drone to be a mooring. It hasn't got a physical connection to the seabed, but it can keep stationed. It can circle in the sea for extended periods of time, weeks, months, even years. And depending on the technology you fitted that drone with, it can join the smart cables, it can join the bottom those other things and start transmitting other kinds of data as well. So I think we're going to increasingly see data fusion, multi-user data fusion, which includes the Tsunami community. The other key thing we've learned from CBER 2030 is how much data we can acquire from the private sector. Much of what we obtain isn't from academics, it's from oil and gas companies, it's from the cable laying companies, pipeline companies, even ships of opportunity, you know, ships, high net worth individuals with expensive yachts with form that data into the system all the time. A kind of crowdsourcing. So I think that crowdsourcing for the permanent observer, the other systems we're used to having, plus an ever increasing level of accuracy, all contribute to better, improved tsunami warning systems in the past. The maps by themselves won't speed things up, but of course they'll mean that the predictions you'll have are better, and the sensors that we've been used to make the maps could themselves be harnessed for tsunami warning.
Thank you very much, Steve. I think it's quite important, the message that you just delivered. Because I was thinking in like Argo program was in the beginning developed for CTD information, and now you are using Argo also for so.
Actually, Argo is a really good example. We end the marine physics community because they've got about 4,000 Argo floats drifting the planet's oceans, delivering data every 10 days. But they hit the barrier of law of the sea. You could outfit Argo floats with a lot more sensors. Maybe you could even add tsunami sensors to an Argo float. But you need diplomatic clearance when they enter people's 200-mile EEZs, and that can make it quite complex. So one of the things we have to work on as well as tech is the legal models to make sure that things like the UN Law of the Sea has a provision for transparent access to data for public protection and tsunami warning. So evolve the legal systems as well as the tech.
Thank you very much. Now we have around 20 minutes for discussion. If you have any questions to all the 4 panelists, please, the floor is open. Of course, you are part of the panel.
Okay. Yeah. Let me ask you about the bathymetric data. In terms of the tsunami calculation, we need the data between the coastline less than 10 meters. So how do we get that these region data? So that I think there is a data gap actually between the coast and shallower than 10 meters, something like that. So we need, but the accurate tsunami modeling, we need accurate data between the coastline. That how do we get data?
For me, that would be harnessing micro sensors of various kinds. You know, deploying large quantities, almost nano scale sensors. It's happening for our friends in the defense sector. You know, new families of very, very small sensors for detecting all kinds of parameters. And I think there are ways we can harness that tech to put into tsunami warning and detection as well. It's not far off. These will be commercial off-the-shelf products within a few years.
That could be a good priority for the following years in order to take advantage of different sensors deployed already.
Yeah, on the legal aspects.
Lawyer here.
We have the example of the CTVTO, Memorandum of Understanding with IOC, with UNESCO, IOC, about data that is sent to tsunami. There is 25 national tsunami warning centers that are now receiving terabytes data per month from CTVTO, from the International Monitoring. This is because the purpose of that data is for saving lives. well, the CTVTO is about saving lives. I should say that. Then I wonder if something similar could be developed, and I've been discussing that with colleagues of the Smart Cable initiative on similar agreement with ITU telecommunications for data cables from telecommunication cables to flew directly to national tsunami warning centers, for example, and be distributed in that circle to avoid the political discussions, etc., etc. So for some data, for CVET, might be something similar could be developed. Thank you.
Great idea. So I think we need to move forward and something like that, to sharing not only real-time data, also information like the CVET.
I think they're back to like landslide tsunamis, and the scar in a seabed, try to see that the scar of the landslide all over the ocean is quite important for estimate like a landslide, probabilistic landslide tsunami hazard or something like that. Is that possible to see all of the scar in oceans?
I'll shout louder. Yeah, I think because of the way the technology is beginning to coalesce and the opportunities afforded by artificial intelligence, I think that kind of data fusion where multiple different sensors that might have been put there for marine biological monitoring, or they could have been there if, for example, seabed mining actually becomes a real industry in the future, the sensors those people put down will also be ones that are useful for doing tsunami warning. Again, defense sector stuff, what Bernardo was just talking about with the comprehensive test ban treaty organization sensors, they can be improved and expanded and their capabilities taken to the next level. And I think we're going to have sensors free floating in the water column as well. That's already happening, and but they're going to get smaller and cheaper. They'll start talking to each other, and when they start doing that, you start almost having a real-time 3D visualization of what's happening in the marine space. So, yeah.
Steve, actually, my question is just to you. I can imagine that probably a very important source of the data, especially for some areas, can come from oil companies. But at the same time, I can imagine that they are not the guys who would like to share the data. But they also depend on you.
Yeah.
So, and first of all, I'm talking about such areas like, for example, the Barents Sea. Yeah. So it would be quite interesting to know how your business is going.
Yeah, we actually find the oil and gas sector quite supportive for us because we're not after seismic data when we're doing seabed mapping. We just want the bathymetry. We just want the shape of the surface. And once we tell them it's okay, we don't want the three-dimensional structure of the underlying rocks, which is their commercially valuable data, that's when they relax. They say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't want to know where the oil and gas fields are." They said, "No, we just need to know the shape of the bottom." So the oil and gas companies, they are willing to release. The problem with them is speed of response. So if you wanted, going back to that kind of 10-minute warning business, trying to get a lot of help out of oil and gas companies on that turnaround is tricky. But what you would be able to get off them is an agreement to deploy sensors on their platforms. If we ask an oil company, will you put some kind of sensor on the survey ships, on your robots, on the platforms? Usually they will say yes. They just don't want the full resolution commercial data being released to the public. But for something like tsunami warning, you should be okay. And use the corporate data group in Paris. They're brilliant. Peter Berger and his team can really help put you in touch with the individuals you need to speak to. Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry for my question. I can imagine that probably my question will be a little painful, but when I'm looking at your map, I see that one of the blank spots is just the area around India. And actually, I would like to ask for your comments on this question. And I can imagine that this here is just the right place to ask this question.
It's not for want of asking. Yes, you do have geopolitical issues where certain countries are very important to share their data. And yeah, you will notice there are one or two gaps on the map. And it's not that the data doesn't exist, it's that the political agreement hasn't been given to share it. So for all of you, a friendly request to speak nicely to your home governments and sort of say, please be willing to share your data with the international community, because not everybody does. And we know it's there. We know the data's there. We think at least 25% has been mapped and hasn't been shared. Yeah.
So thank you. I will give you a break. Okay. So returning to the 10 minutes warning. So please, timely.
Thank you. I've learned a lot from this discussion, and I think conversations like this need to be echoed in more, I guess, halls, because everyone wants to talk more about public-private partnership, and this is a great example where that is filling the gap and really serves a purpose. But my question was, I guess, coming back to what John's comment was, and coming all the way back to the beginning, all of these public-private partnerships are wonderful, but at the end of the day, if governments cannot simply maintain the essential instrumentation to do this, I've asked a couple people, spoken to colleagues in Solomons, they have that same question: what works in terms of just purely budgets for maintenance? What works, and what can we do? What are some of the things that has worked? Because I know that this continues to be a big barrier for a lot of country, and it did come out quite a bit in the capacity assessment itself. I think the Indian Ocean tsunami example is a great example where countries pooled all the resources to fund the initial big investment for instrumentation, and then a lot of countries took up that charge to maintain it. But what can we do in places perhaps like the Pacific, where there are these gaps, mainly from financing?
So, you know, when I was a kid, I remember that I used to help my dad with the battery car, you know, because you need to open the battery and fill up every couple of months with water or acid, I'm not sure. And now we have the battery-free maintenance, and that was a big change in the cars. So probably we need to have something like that, maintenance-free tie gauges, since you know, when you are in areas near to the tropics, you need to do maintenance every twice a year, and it's expensive. So I think it is a, and probably we need to think that was just an idea, probably a joke, but probably we need to start thinking in something that could be a dream today, but it could be possible in the future. Juanjo, do you want to say something about that? Or John?
Thank you very much. It was an excellent question, what you're saying. And I think this is one of the weakest points. I am in the marine science in 45 years or something like that. And you say something this morning which is a key point. It is not so complicated to buy or to develop new sensors, which is very complicated to maintain the sensors in terms of human resources and in terms of mechanical or electrical or equipment maintenance. And one of the advantages that we already mentioned here, in order to, well, when I see here the bathymetry, you can have as many lines related with telecom communication, smart cables. In the smart cables, one of the requests is that no maintenance in the next coming 20 years. So means that the sensors are very robust and the price on the long term is peanuts. I mean, the question is to convince the government that this is a revolutionary way of having a global observing system all over the planet, in places where we have never been, in places, and somebody was talking, I don't know if it was you, Carlos, about far fields. Sometimes many earthquakes happen which are very low magnitude, which may happen, which may produce on the long term something else, because it's a fault which is developing, starting, and we have no idea, because my experience at sea is as soon as you put a sensor, you discover that something happened there. As soon as you send a rope, there is a new species, because we have never seen it, because we never send it. As soon as you put a magnetometer, all of a sudden you discover that there is something happening. So the paradigm here is technology is advanced so very fast that when we talk with the companies about to keep a sensor for 20 years, they say, are you crazy? 20 years? You know, in the planet, we have same time. Yesterday I checked, and there is 8.8. You can do whatever you want with it. You can use this computer for early work that is already used, and for many other things, because, well, a smart cable. And if you go to the middle of the Africa, there is a phone there, and the maintenance is not very high. So what I want to say with all of this is that technology knows about what you mentioned, that maintenance is becoming expensive. Now, stopping of having latency time for the equipment, that after a few years you need to change your car, no? This is not, well, maybe now it's going to be the case because of the batteries, as you mentioned. So there are solutions, and about the data is a key issue, but it's not the data, it's high quality data. When I was starting in the geophysics, data was an issue, but now it's high quality data. And I say this because when I saw all your lines, I've been doing some crossover analysis of all bathymetric data, and the discrepancy are spectacular sometimes. You have two crosses and there is a discrepancy of more than 100 meters. 100 meters for a tsunami warning is terrible. I mean, you lost the warning. So I stop here.
Thank you, Juanjo. Thank you so much for your comment. So, Toshitaka-san, we have that picture. So because we need to identify years, so what will be from your view, what will be the most important to invest in one kind of observation that could be used everywhere? Because we have plenty of options there.
But hard to answer your question, actually. So I understand he said that there are several aspects. One of them is observation for development country, so the maintenance cost should be low and easy to maintenance. I think the other hand is again, but I also think we need to develop cutting-edge technologies for observation. For example, the satellite data providing us a pretty nice picture of the tsunami. So we have seek the two kind of technologies. One is easy to use. The other is a cutting edge technology, something like that. And that is my answer. opinion, and that I would think in tsunami observations, the AI technology will be used more. So the left-hand side panel already used AI detections where tsunami came at upper limit of the tsunami from the images. And also, convolution neural network are also used in the tsunami prediction, so that many data obtained that by using these data, and also with that simulation generated a bunch of generated these data are used in the AI technology to predict the tsunami indentation within 10 minutes, I think. So my question, my answer your question, the next step to use probably machine learning technology and AI technology for these observation for tsunami prediction.
Okay, thank you so much. Just, I'm almost on time, almost. So Andrea, I would like to ask you a question. So when you began in the Indian Ocean system about 20 years ago, and now you are all the technology, all the kind of different observations, and also the reliability of them, and as they provide us fast information. Would you see back in 2004, 2005 or 6 that we could be in this stage on 2025? My question is because we need to look forward, and we need to look probably for the next 20 years. And probably what was the picture back 20 years ago is something that we couldn't imagine for these days.
I would have expected a bit earlier, I would say, because in 2005, 6, it was a paper in 7, we proposed to use real-time GNSS for tsunami early warning in Indonesia. And now it became reality in Japan, like since maybe 5 years, yeah? Like this system of Ohta and Kashimura is in operation maybe 3 years. So just a lot of time passed, yeah? Like I would have expected even earlier, but you see this progress, these new ideas, they're absolutely top for if we stay by 10 minutes. Really, I don't like this request, but if this request is set 10 minutes, then just cabled networks like SNet, DONETs, which can see tsunami, not only say the source, but tsunami itself is the best solution, but it's super expensive solution. GNSS is the next priority.
Thank you so much to panelists. You know, you had shared a lot of your knowledge, your ideas. I think we have a lot of homework to do about legal issues, data sharing, all the knowledge as well. They are facing regarding the data, lack of also human resources. And I would think that probably as Andre, your last comment, we are in the right path because we are thinking in adding more sensors to other capabilities like Argo, using AI, the use of information like with the fiber cables, like smart sensor and things like that. But now those are in the paper, you know, are in the scientific and research papers. And probably in 20 more years, we will see all of them like a reality, and data very useful for achieving. A group of experts met in Paris and said that, okay, 10 minutes is the goal, and we need to fix that, and I think that we are doing our best effort in order to achieve that goal. So thank you so much for all your comments, to you for your
Thank you, Mr. Carlos Zuniga. First, I move on to the second panel discussion of this session, which will be moderated by Dr. Sylvia Chacon. Dr. Sylvia Chacon is the chair of the Intergovernmental Group for the Warning and Mitigation System and a leading expert in tsunami risk management and early warning systems. Based in Costa Rica, she has been advancing community preparedness, coordination for tsunami resilience across the Pacific region. I welcome Dr. to the stage.
I would like a small correction of the Caribbean ICC. I am the vice. What I am is the chair of the scientific committee of the Ocean Decade Tsunami that have us all here yesterday and today. I am very happy to be able to this panel, and I would like to invite my panelists. Me, please. We have Marinos. We have. We don't have. Yeah. Again, where is Irina? And we have Doreen, please. Let me set up a timer. Okay. Could you mind moving one seat so I can? Yeah, we are better with the rest of the panel. So I think it was a very interesting point that I raised the 10-minute warning or 10-minute time for warning, and it is indeed very, very important that extension the best approach to have the same for everywhere in the world because arrival time. But what we do know is that is coming enough time to react, and we know that cases that like happen for. Therefore, communities need to be prepared in advance. We cannot start telling what to do when we 8 minutes or 5 minutes warning. So communities be able. We need to have resilient communities. So I start asking Marinos, what does tsunami resilience mean in practice coastal communities?
Thank you for the question. Before answering this question, I would like to also support Sylvia's previous comment about which I found some very relevant, as we very well saw yesterday by the given from the Tsunami Warning Center when they said the time for disseminating messages at 30 minutes, and they are very relaxed and very happy with that because they're not expecting anything. 30 minutes. In similar cases, there are not similar. There are several cases that in the NEAM region were expecting the coast to be hidden by tsunamis in than 10 minutes. So, at least in my perspective, it's just a number. It doesn't mean anything. 8, it could be 12, it could be 3. So, I would be better approached if we try to, okay, have a time threshold for this. It's definitely not. It would be a bad idea not to put all our efforts how to 9 and after make 9 minutes 7. Also build on the resilience on the community and coming to that rest, and I believe resilience is a lot more aware of tsunami risk, to prepare, respond, and also recover effectively. Among others, this includes having a credible evacuation plan consisting of early warning system and redundant and reliable dissemination system for sending to the warning and the alerts to the populations. Designated evacuation routes and assembly areas verified by the locals, and in some cases even infrastructure designed to withstand tsunami waves, either to protect the coastal zone or to provide shelter, like in the case of evacuation. The community should have a comprehensive tsunami education and awareness, which I think it's something very, very important, and it should start from the schools, as it was presented in, I think, the previous, not the previous panel, the one before. Besides that, I also think that the local stakeholders, the community, should be this building process, also participate and in the various elements of this way. The awareness is maximized, and the products, communities, and the local stakeholders take the ownership of products, and this gives, I think, a better sustainability to maintain this in the future. Of course, special attention should be also given to vulnerable populations. I think we can achieve what it was somewhere written, 100% resilience, only if we can tsunami signs like the one put on top, not the one, not the black, green one, which is a typical evacuation route sign, which shows not only running, but designates an evacuation route for a wheelchair. I think percent resilient communities. Finally, I think that resilience is a long-lasting and never-ending process, and it should be embedded in the long-term urban planning and development of the communities in order to have this sustainable element.
Thank you. I think it's a very comprehensive process and not simple. Now that you mentioned, I haven't noticed the wheelchair figure on the sign. I mentioned is something that is kind of recent for us on the tsunami preparedness. We are starting to incorporate the people with side disabilities, like Glorimar mentioned yesterday, and now you mentioned the access or the mobility disabilities on your sign. So I would like to ask Doreen, how can we ensure we reach everyone, including tourists, isolated communities, and of course people with disabilities?
Okay, thank you very much. Since yesterday, much of today, I've been discussing that have been done so far in terms of detection and monitoring, but I haven't seen much in terms of dissemination of the warnings, which is again one of the most fundamental, because we do a lot of the backward work already, but the target is to make sure this information by the end of the day reach the targeted people in our communities, because having information which is useful at some point, but not send that information, you haven't achieved 100% of your target. So with this, check how the flow of information, again, all the way from tsunami service program, national tsunami warning is sent from national warning centers via different stakeholders in the countries, all the way to coastal communities at last. So I think again, the flow of information, especially the TSPs, the National Tsunami Warning Centers, like same most of the countries, either GTA's email, we have when we come to the national tsunami and all the way to communities, start to a bit because with me when I say that different they have different levels of technology. So it means warnings are being disseminated within the country. Again, it depends on the level of technology of that particular country as well. Time you have to think about, like I have said, that is we have different groups. We of course we do have tourists coming in, let's say in 6 countries. There's traffic, so we get to receive tourists throughout the country. I mean throughout the year, and then at the same time you have people with disabilities. And I'm very happy that yesterday this pointed out, because most of the time it's like we forget to talk about this in our conference, in our planning. So it means we now to think and come up with different means, which is very important. It can reach, and at this, especially in island countries, you have, say for instance, in Seychelles, you have a total of 115 islands. Even though not all people are not living, islands, but at least you can find the population has been scattered a little bit. So remote communities, or I don't want to use the term isolated community per se, but we have that. And I think situation again in most of the countries. So we also have to think about on how information. So I know this, but I'll just go quick and please feel free to add as you can. So, from the tsunami warning centers, of course, the previous we're using normal means that we know SMS, telephone, televisions, and then emails as well to relay the information. From the side, they come up with the sirens and all that just to make sure the information has been communicated. But this is again on the general basis. And most countries, warning have been disseminated, or the national Met office, at least in most, at least the ones who are open 24 hours in a day. But again, in this obligation falls out of the Met office. But most of the right now, according to the WMO, at least they're using common alerting protocol, which comes the usage of CAP at least simplifies. In this case, it's tsunami. It's either a warning countrywide area from Chile, countries into portion and so forth. So you can actually say you are warning to an targeted area, and then at the same time can help us to reach out to one of the group, at least the tourists, because I know like most of the tourists before visiting a country, I think most of us do the same. To check with the officers sites to check like what's like on this and so forth. So when our warnings be so of which again via this way most of the can get the information. When we come to speak about both disabilities, the topic, because when you say disabilities, it's not one group alone. Again, it's subdivided. So as per subdivisions, they have different needs and have to use different means to communicate the information. So with them, again, people who are deaf or have difficulties in hearing, it means even if you display a message in all televisions in your country, they won't be able to get the message unless you. But at the same time, I have to think that not all, again, people who cannot hear, they know how to use sound at the same time. So you have to think further on how to make information is communicated to them. But we also have people who are blind in our communities. For them, it means they can't rely, let's say, on the family members disseminating information. We have, again, some visuals, from something which like audio cues for them, something like the sirens, loudspeakers, and so forth. But I'm seeing that in some countries right now, they're coming up. Yesterday, Professor was talking, like, people are coming with different, like, disseminate, make sure that the warnings reach everyone at the same time. Yeah, so in a nutshell, that's it. But one last thing that I can point out, that within our communities, even, from yesterday, we have been hearing the local champions or volunteers or tsunami within our communities. These are very important on them to disseminate the information, especially in remote areas. Have a focal point, even if the community is isolated, and we are able to reach even one person within the community who is either a focal point or tsunami champion, or relay that information sometimes on foot loudspeakers. I think last time I had a testimony from one of the islands. People actually are using even bells which are located in schools or in church, or sometimes even mosque, just to alert everyone that something is happening. And they go out, some of them carrying banners like yellow and red. People like they can, the one who have difficulties to hear, but they can see, and they know something is happening within the communities. And yeah, but doing all this, I'd just like to a few points to think about further. Because sending information alone is not enough. Okay, yeah, sending the information can be sent, the warning can be sent out there, but we have to think if the information within the warning is something which people can actually understand clearly and take action from the stakeholders levels within the country all the way to the community. Do they understand the warning, all the information that we are communicating to them? And by the end of the day, how can we now take advantage of this technology like AI? Make sure that, let's say, the challenges which most countries face in terms of tourism industry, that language, like you send your warning in English, but someone doesn't understand English. How can we use AI? How can we use AI to make sure like something which was like smartphones for the vibration? That, yeah. So, point, yeah. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. And you make a good point. Because in coastal communities to work with them to develop tsunami evacuation maps and assist them in the development of their tsunami awareness and response plan. They say, okay, yeah, we need to alert very sirens. And for them, sirens are the magical solution to everything, you know, and expensive to begin with. And probably, depending on the size of the community, very likely one won't be enough, because, you know, the sea tends to dissipate the sound very much. But when we start, okay, great, while you collect the money for the siren, let's think in some other ways, you know, and as a backup, and then we start thinking on you know, on all the possibilities that are not covered by it. So thank you. And wants to share with us a couple of videos, right? You want to introduce it first?
Oh, yes. So my intervention will be based on a story from the 2018 experience of the Krakatau tsunami, flat collapse tsunami, really about innovation and also network. You will see very shortly Samsul, a member of community-based search and rescue, WISTA. WISTA was the first community members who normalized water in 2008. They shouted to the local government and said, we saw this strange water coming to us, please do something. The government, who received their phone call, said, don't make people panic, don't. Frustrated, they then the national television, TV1. Then TV1 broadcast their report from the field, and then from that point, the local government saw. So I think the National Tsunami Warning Center achieved that. National Tsunami Warning System will respond to the particular event because the design for the local community responded at 2 in the morning, while the event happened around 8 in the evening. That lag of time occur only because is highly uncertain. So what I would like to do is to, oops, sorry, how do I play this? Maybe I have to click from the, I can stand from there. Do we have a volume? But it's silent. So this thing about this low-cost, non-expensive device for sea level measurement, picking up from intervention before mentioning about the challenges in real time. So IL is one of the innovations that came from the 2018 tsunami that was installed in this particular area affected by the 2018 tsunami.
Beda dari surut yang lain gitu, sehingga terdeteksi, dan dari surut itulah dia akan mengirim laporan dan terjadi tsunami, jadi surut dulu, dan dari surut itulah ada laporan gitu. Dari laporan itu BMKG segera mengirimkan menginformasikan bila itu terjadi tsunami gitu.
Waktu untuk evakuasi menurut Pak Samsul berapa menit kira-kira?
Itu antara tergantung titik tsunami-nya ya. Kalau memang itu mungkin sekitar 20 menit. Karena ini yang dikhawatirkan adalah Krakatau, pusat tsunami-nya. Sehingga 20 menit itu adalah waktu yang cukup. Tapi kalau memang ada terjadi gempa yang mungkin di daerah ini, mungkin itu mungkin sekitar 5 atau mungkin gitu ya. Yang tahu saya adalah pusat tsunami-nya ada di Krakatau, dan itu lumayan waktu cukup gitu.
To explain how the device work and how they made the device. And explain to maintain the box. As you see there.
Harus dibuka ya Pak? Untuk tahu apa Pak?
Untuk tahu nyala atau tidaknya bisa dilihat ya, tetapi kalau ada indikator-indikator nyala berfungsinya harus dibuka.
Yang boleh buka ini siapa Pak?
Orang maksudnya yang terlibat di sini gitu. Memang nggak semua tangan, kecuali yang hanya nyala on off-nya nih.
Itu on off buat apa Pak?
Untuk nyalain. Kadang kan saat ini mati, tetapi otomatis nyalanya itu
harus nyalain
manual.
Kadang sinyal mati juga.
Iya.
Oh.
Nah mungkin nanti yang bisa nyala sendiri gitu ya.
Ini biaya lengkap SL ini berapa?
Unit.
Semua.
Satu unitnya itu katanya sih sekitar 30-an Bu.
10 juta.
That's the cost of one unit of SL. And it is, as you can see, the beauty of the story here is to see the attachment, the emotion of the community to the device, the ability for the community to function, the information through the CCTV, relayed real so they can see what happens to their sea, and that's connected to KG as well. So example that also attract a larger or bigger idea is by IDRIP to then install similar earlier or fancier IDSL. It's not low-cost anymore. But if you see, I was in Mentawai and I saw this and I took a picture, and then I called Alfat. Alfat, the community here. Alfat said no. This instrument sent information to the National Tsunami Warning Center. And from that point, the community knew if the tsunami happened or not. And at this point of the story, the community from the instrument. And fascinating to also observe the expression of the villagers that was right beside me and took the phone call with Alpha. These are the social, emotional dimensions of technologies that are really entangled with what we and what I want to actually is how important not only about how to develop evaluation maps and also routes, also disability, but from the beginning, the instruments co-produce the knowledge and also co-produce the actions and allow them to also make decisions away from hands.
This is a very interesting example and very touching example, and this is our experience. They're nearby them, they get attached to them, they take care if something is wrong. And if they don't have to do the maintenance, they feel like this tide gauge is there to protect, you know, because if tsunami arrived there, it just arrived at the community, but they is
thank you for reminding me that. If you see here on the middle, in the first picture on the left, in the middle, there's a on a daily basis. So when the instrument was, or it like broke down, Samsul will call Samedi and Samedi will respond and say, take it to the nearest computer reparation and then you might be able to fix it. So he just do this distant communication, and that's where the trust is built with scientists. So we cannot be too detached or too sterile from the social reality, and that's how science engage with the communities directly.
This is how you keep it running. Yeah. Yes, it is working. It is very good point. At this point, I would like to open the floor to the.
I would like to stress out that we should be very careful with all these technological improvements, because we should not forget that in many emergency cases, the advanced technologies failed. We may have power failures, we may have internet failures, we may have several things that we are taking them for granted when we are designing and we are planning, but in certain cases these advances that we have on our hands right now might not be there to help us. And if we build our plan completely on such kind of technologies or some kind of tendency with other more traditional and more I don't know, robust process. This is the one other thing, especially regarding the IDSL that it was presented. I totally respect to an equipment that can save lives, but from the perspective of an who has who should be able to deliver its services very credibly and with no gap and anything. We should be very careful of the selection of the instrument and of the equipment that we are using, because several might be convenient at a it might not be such expensive and we can afford buying it, but in the end it might not be there to use it when we need it. Might give a false perspective of safety, because if it's not a robust commercial product, then things might not be that ideal after some time. And this is also the main part, because such instruments definitely better to replace them than go and repair them.
I think you make a good point about the expectations that we create on the people, and this is something about the Palu tsunami that gave me a lot of thinking, and it was that people thought that the sirens will magically protect them about tsunamis, and how they thought they didn't need to do anything because the sirens were there. And this is something to keep in mind for everybody. Doreen, you want to say something?
Oh, yes, thank you. I just wanted to add something on what you have said. Actually, I do agree with what you're saying, because again, with advancement in technology, it doesn't come just like that. It comes with some risk associated with it as well. But at the same time, it doesn't mean we should ignore the benefits. But again, at the same time, we should put in place some other active like mitigations. In case of failure of one system, we should have another system in place to support, so that to ensure that by the end of the day, the flow of information continues. But I would like to point out a few things maybe I forgot to say it at the first time. For instance, most of the national tsunami, maybe this might be within small development industry, small islands, where everything is within the national warning center allocated within Indonesian. So find at some point, if you don't have a replace as usual, it means there's be cut off a flow of information from the national one center, which has been initiating the chain within the country, the flow of information. So I have to think on do we ensure that there's continuous flow of information within our states when we have technology issues, but at the same time, the centers are located, let's say, within inundation areas. And then at the same time, we have also to think about warnings, like I've said before. I remember with Mr. Dito, we participated last month in a drill where we realized the first warning issued is actually, especially when it comes to evacuation warning sent that you have to evacuate is like the most important warning, because when people start to move, they really check back on the flow of the incoming information, maybe until when there's natural shelters. So it means if you kind of to communicate the right information, it will take a long time to gather people again and the second information. So I think this is something which we have to work together, put things in place nicely so that we avoid this. But another issue that happened, I experienced this. We talk about things which we are disseminating, and we know that we have put into place entities which are responsible to do, and we have SOPs within the countries. But the question comes when, let's say, I can give an example. When we had such an event happening, we as Met Office, we knew that Seychelles were not expecting to have any, let's say, we were not going to issue any alerts for that warning, because again, we're not expecting any impacts in Seychelles. At the same time, we're getting calls already from members in the community asking us, what is happening? Affected? Should I? What you see, those questions become in the world which we're living right now. Despite you having the mandate of telling people what is happening, people can get access to that information. It's not like something which is enclosed in an envelope and only few people have access to it. That's another risk that comes with it. So at that point, it can create, at the same time, it can create a confusion, because at some point people are saying, we're not saying anything, we're not issuing warnings, we saw things, but I'm not supposed to issue one for this. So I think, I don't know how we can come up with maybe of solutions to the flow of information is, you have clear flow of information, and also the information which is being relayed so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. You are entirely right, and I think maybe we all have dealt with false alarms or these fake WhatsApp chains eventually in our country. First, Andre, and then Harkunti. There. We have about 13 questions. Hope to be enough.
I would like to come back to the video which does here to comment on the technical issues of this new device. Really, what I heard from the video really want to be just like how we creating a new methods which are really kind of false information. What I heard from the guy said was twice it was really not true. That this when tsunami comes, it retreats. It's the case. In case of Krakatau, probably there was no retreat. It was just like Maxima which came. And then he said, like, we will have approximately 20 minutes when something happens to Krakatau. It's also not, because the propagation time was 20 minutes, but it was not like, and if you get information like on the call, that's like how many minutes we have. It's not 20. Like it was 0 minutes at that time. Yeah. So what I want to say that just even in this case, if somebody who is operating this device, he talks to people, he talks their language, they with him. Yeah. There should be, if not certification, but something to prevent not accurate information provision. Otherwise, people would just like create new mythos.
Thanks so much for that, Andre. I felt there's multifaceted dimensions of understanding what can occur within communities. And I actually have another slide, which most of us are writing about tsunami risk communication and sharing how events shape the way risks are perceived. So for Labuan case, this gentleman was convinced that waves came at his point, approximately that amount. He's quite sure. Also mentioned about the earthquake. If it's from an earthquake source, it will come even within 5 minutes. So I don't also know where that came from. And is that also not in a position to say? But that's the way you also perceive based on real events. And you mentioned about Palu. Palu exercise in 20. And the scenario for the national tsunami drill was 15 minutes lead time. And the event itself only gave them less than 5 minutes. It's not possible for the warning to reach them in time. But that's how then the risks are shaped, the perception are shaped by the exercise. And then the reality, perception. Every event, every exercise, new perception and perception are moving. They are equally uncertain. And as we want to control as much as possible how community perceive lead time, issuance, from where the source can come from, the uncertainty is really high. On the other hand, we have to also see how attached, how close the time. And most of the time, these are non-affordable. Most of the time. And I know that Samedi is using his extra time. He's doing volunteer in doing this. So I cannot give you a clear answer for that, Andre, but I share your concern. But here's the microphone.
I'm sorry, Sasha. Okay, ladies first. Yeah, ladies first. Thank you. Thank you for this panel. It's very interesting. So I was like, like I mentioned, like last month, I was invited with this AI summit, innovation summit. And then there are terminology that they are using about the AI wellness, AI ethic, as well as AI readiness. So the word wellness, ethic, and readiness, I think is very much related with this conversation in the panels. Important. Because we're still like thinking about the false alarm, everything, but the world was evolving toward that. So we have to be like thinking, don't stick with the problem that we say you face now, because we have to go forward. And then the ethic, wellness, and the readiness is very important for the community, for the decision maker, stakeholders. So maybe 3 of you and 4 of you, maybe after this meeting, we can think about it. What should we identify? Because the AI group, now they are thinking about that, not talking about the mistake, false, and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Harkunti. I'm sorry, Sasha, but I think she was first. I said Harkunti and her. Sorry. Give her the chance. Thank you.
Oh, again, sorry. So, ladies first.
I actually didn't say your hand.
Second, ladies. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity.
First, talking about the bridging technology and community is very challenging. Actually, in terms of the upstream part in here, as I'm as National Tsunami Warning Center, we really try to do make the stakeholder and the community can understand what the information is, how do they react with that information. So that's from that. NTWC in this case, BMKG has the program called the Earthquake Field School, or yesterday Bu Suci mentioned Sekolah Lapang Gempa, where this program is actually mostly talk about the kind of the product that NTWC disseminate the information. Just want to make sure that the community understand what that product. On the other hand, this earthquake field school also become the encouraging program to be to encourage the people or the community to be the tsunami ready. So it's to be in line between the local, I mean the national program to be the global program is one of the point. On the other hand, how do we maintain that program? We actually have a best practice during the Tsunami Palu earthquake field school. We conducted in 2015, and the Tsunami Palu occurred 2018. So 3 years after the earthquake field school program, there is one of the participants meet us and mentioned can save from that Tsunami Palu. They still remember what we have done that program. It's actually the national program that can attach to the community, especially the stakeholder and the in that area. It's become very important how to bridging the upstream and downstream. On the other hand, also actually I also want to talk about what Babaiko mentioned about the 5 minutes. It's coming from the idea of the earthquake occurred in 2 March 2016. On that time, because Dr. Irina asked the initiator to be lead of our upstream and downstream. So when the earthquake occurred with the tsunami warnings that disseminated by the National Tsunami Warning Center, it like we sit together to know how the system going. So from that events where this event occurred in far away, is around maybe is around 200 kilometer. It's 200 kilometer. So from that is actually on that time NTWC, it means BMK 682 Southwest Mentawai Island. On that time NTWC disseminate information with the magnitude 8.3. But then the magnitude update to be 7.8. So the differences between those magnitude will be very become hectic in situation in the community. So from that, we collaborate with Babaiko and Gavzetem on that time, which area to be 5 minutes. So mention about 5 minutes need to be really understand with the seismometer we have, and when the tsunami arrival will come. So this is actually kind of the bridging.
1 minute? Okay, yeah, but Bernardo also raised his hand. So you tell me, Sasha, you had a question? Yes. Okay, please. And then Dennis tell me if we have more time.
Actually, we have a very spectacular example quite recently. You know that in 1952, the Kamchatka tsunami killed about 15,000 people. Yes? Okay, 15,000 people. And 2025 tsunami killed none. And there were very many questions and articles asking why this tsunami was not catastrophic, why so strong earthquake have not killed anybody. And actually, I was interviewed by Washington Post on this question. And my reply was actually quite short. Actually, this is a very clear demonstration that our work is not in vain. That there were some very important lessons from that event. That is why people knew exactly what to do. The entire village in Severokuriilsk, where 6,000 people were killed in 1952, went uphill. It was some factory and port workers, maybe 400 people. And in 12 minutes after the earthquake, the very effective evacuation began. So, and this is the reason. And I would say that from some point of view, this is some kind of congratulation to all of us who are working on this problem. It's just a very, very spectacular demonstration of our work.
I agree with you. This was a good opportunity to show that the system works and that the improvements have been made. So we have reached our 45 minutes, Dennis, so you tell me have the time.
I will do it in 15 seconds.
Okay.
So just want to comment on the issue about cheap and affordable technologies and also emerging technology. I think this is an important issue in regards to operational systems. So basically, what is important is we have to recognize that emerging technologies and cheap technologies useful for pilot testing, including Galileo satellite for dissemination. But the real value in that is actually to communicate to the public about the limitations and challenges of these emerging technologies and also technology. I think this is what we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernardo, just be chief. Yeah, but there's...
It is a huge responsibility, you know that. I wanted to be back to the dialogue between Irina and Andrei. I fully support what Andrei said. Accurate information to be delivered by that's part of the job and is also ability that the system has. But at the same time, I think that we are, and I feel comfortable by putting in question the credibility of the experts. And I think that we need to be humble on that. Is from my previous life, I was doing bioeconomic modeling, and I was performing an economic model of the jack mackerel fishery in Chile, 4 million tons by that time, by year. And then for a model of sustainable yield, annual sustainable yield of the fishery, I needed a medium price of the fish meal. So I went to an econometrist that was just back from Berkeley with a PhD that was using probabilistic models. Wow. and managed to buy a database of 1 million data points from the future markets of in Chicago. It was not that expensive. That database was 7, 8 different qualities of oil. So this colleague from the Faculty of Economy took the database and used that in the probabilistic model and gave me a middle price of $575 the ton of fish meal. So I did it and I delivered the report. And 2 years later, there was a structural change in the market of fish meal and fish oil. And the price go up to $1,200. So twice. So the model was no longer sustainable. There was enough data, a massive data, and there was the perfect holistic model, but. So this is the perfect audience for that dialogue between social science and hard science.
Yes, I agree, Bernardo. And another example of how we should remain humble is the 2011 tsunami in Japan as well. Nature can surprise us and will continue surprising us. So we know we don't know everything. But we do our best what information we have. Remain in this. There are many people want to participate. We will have the coffee break to discuss, and probably the rest of the week also. I would like to thank my panelists. Very important participation. I think we were supposed to solve some problems, but I think we are living with more with more issues to solve, and that's also good news. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvia Chacon. And so I would like to invite Mr. Dong Mio on stage to present memento to Dr. Sylvia Chacon and Carlos Zuniga. Carlos Zuniga, please come to stage.
Maybe start with you? Yes.
We will take a tea break around 15 minutes. Please come back around 5:15.
Just to for the moderators, the reporting. So if you did not upload your file on Google Drive, then you can bring it. So because we already have 3 or 4 presentations on Google Drive, we can run it from. You have your reports, you can take it. Yeah.
So we need to upload PowerPoint or file.
In your case, because your session just completed, you can just.
Good news.
Flexibility.
Halo, halo. സെഷൻസ് ഇവരാരും റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാത്തില്ല.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we will begin session 6, which is the I will invite Mr. to moderate the session. Please.
Hello? Yes, almost last. After 2 intensive come to this point, and it's great to have so many great talks covered by all experts. So it's a good time to review what and what are the key outcomes. And from there, we will probably compare with what the challenges that we need to handle and see whether there's any recommendations or actions coming out of all these great things that we have experienced. So could I start with session 1? Moderator, I think it's Professor Jan Jose? Jan Jose? Where is Jan Jose? Sorry, yep, okay, thanks. Floor is yours.
Now I understand. Good, thank you, Carlos. I don't know. Can I go back here? Yeah. Sorry, I stay close to the microphone. No? So good afternoon, everybody. What I've been said is to be quick and to try to summarize what we did together in the high-level objective 1 in this 1 day. It was something like 11 talks. So we made a compilation between Yuichiro Nioka and myself, and here you have all the contributors, which I guess up to 11 for different countries, different organizations, and to be honest, very interested to each other a lot. And we can have some sort of recommendation for the challenge of ODTP. I'm going to very fast to explain more or less the general content of the first place. We have this probabilistic hazard assessment, probabilistic tsunami forecasting, and knowledge transfer. There was one interesting talk about tsunami, for tsunami hazard assessment, and one about the landslide tsunami, which are interesting point that recurrently we talk about in some other talks. In terms of observation, we have in total something like 5. One about cable, very exciting, innovation technology, and about Jacob geometry data, and one on the deposit. Geometry data shows that at the end of the day, we don't know very well our seafloor, and this is something amazing because, well, we know better, and this is a classical saying, the surface of the moon, the deep sea. We're not sure if it's completely true, but it's convenient for us in order to promote our number of research for mapping our the smart cable, deep buoys and land and tsunami operation, another very interesting concerning the sea level network in Australia, and focus on different sources about another one, call it about, okay, then I can put it here. Sorry, like this on the whole day. After the network in Australia, we have another one focused on different sources. What is called Meteo Tsunami was some discrepancy about the name. But indeed, these are sea waves triggered by the forces due to meteorological events. And then we also third presentation with novelty technologies and tsunami detection applied to telecommunication subsystems. Was a talk about the possibility, in principle, to detect tsunamis along 4,000 kilometers. Technology tools, meaningful development, comprehensive tsunami software, Jaguars, and a legal consortium named EPSOERIC, which provided to, in principle, European community, but hoping that to evolve. So I'm going through very fast through every single talk. John Burns from the Global Monitoring in the Tsunami was bringing a gap between science and providing a cookbook recipes for tsunami hazards. And concerning the challenge of ODTP, this particular one can provide uncertainty and forecast of early warning. Tsunami hazard models, which are much less developed, and new hazard models will develop with the and on past landslide of stability. Also to the ODP, landslide tsunami is a challenge, and there are few systems today. Indeed, there's only one in Norway, around the coastal area and the entrance of the another one in Tromboli, in the world, because they are very local events. SESI was giving a nice smart cable, it's a global initiative. Communities, International Telecommunication Union, the World Meteorological Organization, and this is driven by volunteers. And the story of this, which to some way we may say it is a jump into the global system. I think deployed there, one in the Atlantic, another one. It's a fantastic collaboration between. It's a dream because we never thought that ever in our life we would have any collaboration between IT, telecommunication, and science. For us, we know that this initiative is a bridge communication and science, and with a significant socioeconomic benefit by all means. Not only in terms of early warning, because we will have real-time information, so we'll improve the time for tsunami warning, for earthquake, and on top of that, with the other sensors, which are embedded in the cable, which is a climate change for deep sea pressure and temperature, we can detect, induce a lot of properties about the which affect the climate and which affect the whole planet. Steve Hall gave accurate global sea map, GIPCO 2030, and they are absolutely essential for whatever a tsunami model. While he was complaining about the low level of percentage on the bathymetry, and on the other hand, which is fundamental. I mean, a little bit of, he was telling that in the Pacific, many areas where we don't have one, not only Pacific, Northwest Passage going on the Arctic, where we're supposed to have a lot of communication, cable, and etc. They have. So this is for the tsunami a fundamental piece because it's the way to have accurate model and accurate precision. Well, in terms of ODP, accurate bathymetry is fundamental for this. Really, no discussion about it. Alessandro Amato, he was online, and he was providing recent development on ongoing tsunami warning system. He was talking about this Northeast Atlantic, Mediterranean, and a small cable in the Atlantic Cam, and he was also referring to this Calypso observatory. It is not a communication cable, but this is a testing to check all these sensors embedded in the smart cable that they are working since the end of December 23. Concerning, I don't know where, including this in terms of ODP, ODTP benefits, these various observation systems, and redundancy in terms of early warning is not a problem. I think it's a benefit. Yolo Mayo provides the main component of the Australia sea level monitoring, consisting on 42 type gauge, and this is working since the agreeing of the ATWS, and this is really important in terms of sea level stations. He described the importance of this sea level system for the Australian tsunami warning system. They are jointly operated with the Bureau of Meteorology for forecasting and warning services, together with the Geoscience Australia. Alexander Matijin reported on some sea level fluctuation that can be amplified by combining this atmosphere-ocean effort and coastal, in particular in some areas of the northern part of the Black Sea, with mean sea level, with potential damage to low-lying areas. And he was putting some example in some areas in the Mediterranean basin, like Balearic Islands and others. Michael Masur, he gave a very nice talk about the using of submarine telecommunication. In particular, he used this, well, Kamchatka mega thrust earthquake has been used for many people, who means that it was a really interesting event to study propagation across the Pacific, because coming from the northeast of the Pacific till South America. Then he used this from California with a spatial resolution of 100 meters along the entire cable. So, and he presented the first fiber optic detection wave in deeper than 1,000 meters water depth. And more demonstration validated the use of existing submarine network of monitoring and establish a new pattern for deep water detection. So also using fiber sensing detecting tsunami wave provide change in the water pressure, change in the length. Fiber distributed strained sensor, and is compatible with telecom traffic. This is fundamental, because also in the smart cable, one of the requests from telecom is you can do whatever you want without any perturbation at all with the telecom. And this is a problem, because simply using different pairs can be done. Which is the distributed system can be spatial resolution and sampling rate. Tsunami detection show near shore, so in the range of 50 kilometers maximum. But Mikael showed that he is able to tsunamis, and he made a comparison with GSNN of 4,000 kilometers for a mega thrust. Osama Kadri presented tsunami early warning technology. He was given a very nice methodology based on the software application version 1, rate version 101. He was also using the Kamchatka earthquake and using analysis of infrasound data forestation preliminary result seems to be promising. Sample rate of 20 hertz. And what is the threshold? You should explain to us. One discussion was infrasound analysis of a new model, because then you need to consider, according to what I understood, some elasticity effect inside the model, which in traditional models we not consider. Kababa present this Jaguar is an open source numerical code that calculates tsunami propagation, and in the nation this code is the effect of the elasticity deformation. He showed more than 100 users. This is completely open code, and even as far as I understood, if you introduce something in the code, that will be accepted for the progress of the whole community. The package is optimized for modeling dispersive tsunamis, and he showed some example of 2D authorized tsunami simulation, very well with the 3D simulation, and the inclusion of the self-attraction and loading effect considerably improved the accuracy of the far field station. And then GPUs, so graphic process unit, are being tested for enabling and applying landslide tsunami, which we already know that is a little complicated. I don't know, Andrei Bebeco, he gave an accurate description of how European Infrastructure Consortium, which is EPO. They have a thematic way of organize in terms of geoscience, but in particular he was focused on this thematic for tsunamis, which is inside the EPOS is made up of, if I understood well, from 11 countries. I don't know if they are members or they are observers, doesn't matter, I mean they are there. And it's around 4 pillars, which is support for tsunami service providers. In principle, you said that was in Europe, but I think there is an open mind, and if case of necessity, probably you can provide information to anybody who is interested. Tsunami data, numerical models, and risk analysis are put. And one interesting thing, he was, Andrei was playing between the EPOS thematic core system for tsunami liaison with the global model. That we have a talk one behind the other, and it seems that you have a good relationship and you are more than complementarity, which is really nice. So I am ending the story. As requested by the organization, attempt to associate this high-level section 1, and in this particular, in this overall presentation, the potential on challenge 6, which focus on increasing community resilience to ocean hazard by creating global people-centering and area-well system for tsunamis and other ocean risk. The challenge is being addressed through initiative like one, ODTP, and this event that we are having here. The overarching goal is for all risk communities to be prepared and resilient by 2030, which is really close, and supported by everyone in service for multiple hazard and adaptation. Multiple hazard is a big word that we need to keep it in mind for the 13 and beyond. So, in the case of the high-level section, we consider that it's essential to strengthen early warning system for multiple hazards, implementing the use, for instance, of open source code that have been shown here to improve the response times, and expanding the level station, not only Pacific, but across all the ocean. On top of that, the implementation of innovative technology, such as small cable and fiber optical sensing, which is a complementary tool to the small cables, will improve the data quality and resolution, because we talk about data, but we should, in the near future, we're going to talk more and more, and today is about high accuracy data. Accuracy data save life, because if you made a mistake, things going on the wrong way, and the society is claiming more and more high quality and high resolution data. This includes geohazards and whatever other coastal hazards, and will provide a fast warnings, increasing their accuracy, which is one of the aims of this community. And in addition, and I think this is the end of the compilation from this objective one, strengthening organization. There are many, but especially in this session was the EPOS ERIC and the GMT, no? It's not GTM, it's GMT. Increase the knowledge and the tools available to achieve many of the objectives that we discussed across these almost 1.5 days or 2.5 days. And we need to thank all the participants in these two sessions. Indeed, was one session divided into 1 day and 1 afternoon in this first conference of the decade. So we need to applaud participants who did an excellent job and who provoked a lot of interaction between all the community. So thanks to the speakers, mostly.
Thank you very much, Professor Jan Jose, for the comprehensive overview and update. And obviously credit to Professor Yuichiro. Yeah, to work together and for moderating, and it's very, very heavy, comprehensive kind of a program that this session is probably the most comprehensive ones. But all the actions and the findings seem to be confirming with the ODTP research and development implementation plans actions. We definitely emphasize the approach, data sharing and new technologies being embraced, and a lot of partnership collaboration. Yep, thank you very much. I guess we'll get on to the section 2, which is another high-level objective on Tsunami Ready. This was ably moderated by three people. Dennis, Ardito, Hakonti, and I think Ibo Hakonti will come to the floor to two of you. Okay, yep, that's even better. Okay, go ahead. All right. Okay, yep.
Just following the color.
Yeah. Well, I will start, and then Professor Akunti will join and add on top of it. I'm used to work with. She's chair of TTDMP and secretary for DMP, so that's common. Yes. So basically, we don't go similar to session 1 in terms of how we approach the reporting. So I guess we just make a couple of important points in terms of note. So we noted that in terms of operation of regional exercise into a Tsunami Ready, because this is important in terms of implementation and sustainability of the 2 programs or 2 methods. So this is important exercise to be part of the Tsunami Ready. And almost all regions try to synergize these things. So this is very important. We take note of this. And then we also noted that there's distribution of Tsunami Ready, especially, for example, in Indian Ocean, but there are now efforts to progress advocacy and groundwork in terms of Indian Ocean seeds. So things are starting to improve. And of course, there's ongoing assessment surveys to evaluate the effectiveness and sustainability of these Tsunami Ready initiatives. And this is also supporting this renewal. We need to think about it. Another issue we discuss, which is really important, and we find many countries how we approach Tsunami Ready or similar programs. So there is this discussion on tsunami ready equivalency, which is now being led by Pacific. Of course, there are many, I guess there are some countries who are fit into the category. And what is important is, at the end of the day, and this was made very clear in one presentation, it's about the end objective. The end objective is to strengthen tsunami preparedness and resilience, regardless of the methods that are used, you know, the details in terms of indicators and so on. And then I will, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, because we prepare actually the three of us, Pardito later, you can, if something missing, you can add. And then the next that we identified here and we take a note here is like the WTAD 2025, Be Tsunami Ready, Invest in Tsunami Preparedness, actually is in line with our Banda Aceh statement. And this is very important, emphasizing investing on tsunami ready. So this is that we need to take a note. And then role of the local champion in tsunami warning and mitigation system, and importance of vertical evacuation that has been discussed in the opening, the high level talk objective 2. Yeah, maybe next. Okay. Go,
so
go you.
I will continue on this one. Of course, there was discussion about Banda Aceh statement of emphasis on investment, actually on tsunami ready. So right now it seems there's no impact in terms of funding and resources, but this is only 1 year after the conference. So again, because we organized this session on seeds, partners were here, so this is a good way to restart the process or continue. So this is very important. And also we discussed about increasing of tsunami ready by linking with critical infrastructure and exploring synergy with different resilient initiatives, for example, biosphere reserve, or what else, heritage sites and resilient city initiatives of UN disaster risk reduction.
Okay, I would like to continue actually still like the extent or linking the tsunami ready to other critical facility here. Critical infrastructure is the key issue for tsunami ready for critical infrastructure. There is a significant need to have earthquake and tsunami design, because in order to have ready infrastructure for the tsunami ready critical infrastructure. And then the second point here, that we need to see more complex infrastructure cascading risk, because if we are talking critical infrastructure for the industrial estate, or we are talking about critical infrastructure for the power plant, like nuclear power plant or any other power plant, because the cascading risks need to be identified very carefully. And then also we need to think about the, has been said by Dennis about this national park, because we have to be careful the impact to the environment also, not only saving the people, but the environmentalists think that we need to save the environment, also the tourism area. For a strong discussion here from the floor, actually, that there is to have prioritized and defined to critical infrastructure. I just remember, yeah, from CISA, and thanks about that, in the small island development state, the issue of the critical infrastructure need to be prioritized. So what kind of critical infrastructure need to do the intervention to have the ready? And then key question, shall we extend tsunami ready to word inclusive, tsunami ready for special need community or school?
Okay. Yeah. So just want to highlight that we noted actually that there is an increase in participation and collaboration with civil protection authorities, especially in Northeast Atlantic and Mediterranean region. So this is really important, because this is where we are trying to make connections between the alert services and also the response.
Okay, next please. Already did? Okay, so about this is the tsunami implementation ability to have full engagement from urban stakeholders, like example from the Mediterranean, and then it's very impressive here. I put also this important to think how we can engage on the urban stakeholders, and then of the many women. So this is also is amazing, because whenever we have a project with relative to the UN or funding, the question always how many women and how many men. gender is become very important, balancing of the gender. And then the last one is supporting Tsunami Ready implementation through technical and financial assistance. Should be you. Okay.
So this is a light slide. We try to, but it's not perfect because maybe there's a bit of duplication. But as we, especially kids session, the main common issue is data. You know, to do analysis, inundation. So need for data, comprehensive data for mapping. Also, we discuss about renewal of existing Tsunami Ready because it's very exciting to start Tsunami Ready, but then a whole new another process to maintain, and then of course you need resources and also an additional layer of administration process to be done in. And I guess Caribbean is one of the countries, region, that is really now facing this renewal process. And of course, there's also discussion on that. I mean, we have to decide and discuss, especially in TOS task team on disaster management and preparedness, because we have challenges in terms of what is the state level and community engagement. We need to try to define very well, and also to relate this to governance mechanisms. Of course, trying to upscale Tsunami Ready, 100%, we imagine what will be the situation in a couple of years. So even now, we need efficient, streamlined process because we have limited. So we need to make this happen, not only for application, but also renewal. And of course, there is a bit of discussion going back to about 100% communities at risk being Tsunami Ready. So there should be some clearer metrics approach in this number of Tsunami Ready communities, or maybe the percentage, and this will actually relate to the last one, which is about projections. I would think it's a bit more strategic policy in terms of what we expect in 2 years, 4 years, 5 years. Realistic goals. I think this is important because we can plan resources, staff, and also how we work within the ODTP. I think this is the last one.
Wow.
Oh, this one.
Okay. I think it's maybe there are duplicating of thinking about how to calculate achieving 100% people at least learning from Caribbean, Costa Rica, as well as how we need to renew the program or re-highlight. This is very important issue that we need to focus because we only have 5 years to go. A lot of immerse that we found that a lot of Tsunami Ready initiative or Tsunami Preparedness Program has been in the region, so we need to think about it. Before I close, I would like maybe Pak Ardhito is missing something. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm only moderating when you are presenting, and I think what you are saying is already included there in terms of the inclusive. I think, however, I think we need to put it more stress and put it more in the need. In Tsunami indicator already mentioned about this, but it's only so. I think we need to seriously engage in terms of inclusiveness, especially when you said the last mile and the very last mile. So I think there's more higher, and we can actually also link that with this early warning for all as well as leave no one behind. So we'll take that more into a more something that is can be recommended for the TRRP. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ardhito. I forgot what I presented. Thank you. It's very important. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. It's a great job. Can you maybe move back to previous slide? Yeah. So I just felt like they done a very comprehensive, capturing the key needs and the proposed action, which seem to be expanding on what we currently have, and I think really great. Just want to check whether this is you agree with as well. This might be a good time to just have a few notes and etc. And just this is a right that that's how we
And I guess like learning what we done in the Banda Aceh, this can be synthesis, can be elaborate further. So we agree and taking point because we are, it's different with Professor Yuan, it's very complete, but you just grab all the point and we need time to elaborate. And then feel free when we finish with the synthesis from our side, something missing, so that will be great, yeah.
Yeah, this will, I can already see this will come into the summary report beautifully. And obviously, there's all the great work, but I also do encourage you to contribute if that's, that can be more expanded. But very much.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to call on Ms. Sunanda to come to the floor. I think, Sunanda, you moderated the session 3 on tools and instruments to support ODTP implementation. So yeah, so that's another interesting one to share.
Thank you so much, Yelong. Actually, I was preparing for this inaugural and thing. Took help from Auditorium. Was kind to me to help with this. Anything is wrong, then please blame Auditorium. It's my fault. Okay. So this session is about tool and instrumentation to support ODTP. And the first presentation by Auditorium was ready tools. And the summary is the Tsunami Information Centers have already developed many tools. And most of the member states actually in Ocean, we are aware due to several temp workshops and other trainings which have been conducted in the past several years. And the development of automation for submission of Tsunami Ready application progress, and I'm very happy for that if it is automated. And the OTGA online training should be more widely shared. And I think Soing Hang was saying has some commitment for more trainings in all these things. So I think we can use this type of tools and they would be more helpful to give this more widespread advertisement of all these tools in other areas as well later. And then translation, now we would expect that would, I'll also say looking forward for the translation, especially when we are working, they have asked in their own languages, and we have several coastal, each province has its own languages, so we will also look forward to translate it. So this would be the recommendation. I didn't put recommendation, but that I would summarize later after Tsunami Symposium. And this is the second presentation by Auditorium, capacity building. We said there are many capacity building programs to support ODTP, and capacity developments are implemented through regional and national support. For example, I would give the Oman participants who were here last year and before, and then this year they are coming again. So bilateral collaborations, so several such programs are existing. I think we need more publication as well for such a kind of collaboration to learn from each other. And Crown Project, Coastway Project, FUST Project, these are the projects which are actually having significant impact on the seeds and other areas in the Ocean and other, which actually taking the ODTP and Tsunami Ready project much more progress actually than we expected. And the national capacity building, as I was telling this Oman example, so we are here to help, so definitely we will be able to take it forward, collaboration with all other agencies available, like the IORA as the discussion, and such other whoever is actually ready and support us. And member states should take advantage of training programs. Yes, we need actually Actually, several member states contact us asking like what type of trainings you could provide, whether we have to pay for that. And I think there are many such things. Usually, all they need is to support by their air tickets. The rest all, everything is available at INCOIS, for example, UNESCO Category 2 center. So I think the only thing is have to give this to all TICs such a kind of information, and they may use this through their news or any other channel to publicize, okay, so and so and apply for that. We will work closely for such a kind of publicity in future with the TICs. The next one is a Tsunami Cast, real-time impact-based tsunami forecast facility. And very interesting to see the operational genesis-based tsunami inundation, which was actually the damage forecast. The final product, actually we look for the tsunami ready. So that is very interesting. And in several scales. You need not to have the GPUs, the supercomputers, high performance computers, several other use this, like the member states which cannot have such a high facilities. So this and cost-effective solution to, so maybe, and the final products were direct products which we use as tsunami ready indicators, tsunami hazard assessment, tsunami evacuation plans, and emergency response plans. So this type of tools actually are already available. All we have to give them more publicity, I would say, so that they could directly use these type of products to generate direct products for the tsunami ready. And the other one, the last one, standardized EWS CPAT to SSD. And it was, as I was saying, the progress, the development of Chilean tsunami warning and Indian tsunami warning was very much similar. So as a reflection of that. And in this, actually, I really wanted to thank Andre for the comment. Like when we actually, we also did the scenario-based tsunami forecast in the beginning, but we were also having a similar kind of problem with the 0.0 and 7.5. So when we select it, when we downscale the magnitude to 7.3, so this was very important point raised by Andre. So definitely that should go as one of the recommendation to. So I think that's my last slide. Thank you so much.
Yeah. For excellent summary of these important topics, and Adito as well. Yeah, thanks, thank you. So and I think a few things you scoped out, and hopefully that can also go into the summary report. Anyone has any comments or views on things? Yep. Yeah. So. Yep.
Thank you, Sunanda, for calling up. That was a nice surprise. I just wanted to clarify, I wish UNDP could commit to support all these activities because these are all brilliant. But what I want to say is like what I actually was able to commit to at this stage is more about like under training and capacity development, where, for instance, that we can to pair up with different communities who are working very well together. More like sister communities can be supported, or even schools that are already doing a very good job one place can also be paired with a different school in different locations. So this is kind of support that we can commit at this stage, unfortunately. But I'm very glad that you remember the UNDP is also part of this bigger group right now. So we look forward to working closely with you. Thank you.
Right. Problem with the policymakers. They commit and they say conditions apply. That's how actually explanation for that. Yes, thank you for that. Okay.
Very, very diplomatic and always, just watertight. But definitely thank you for your interest, commitment to to help us. But thank you very much, Sonanda. Yeah, thank you very much. The next session is also very interesting. This one is expertly moderated by Jutta, who's and Ardito, and two separate peoples, and they are so impressive, and that's why I forgot to take photos. And they are talking about how to strengthen tsunami resilience in small island developing states, gaps and priorities. And I think Jutta, you will be summarizing. Yep.
Thank you, Weilong. Yeah. So, summary is self-explanatory. So, the objective of a particular session, identify a few key gaps and needs, project opportunity partnerships, particularly to increase the engagement of SIDS within the Ocean Decade program. So it's into two, one for the countries, the SIDS, and from the development partners. So in summary, it's just what we have on this slide. So simply, it's easy to figure out. The first column, a lot of stuff in that column. If you look at it, that we completed the is on the third column, which is on plus, which means, in summary, for C, we just need to get into action. So the gaps, with the things that your own national expertise outlined there. I don't need to repeat them because this is repeated in other, which is aligned to your priorities. But in the partnerships, it's interesting to see that we can enable or unlock these that we want to access. I'm listing out some of the key things that were shared by our or renew the kind of partnerships that we have to make it more engaging and also more meaningful. Looking at joint capacity opportunities, programmatic considerations, regional cooperation. That's thing we should, because there's things that we can do in our own country, in development states, but our capability might be limited to some of the needs. And in that way, we need to work with our neighbors to be able to leverage our relationship with our neighbors to address the needs that we have. So that's why cooperation is one of the advocated approach to enable us to access resources and support that we need to address the needs that we have. Yeah, the things that were stated which was interesting, looking at access support, translate our effort in economic terms. And that was something that holded our attention for a while there, being economist. And then it comes to mind, how do we do it? We get it into, we can communicate skills to people to assist us. So that is so, and so to speak, so this is something to be a barrier, something that should enable us. So we need to look for opportunities where we can get support area. We can talk to the economists, how they can package our the information that we have into economic language that could speak to the donors that are willing to support us. So I think that is very important. That it hasn't been done very, I mean, in many ways in we approach our parliament. So I think that's one of the key things we need to consider. Political will, yes. Also, with political will, is the optimization of resources. For us in seeds, with small countries with limited resources, the very little that we have, we like to go more small buck we have. So it should be based around that approach, so that the little we make bring us the best we desire. So these are some of the things we need to consider when we put in our Tsunami and multi-hazard warning approach and remove the element of silo approach. So I think we reach now in the conversation around tsunami that we're not only talking about tsunami alone. Our sources cut across all the geohazards. Volcano, we were talking about tsunami generated by volcano, tsunami generated by landslide, which adds seismic tsunami. So it's not in isolation. So it's a approach. So that's something that was shared in the lesson as well. And also, we should leverage our effort in tsunami. There are schools and for the Tsunami Ready program and other initiatives. Some of the schools, this is one of the schools in the Pacific when we are defining our. So in the conversation, definition of community, the manual guidelines 74, it defines only, the manual is only designed for community per se. But in school, there was nothing explicit. So last year, we targeted schools in Fiji and to apply for the application under Tsunami Ready. We were advised because of the decision that was made by the IIC Assembly on MG was restricted only to communities. We can include schools in the community that we target, like for schools and communities that are attached to each other. But there are some schools that are isolated, that are in urban areas. We treat them. So this is some of the ongoing conversations that also will come through in the work that Suin is doing with the project, how we can recognize and more action and more conversation so that we can get to where we need to go. So with that, thank you very much. And that's it from the seed session. Naka.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a round of applause for excellent summary on the one slide. It's just that everyone has different styles, and so that was. This is very important panel discussion and drawing the voice from the SIDS representatives, but also our very important UN bodies that could support them. Yeah. So any questions? Any comment? Oh yeah.
Thank you. An idea. You know, we invited, not that we invited, CDRI, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, was initially from the South Pacific Islands to come. Last minute, but there was goodwill to get them in this meeting. And CDRI is based in India. It's an Indian initiative. And because infrastructure has been mentioned several times, and then because vertical evacuation has been mentioned several times, and even because somebody mentioned a figure, $25,000 one unit for vertical for a small community. It's a match in my view. So perhaps having a leadership from seed countries in a conversation with CDRI about vertical evacuation for not only tsunami, but also other coastal hazards, including storm surges, etc., could be a good idea with technical support from colleagues here, but mainly led by SIDS themselves for a specific call for proposal, for example, from CDRI.
Just to add to what Bernardo said with CDRI, because CDRI, the way they work, national government cannot apply directly, national agencies, so you have to work with an implementing partner. But recently, they're going to announce that they'll open an envelope where national agencies can directly apply. That opportunity is coming around for SIDS and for countries, so that's an opportunity we can, and for now, for the countries with CDRI, they're using NGOs, they're using some of the UN agencies to access those envelopes for them. But the opportunity for the national agencies to directly apply is coming shortly, so look out for that. Thank you.
Thank you. What I said regarding CDRI, because I remember that I was assigned by him to join CDRI, and then we have a series of continuous meetings starting like disaster resilient infrastructure. So it's community practice. It's really good. Then after this UNOC meeting, we have a continuation. We keep on having like a group of pool of experts for preparing for the next COP30 in Brazil. We are preparing from the perspective of resilient infrastructure. So it's quite interesting how this IUC, UNESCO, and ITWMS, we collaborate, and also you are there also at Chatura with us. We are very active and having discussions, so hopefully we can contribute something.
You know, these important partners into our kind of alliance, and yeah, making great progress in also allowing them to relax the criteria by the sound. And so Sylvia, take note, your 25,000 evacuation shelter might be possible. Is that you? Sorry, you did talk about a vertical evacuation shelter, how much it will cost, Sylvia. Sylvia, yeah, I was looking at you. And just on that note, yeah, thank you very much again. So next, the last session, this is expertly coordinated, moderated by Sylvia and Carlos. This is looking ahead in terms of how we will try to optimize observation and empower at communities towards tsunami resilience. And so it's just recently done, and I know they haven't got enough time to prepare, but I guess it's still fresh in your mind. And so maybe I'll just invite both of them just to give a bit of quick summary of what they have learned.
Okay, thank you very much. We just finished 45 minutes ago. So, well, the number one high-level objective, tsunami confirmation within 10 minutes or less for origin for the most at-risk coastlines. So the first thing is that the first question that arose during our discussion is that probably 10 minutes is not required for every case. So we learned yesterday from Australia experience the 30 minutes. So probably something that we need to talk a little bit more about this kind of targets. But it is written in a paper that probably we need to discuss a little bit more in the following steps, because if we follow with that instruction, probably we will put more efforts in things that probably are not too important despite other ones. So another important point was the local and regional solution, that probably the experience from Indonesia is not the same for Chile or whatever. So we need to identify what are the local situations in order to provide our own solutions. That is quite important, because I can talk from my side, and in the past we used to use different tools from other countries, and things that probably can barrier is something important, especially if you are running operational services, to act very fast. And if you have that kind of issues, might be a problem during critical situations. So we believe that it's something also that could be important. The reduction of uncertainties, that is quite important. Where to put sensors, what kind of sensors also, what are the emerging technologies. That is something that we discussed a lot during the conversation, the panel. Well, the goal should be to make it faster and more reliable, but also it is linked with cost. We need more sensors, probably we need some other different operational protocols, but that is not for free. So we need to identify what are the sources of that kind of request. Of course, the maintenance, well, buy something, then to deploy it, and then to maintenance is quite more expensive along the time. Community-based sensors, we learned from the from the following experience that it's something important to have some third parties, as well as was mentioned by Australia also, because the governments or probably the official agencies were not able to do everything. So we need to identify partnerships, something that was commented also in different sessions. Difficulties for the observations continuity. So we think that we need to see also how to support different member states in order to maintain all the gain terrain along the ocean decade. Partnerships for things like for projects like CIVET 2030, which is quite important, and also ideas like the Argo buoys that in the beginning were used were designed for one specific topic, but during the time has been adding some other sensors in order to combine different requests for other areas. So it started with physical oceanography and then moved towards many of other things. So we have an opportunity with WMO. You know, the JCB is one of the very important ways to create a partnership, and I think it's quite important to see that as an opportunity. And as well, autonomous vehicles, something important because we can use it as a deployment, as a buoy, as a tsunami sensor as well, and we have quite many along the basins, so probably something that we need to take advantage as well. Bathymetry gaps, legal issues, a great idea about the CVTO, yeah, well, you understood. Perfect. And you're taking attention. That is great. That is great. 6 p.m., 6:30. Fantastic. So we need to identify those kind of best practices, because maybe we don't have, the wheel was already invented, and we need to just identify how to use it, because there are some issues, especially when sensors, autonomous sensors, are coming within the national jurisdictions, and there are some things that we need to deal with, and also we need to work. So the goal of the session was to identify the priority actions for the future, and I would say that we need to identify how to make it fast, the detection and also the forecast of tsunamis and GNSS sensors like smarts, but always partnership is the most important thing, because we don't have a pocket. We need to identify where to get that kind of alliances in order to take advantage of other futures of other institutions, in order to reduce the cost as well. Local solutions, community-based observation, and that is also something that came from our panel, that we need to see how to involve all the local communities in order to arise awareness, and that will support a long-lasting observation, and also the reuse of, and to achieve the goal of the 10 minutes of detection. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for the, fairly comprehensive summary of the key learnings, key discussion point, which is obviously we cannot solve all these problems yet, but they just really raising the importance of these things, including cost, etc., partnership, and the changes. Any quick comments? Yep, Yelena.
Thank you very much, Carlos. I think I realized that we did not factor in quite sufficiently the human or societal uncertainties that actually contribute to the problem or hinder faster and more reliable warning dissemination. So it's not only about uncertainties of the hazard, but also human uncertainties. Needs to be factored in. Thanks.
It is in my notes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
The boss. So the boss.
Oh yeah, sorry. The boss.
Not the real boss. Not the real boss.
The local boss.
The local boss.
Okay, it's not the boss, but the thing is that the reduction of uncertainties. So what I feel is that we should have some kind of a mechanism to reduce the uncertainties, main issues when the information, observation data what we require, it's not adequate. So I think like the other communities like WMO or ocean communities are doing that, some kind of a simulation experiments to have how many observation systems you should have there in each ocean basin for upgradation or degradation of remote tsunamis. I'm not telling the real near shore tsunamis. So I think such kind of work need to be done. I don't think it is done in our tsunami communities.
Okay,
my suggestion.
Yes, of course. We can have many other ideas and also situations. For sure, we need to take advantage of ideas like WMO, because I think there are in some areas there are some steps forwards to other areas like oceanography. So yes, I agree on that. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? If not, thank you very much. And the next one is Sylvia. Oh, geez, the panel was so vibrant and it's so interesting. And but anyway, so I'll let you summarize what you have learned.
Thank you, Yulong, and thank you for all that, the panelists and the people that participated in the discussion. I was the person that had the least time to prepare for this summary. So what I did is I just wrote a summary of my notes, and I will prepare a better text in the following days. So the challenge is, one of the challenges is not to let anyone behind and to visibilize everybody, because visibilization is the first step towards inclusion, and that means people with disability, that means tourists and expats, and we have a large community of expats in Costa Rica, and they usually isolate from the community. So it's very common that we arrive to a community, work with the community, and they say, okay, yeah, well, that sandbar over there, there are only gringos houses, and they don't communicate with us, they don't shop in our stores, they are isolated, and we don't know how to contact them and how to include them. And that's probably happened in many other countries. And also isolated communities, as was mentioned by Doreen. And it is also important to consider different capabilities across regions and countries, because of course seats won't have the same capability as the US or as Chile or as Indonesia, but also within the same country, neighboring communities may have very different capabilities as well. So this is very important to consider. And also something that was mentioned very superficially, but is also very important, is that dissemination is the way. And if we are not able to disseminate the information, then we are not doing our work. Doesn't matter how much or how new is the technology and how well it works and how good are we assessing the threat. If we don't reach the last mile, very last mile, we are not doing our work. And the importance of local champions as well. Also that the community should be strongly involved in all process, including instrumentation to increase success possibilities. As mentioned it before, but also local champions are important and they require more of our attention, because as they are identified as champions by the community, what they say will be taken as the truth. And if the information they have is not correct, they will be propagating misinformation, and that could be costly and tricky. That with innovation, they work better when supported by communities, and also expectations should be managed and kept realistic. And as well as Carlos mentioned, there is no one size fits all. Also that the information is everywhere, people can access actively, and this is good, but it could also be bad because it might lead to false alarms and misunderstanding and misinformation. And something that is a phrase that I like it and I take with me to my country and to my regions is that exercises shape perception. And this is very important, and this is for us to consider in our work. And this is it. Thank you.
Yes, a round of applause. Thank you very much, for Sylvie for coming up with such a comprehensive and to the point kind of summary, despite you only have 45 minutes. Yeah, so I think they're all very relevant to me. And just a sec. So any comments to any of the points, key points, which I found quite enlightening ones? They're all good? All right, thank you very much, Sylvia. And I guess, this comes to the end of this session. And thank you very much, everyone, and for contributing to summarize what comes to be very compact but very information-rich 2 days. And summarize that in one hour is not easy matter. But you did a great job, every moderators, and so thank you very much. But also all the presenters and panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Yulong Mio, for moderating the session, which brought together the outcomes and insights of the conference. Now I would like to invite Mr. Bernardo Aliago to present a memento to Mr. Yulong Mio. Now, as we come to the closing of the conference, I would like to invite Ms. Sunanda Manila to take over the proceedings.
Thank you so much for this, but I do not have many words because myself and Dennis had agreement. So Dennis will come here and for this closing session's MC.
So thank you very much, Sunanda. I was diplomatically arm twisted. So, well, just to say that, yeah, this was very intense 2 days, and now we are at the closing minutes. So, of course, I would like to take this opportunity at this point. I will say a few words before closing. I would like to invite Dr. Bala to come forward to provide final closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, Bernardo, Adito, Sunanda, and all other dignitaries. Mariam, I couldn't, Fatima, I couldn't meet at all because of my busy schedule here. So I'm seeing all my colleagues, friends, the eminent scientists. So thank you, all of you. Have a very intense discussions here, deliberations, and many of the points you told that we can take forward to improve our tsunami warning and preparedness. So I know it's very intense. Lot of new points has come. Lot of new initiatives will come from the organizations. The high-level objectives 1 and 2 you put, it's really apt. I have seen when you are summarizing, this summaries also come a very good way. So there is, yesterday also we have many side meetings also. We have an intense meeting with Executive Secretary of IOC with her. So the IOC also going for a transformation where to reduce the number of the organizations and integrate many of the facilities so that we have a clear system or a kind of a system, integrated system for early warning. Tsunami also in that. So what I feel, many of the countries, many of the institutions has to come together to have a system that can be seen as a basin-wide observation system or monitoring system and a basin-wide forecasting system. So similar kind of things are happening in other fraternities, other organizations like WMO. Recently we have made some system of buoys for the wave forecasting, which is coming under WMO. So we have approached many institutes and many organizations, many countries, member states. So together we are making a basin-wide observation system. I think tsunami also that is required because what happened is that putting and maintaining the observation system for the tsunami confirmation was very tedious task. So I think one major thing we should go from this meeting is how to make a collective tsunami observation on monitoring system. That is the most important thing. Other things are okay, we can, many countries can manage. So this cable observatory, when it came, we have a discussion on Makran coast, what we can, how many countries can initiate, how many countries can participate in that. How the IOC structure is actually now oriented towards to take all these countries, affected countries in that region, and how much you are getting or negotiating or diplomat employed to take all these countries together to that kind of observation system. So in this part is concerned, I'm actually struggling or I'm actually encouraging the people of the member state of this country to have this multi-hazard ready communities, because when we are approaching the local, we have one question what we have faced is we have this problem of erosion or the high waves or the saline water intrusion. So once you cannot solve this problem, what you are thinking about the tsunami warning which may come after 50 years. So it is not that when we make a tsunami ready, it is a multi-hazard ready. So this multi-hazard ready and tsunami ready program should go in parallel to that. That is one from the, I think, the field example I have seen. So some of the things, even we are putting this 12 indicators, we should have information on hazards also when we are approaching this. Definitely we'll have a more comments in this area. So these are the two the comments on that. Otherwise, I feel this come in a very big way. So of our recommendation has come. Try to implement in the system what we have here. So with that, I thank all of you for coming here. I feel you enjoyed any kind of lacuna from our scene, but we'll try. You can give Dennis or you can give to Sunanda or Nagaraj Kumar. We tried our best to make this more enjoyable to you, but we just there was no gap between this meeting and another big meeting, which is actually the FIGA, that is Federation of Indian Physical Associations, and again to meeting with ITS. No time for us, but the thing is that we tried our best. With this, I think whatever the knowledge we gained, the network we made, it will be beneficial to your country and the networking between the other countries. So that's thank you all of you. I wish you all the best for this your future endeavors. Take this information and the knowledge to benefit the early warning systems and the preparedness in your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. So invite Dr. Sylvia Shakun to come and say a few closing remarks, because she's the new chair of Ocean Decade Tsunami Program. I will also tell you a little story about Sylvia, because when we were trying to organize her travel and motivation, so she deserves that closing remark. Thank you.
It was indeed a long trip. It took me 36 hours between I left my home until I reached the hotel. And I have a malformation in my back that it has become more painful after my 40th birthday, you know, like everything. And so I always travel with a wheelchair, but I was more afraid of the time, of the many hours on the planes. But fortunately, everything is okay. I'm able to be here. I'm very happy that I dare, because I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. Should I do it? Should I don't? I'm very happy I did it. And I am just the new, as Dennis mentioned, I'm the new chair of the scientific committee of the ODTP after Srinivas had to step down about almost a year ago. So I am just holding the baton between him and the next chair that will take over next year. But all the work that has been performed by the ODTP Scientific Committee is to be thanked to Srinivas, because he is the one that led this effort during the past 4 years, first to develop the implementation plan and then to work on the scientific committee and with the actions, the endorsed actions and projects that we are all together here. That said, I am very happy that I had the opportunity to be part of the scientific committee during these 4 years and to be among the group that wrote the implementation plan. It was an incredible experience. I learned a lot from the rest of the team, and I am happy that I was able to contribute my great We have this expression in Spanish, not sure if it is in English, with my little contribution, and being able to be here and to see you all and to see the endorsed actions, to interact and to learn from each other. And I'm sure this will make you all to improve your actions and future actions and projects. It's a great opportunity, and it feels very, very well. And it feels like everything has been, like we have been doing a good work, and that all the efforts have been worth it, even the 36-hour trip. So thank you all for your contributions during these 2 days, but also for daring to propose actions for the decade, for the ODTP. It is very important. We will be nothing without you. And thank you for having an active role on this. And to the ones who are returning home tomorrow, I wish you a good and probably shorter trip than mine. And for the rest of you, I hope you enjoy the rest of the week as well. Thank you very much.
So I have 5 pages. Just to, for closing on my side, there is an organizing team that I should thank on behalf of IOC, UNESCO. There were so many people involved, Dr. Bala. I just could not have the word. Thanks Sunanda, non-stop. Many emails exchanged, and we just continued. It was, as mentioned, we had to plan back-to-back with the International Tsunami Symposium, so things became a little bit more complex. So thank the INCOIS team, people who were here in terms of presentations and everything. So thank you very much, INCOIS, for all this support. And also I would like to thank other people who were part of the organizing team from staff, because Srinivas was very instrumental, because he was director of INCOIS. Bridge is really important. And also not to forget Mr. Bernardo Ali, our head experts, and for example, Professor Hakunti, Adito, every miss anyone, then not want to miss one special person, headquarters, Angela. She was in terms of planning the missions, and very much. So, yeah. And of course, I would like to say thank you very much to all speakers, partners who joined us in the last 2 days, to participants also. So now maybe key points. Of course, we have document to prepare and decisions, recommendations. But of course, it's important that this outcome of this meeting, conference, will feed into our processes, such as the Ocean Decade Tsunami Scientific Committee, which may be planned next year, maybe around June. Normally, it's around January 2026. I've decided to maybe plan it in June. Between January and June, we have working groups and task team. So this will be an important reason for us to discuss as part of the meetings. And of course, we need to be very attentive to ocean, because all this to Ocean Decade, we need to continue to put actions, projects, activities for the ocean. Actually, because we had a lot of discussions, but one thing we are working on is how we track and monitor all these actions and progress we are working on. So this is an important part of the process, KPI, and of course this KPI, it will identify resources and where we focus. Hopefully, some tangible results. And one last thing I would like to say that we hope we will have a second ODTP conference 2027, 2028. So again, it should align with the Ocean Decade Conference to make things synergized. And one, because we invited partners, we discuss here, it's good we discuss, and we need to build that relationship here in the meeting. We need to follow up, continue to build that relationship, because what we discussed here was about trust. Trust will help us to move forward in achieving the goal of Ocean Day program. So thank you.